Shouts of Roll Tide and War Eagle may divide this state on a Saturday, but on Sunday, everyone comes together at the House of Dega. It's NASCAR's biggest and most unpredictable track. Add to that the fact that 12 drivers are fighting for a championship. Safe to say, this place will get crazy. And so will the fans. They come from all 50 states, 22 countries to experience the rite of passage that is Talladega.
This place can't chew you up and spit you out in a hurry.
Everybody's 4 or 5 wide. You know something crazy is going to happen.
Up and into the air!
That was probably the longest flip I've ever had. Didn't know if it ever stopped.
Ambrose goes up in the air. Nearly half of the field eaten alive.
Welcome to NASCAR Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic, as we get ready to go racing.
It is a hazy day in Talladega. Well, that could just be the fog of the infield, but an overcast day means the intensity is going to pick up. We will tell you why. The Mobil 1 Peacock pit box is in pit stall number 30. That's right next to a playoff driver, Ryan Blaney. Welcome to Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic, here with drivers Kyle Petty, Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett, and there is nothing like Talladega. But for a driver, it's a bit of a game of roulette. Dale, as a driver, can you control anything?
Very little. You know, you can have the best car you've ever had here at Talladega. You can make all the right decisions, and unfortunately, that may not get you anything but a torn-up race car at the end of the day. What you're hoping for is maybe you've saved up some good racing luck and that it all benefits you here this afternoon. And at the end of the day, you can drive your car across the start-finish line at the end of this race and back into the garage area and not be mad at too many people or have too many mad at you.
Then it's been a decent day if you can do what Dale just said. The unpredictability of this place, from the very first race when they had a boycott here, those guys walking out, to first-time winners, to last lap crashes, to so many different things have happened here that never seem to happen at any other racetrack. That's why, as a driver, as a team, as a fan, you've got to be excited about it. As a driver and a team, you've got to be nervous about it.
You're not allowed to boycott today, by the way.
I'm not.
You can't just get it.
I'm
okay.
here.
All
I'm
right.
here.
Well, weather could play a factor in today's race. In fact, we've already had some precipitation this morning, and with more in the forecast for this afternoon, the green flag has been moved up to just after 2 Eastern. So they will be racing each other and racing the weather today. Here's what's on the menu, presented by Sonic. Kyle Larson is the only playoff driver who does not have to worry about his performance today. He's safely through to the next round with his win last week. Talladega has been known to burst some bubbles in past playoffs. Entering today, only 22 points cover the bottom 5 drivers in the standings. One of those drivers is Chase Elliott. He's currently 7 points below the cut line, and so far so good. He's starting on the pole in today's race. Today's event is the middle race of the round of 12 in the Cup Series playoffs. Keep an eye on Alex Bowman. He's been impressive over the last couple of races. 17 points above that cut line. Can he join Kyle Larson in the next round with a win today? He talked with Kelly Stavis.
So Alex Bowman there with a 17-point cushion coming into Talladega. That comes on the heels of a third-place finish last week. When we were last year at Talladega, you finished runner-up. So how do you like your chances of replicating that finish?
Yeah, I think super speedways are kind of the one package that we have that you can't look at last year's race or the last time here as being indicative of how we're going to run today. At the same time, I feel like Hendrick Motorsports always brings really strong cars to these places. Obviously, qualifying well was a big bonus. We all know the manufacturers are all going to team up and work together, so excited to work with my Chevy teammates, and hopefully we'll be up front.
And your qualifying effort, good enough for the front row alongside your teammate Chase Elliott. How much of a benefit is that, just to have a couple teammates and be up front, potentially dictating the start of this race?
Yeah, for sure. I think just being able to be in control of the race from the start is a big advantage. It's tough to control these things all day long. You're going to be behind at points. You're going to be ahead at points. So we'll just have to wait and see. Stage points are obviously really crucial. But, man, we have a great-looking new car this week with Amazon Echo Auto coming on board with Nationwide. If you sign up for Nationwide, you get one for free. So be sure to go do that. But hopefully we'll get them in victory lane today and have a good one.
This 88 car's looked good the last couple weeks. Back-to-back top 3 finishes for Alex Bowman. Marty?
Well, I love how Clint Boyer's been so positive throughout all these playoffs and going into every racetrack. You've always said, I'm excited, I'm fired up. So how do you be positive about a crazy race like Talladega today?
Well, I think you are. I think this is the opportunity that we've been looking for, just like in the last round, the wild card race was that Roval. And man, I was chomping at the bit to get out on the racetrack because I knew that was the opportunity that we needed. Talladega today is that opportunity yet once again in this round. I need to gain points. I'm 4 points out of the thing. This is that opportunity, that window, that golden opportunity that opens the door up and such a big gamut. Make or break your season right here on a track like this. But for me, that's exciting, man. It's exciting going into a race knowing that it's all going to happen today. Right. You're going to wake up Monday morning, you're either going to be happy or pissed off. There's nothing in between. But then again, doesn't matter what happens today. Even if it's a good day for us, we still have that one last race. You're not going to lock ourselves in. There's only one way to do that. We could win. We are capable of winning this race. I think any Ford is, with all of our Mustangs being fast. Doug Yates and all of his guys did a great job bringing the horsepower, but 500 miles is a lot to ask. A lot of things have to go right. You've got to miss the wrecks. Not cause the wreck. That's the biggest goal. Don't be that guy. But at the end of the day, I'm looking forward to the opportunity. I think that's the best way to describe today is a golden opportunity.
All right, let's add to the positivity. Twice he's won the Talladega playoff race, and in the Talladega playoff race last year, he finished second, could carry that momentum into today.
More positivity over here in a Mustang that's very fast for Ryan Blaney, but after last week's mechanicals, you've got some ground to make up. How does it start today?
You just start one lap at a time, you try to get points in stages, try to finish well. Obviously the goal is to win the race, right? But you try to maximize the day. This place can swing really good or really bad for you, and we kind of need to, make a lot of ground up here. But at least we got 2 races to do it. So we'll really just approaching the day like any other. Just go try to win the race and see what happens. But appreciate Denton Wizard for being on board. Go try to make it a good one for all the people they brought out today. But hopefully this weather clears up and we get to put on a good show for the fans.
Yeah, we need the weather, Krista, to swing in the right direction for us, and then we'll get this baby started.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a lot of positivity from Dave Burns there. I like that. Okay, so Blaney, Kyle, has been described this week as one of the drivers who makes aggressive moves. Ooh. What does that mean specific to here? What's an aggressive move?
Listen, to paraphrase a little bit Denny Hamlin basically said that Joey Logano, Chase Elliott, and Ryan Blaney were 3 of the most aggressive drivers out there where it comes to side-by-side moves and aggressive blocking. If you go back over the last few years, most of the accidents that we see are because of aggressive blocking. It's not necessarily an aggressive side-by-side or side drafting. It's not necessarily an aggressive move to get around somebody. It's to block the guy behind you. And that's a different form of racing than I grew up with. That's a different form than Dale grew up with. So when you see that, you're mirror driving. You hate to be mirror driven when you're on the interstate, when you're in city traffic. It doesn't make any difference. But you put it all on the line out here like these 3 guys that are below that cut line have to do today, it's going to get scary.
Yeah, I think most of the talk has been about blocking, and this, with the rules package changing back here at the first race earlier this year, that cars are closing at a higher rate of speed, and that's changed the way these drivers are viewing that and what they can do, and quick decisions that they have to make at such a high rate of speed could mean the difference of surviving this and giving yourself a chance to win or not being in that position. And we saw it yesterday just in the truck race right here. Last lap, getting ready to come through the trial. Johnny Sauter leading this race. Riley Hurt there in the black car truck trying to make a pass there. And Johnny Sauter, even though he took the checkered flag, he was disqualified from that for forcing the 51 truck below the yellow lines. So that's decisions you have to make. What do you do in that situation? What is the right thing to do? So these drivers have to make those decisions very, very quickly and trying to determine if that's the right thing to do. So I'll have to go back to, I think that's a great marketing ploy to put on Ryan Blaney's car, Dent Wizard for this race. Because there's no doubt there'll be a few of them out there today.
Perfect.
Well, as you're talking about mirror driving, my husband wishes I would use my mirrors. I never use my mirrors.
I wish you would use the windshield. I've driven with you before.
Well, hey, that's true. These grandstands will have a party today, but as Rutledge Wood has found, the fans are also enjoying all new places to take in the action.
They sure are, Krista. It is so different inside Talladega Super Speedway. We're going to show you about Big Bills and so many of the other things they did to change this experience for the fans when we get back.
changing all the time. Take a good look at these standings because chances are Talladega will rearrange them today. 21-year-old William Byron enters this race holding the final transfer spot to the next round by virtue of a tiebreaker over defending series champ Joey Logano. No pressure, right, Dave Burns?
So for William Byron starting up front in one of those very fast Hendrick Chevys, how much confidence does that give you going into today, William?
It's great. You know, it's a big credit to everyone at the shop, obviously. I feel like it helps us because we've worked well together lately, and starting up front kind of makes that transition easier for us from the start of the race. So hopefully that works out for us and we can kind of keep it up there. Stage points are going to be key, as they always are, but I think here, especially with how unpredictable the end of the race can be, it would be awesome to get some of those.
On that cut line as you are, this place is interesting because, yeah, you got a fast race car, but it tends to maybe play against rookies or younger drivers just a little bit. Do you feel that at all, or do you feel like guys respect you and want your car there all the time?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to have a bunch of allies out there. You know, I don't think I've tried to avoid doing too many stupid things on these racetracks and try to just you know, show that I'm consistent, I guess. And you know, I think that if you do that, you can put yourself in a good position to hopefully get worked with. And if your car's fast, I think it makes it a lot easier to have allies out there. So hopefully that's the case today.
Smart moves, fast race car, Kelly, should keep William Byron in a good spot today.
Well, and his spot is that he is in a dead heat with this guy, Joey Logano, for that last transfer spot to get into the next round of the playoffs. So, Joey, everyone looks at this race as such a wild card. You have 3 wins here. Twice you've won in this playoff race. So how big an opportunity does this present for you?
It presents everyone an opportunity. You just don't know what's going to happen. That's Talladega. You just don't know what's going to happen. And you know, I feel like we got a good car. I feel like I got some good forwards around me. And we hope to, you know, go out there and score as many points as possible. We got to score stage points. We got to have a solid finish at this thing. If we can win, that'd be the best. But you just never know. So, you know, if we can come out of today and score some solid points, it puts us in a little better position in Kansas. You just don't want to be in that must-win situation. So, you know, hopefully we can come out today with another solid run here at Talladega. It's been a good track for us, like you said. So hopefully we can do it.
You mentioned that your Ford teammates. At what point do alliances sort of go away, and do you playoff drivers become a little bit more selfish for what you need to accomplish today?
I think we need to work together the whole time. You know, we've seen other manufacturers do that and be successful. I think we need to be solid together, and yeah, this is what's happened here in super speedway racing. It used to be you're all out there on your own, and it was teammates. Now it's manufacturers. Everyone's really working together more than ever. So we just got to be smart on how we do that.
All right. Well, Joey will be surrounded by some Ford teammates lining up. He starts this race 10th. Marty.
Well, Chase Elliott will start from the pole today. Last time he did that, he won Watkins Glen. That'd be a good result today, wouldn't it? But I'm curious how the manufacturer alliances have changed the restrictor plate game. Has it made it more unpredictable than ever, Chase?
Yeah, definitely. It's changed a lot. And I was doing something this morning. They were asking about how plate racing has changed, and that really has been the biggest thing. And even in my time, you know, it's only my 4th year, but I feel like plate racing has changed a lot. When I first got here, there were no manufacturer games being played. So certainly I think you'll see a lot of that today, you know, as we've seen the past few races. So yeah, hopefully our Napa Camaro is good enough to, you know, lead our group and be able to make some moves that other people can, I hope. And if that's the case, I think we'll be all right. Just try to, you know, be smart and try to put yourself in a position to be here at the end of this thing. So, and obviously the rain, you know, always tends to bring out some antsiness in everybody. So we'll just see how it plays out.
I'm curious your take on the end of the truck race yesterday, the win taken away from Johnny Sauter for the move below the line. Will that change how you race the end of this race if you're up front?
I mean, you know, the rules, I don't guess, have really changed. I mean, I can see both sides. I certainly think that from where I was watching, I thought that, you know, he did block him down there to the bottom. So I felt like they got the call right. The part that I don't like is that the guy who made the move ended up not winning. Nothing against the boy who won. He did a nice job too. But ultimately, you know, I thought the young man that I guess Riley was his name. He ran down there and ended up not getting to finish second. And he was the one who made the move. So that's the tough part. And I don't really know what you do, you know, about that. But nonetheless, that rule's been there, and certainly it's a tough position, but you just have to treat that thing like it's a wall there, and if you're inside of somebody, I guess just finish them off and hope you're in front of the guy who's in third.
Chris, that could be very interesting coming down to the end of it. How will that yellow line play a factor? It certainly did yesterday in the Truck Series race.
Oh, we'll be watching for sure. Yeah, Chase talked about manufactured games. Dale Hendrick drivers start 1 through 4. At this track, why does that mean more than just bragging rights?
Well, I think the biggest thing is it's great to have teammates and to have fast cars that you can work and have people that you trust and can work together. I think we could debate this through the rest of the show and through the first half of the race as to what's the right thing to do. And we talked about the truck race yesterday. What's the right call there? I think something different, just as Chase was pointing out, that was my problem with that, is the young man that was trying to go for the win wasn't even one in second. Anyway, here's my thing. Team orders are one thing within an organization. Yes. When the manufacturers get involved, I think it's total BS. I'm sorry. They shouldn't be in this situation demanding this of the drivers, and in particular, talking to the young drivers that if you want to stay with this manufacturer, you need to follow these orders. It comes there. Ryan Newman said that he's been selfish his whole career. You have to be a selfish driver to do well out here any week, but especially here today. And you better be that if you're wanting to try to win a championship. So I think they need to stay out of that part. I appreciate what the manufacturers do, but kind of stay in your lane.
Agree 100%. Jack Roush pays Ryan Newman, and Ryan Newman said it, to win trophies, to win races. Not to help SHR win trophies, not to help Penske win trophies, to help Jack Roush and Ryan Newman. But I go back to what Chase said. And Chase said, I guess you're going to finish them off. If you get to the inside and you make that move, finish them off. Finish them off appears to be what Brad Kay set the standard with whenever he put Carl Edwards almost in the grandstands and up on his roof down the front stretch. Brad made a move. Carl made a move to block him. Brad's not going to take it. He's not going below the line. So is this what racing has come to? Is this what we're going to see? Because of the call yesterday, because of the non-call, if I go all the way back to Regan Smith, who won this race when Tony Stewart forced him below the line, and NASCAR chose to no-call that one, is this what the sport has come to? That they are putting drivers in position to finish the other driver off and to make something happen for themselves.
Yeah, I have to say this, that I appreciated teammates, but I never got one trophy or one check for being a good teammate. Got to be for yourself out there.
And it's another reason, based on what we saw yesterday, another reason to watch today. What will happen? Well, coming up, as you see drivers getting ready with their families, Dale Earnhardt Jr. will tell us about the significance of Talladega and the role this track has played in his family, in the Earnhardt family legacy. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. This is how you Sonic. And by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at progressive.com. And by Smithfield. Get ready to take home the bacon at racinforbacongiveaway.com. Taste victory at Talladega. Enter to win 1 million slices of bacon. Kyle Larson is on to the next round of the playoffs and safe from the unpredictability of Talladega. For some drivers, that unpredictability can lead to anxiety, but the Earnhardt family thrived on it and created some of this track's greatest moments.
Amazing in Alabama. For 50 years, Talladega has been home to some of the most unbelievable sights.
This fast. It's the fastest racetrack we've got. Can't describe it. You gotta get in and take a ride.
The good.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. 4 straight wins at Talladega.
The bad.
The horrible crash.
The ugly.
The pace car has been stolen.
The unprecedented. Talladega has showcased it all.
Carl Edwards' car destroyed.
And never more so than in my father's final victory as a Cup driver. With $1 million on the line at one of the most fickle and finicky tracks in racing, with wicked wrecks,
Terrible crash.
and wild finishes.
Ernie Evans wins and Rusty spins and gets airborne.
The Intimidator bent the outcome to his will and won for the 76th time in his career.
47 lead changes, 21 different drivers.
Dad won at Talladega before, 9 times actually, but the last was the most magical. An 18th to first charge in the final 5 laps.
Listen to this crowd of 170,000 strong.
Dad later lifted a vodka cocktail to Kenny Wallace. The wingman who had helped push the number 3 passed his Richard Childress racing teammate Mike Skinner.
He's motioning the 55 car of Kenny Wallace to give me a bump. Come on, Kenny, give me a shot.
Dad passed me as well, even though I led 28 laps and saved it on the apron. I still was no match for the old man, though. Not at the track where Dad saw the air better than anyone else. But seeing Dad in victory lane on that day, celebrating an unbelievable win, it confirmed that 2001 promised to be his push for an elusive 8th championship.
I don't think we're going to get back up there with him, Kenny. I had to beat Mike Skinner, but I had to beat him for a minute.
It was amazing, as racing in Alabama often is.
And on the pace laps today, you will see the iconic number 3. And I mean, you will see that iconic number 3, the one that won here in 2000. It's the first time this car has been taken out of the RCR Museum in North Carolina. It will be driven by Hall of Fame owner Richard Childress. It's all coming together. Dale Earnhardt Jr., a 6-time winner himself at Talladega, is upstairs. He will call today's race alongside Jeff Burton and Rick Allen. Jeff is with him now. And Dale, do you still feel the mystique, the nostalgia when you drive into this racetrack?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this place was a legendary racetrack way before the Earnhardts ever got here. I remember when they built this track back in 1969, they could hardly get all the drivers to get out there and race on it. None of them wanted to race on it. They were so nervous about what could happen, and it's always been that way. It has this legend of mystery and success, but also failure and tragedy. So it's just a really special place for me personally. Dad's had a lot of success here, and I did as well. I was glad to be able to have success here and add to his legacy. And who knows what we'll see today. Every time you come here, you just can't never sort of guess what you might see.
And what I've learned in working with you is that, you know, a lot of the success at Talladega has a lot to do with attitude, right? I think a lot of drivers come here, especially as drivers get older, come here and are more afraid of what could happen rather than looking at it as this wonderful opportunity to make something happen. And that's because of the number of wrecks that you get in over your career, and it tends to kind of knock the steam out of you a little bit. But this racetrack is so much about attitude, and we've seen spectacular things, we've seen scary things here before, and that's Talladega. When you roll through that tunnel, you just never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an amazing racetrack, and we're going to have a great race today. It's going to be fun, though, seeing that 3-car out front. Richard Childress driving that thing during the pace laps.
Yeah, we can't wait. Just one of the special stories for today's race, and we can't wait to hear the call from those guys today. And they talked about making something happen. 40 drivers in the field, 12 trying to push their way into the championship race. We're getting closer. This race is a hard one to handicap. Taking a look at who the bettors say is the favorite. So I'm going to make you guys go out on a limb here. What do you think? One of these guys, Dale, is that your pick to win?
How do you pick this today? But no, it's not. Those are all great picks and have a chance to win. But I'm going with Alex Bowman here this afternoon to get the job done.
Your guy's not on that list either.
No.
My guy's not there. So I'm going with the unpredictability of Talladega. I go with William Byron to get his first win.
Wow.
And to get a win here that propels him on to the round of 8. So William Byron is my pick today.
All right, so both of you going with a Hendrick driver.
Yes.
They have great starting positions. They start up front. William Byron starts third. Alex Bowman on the front row, sharing that with his teammate, Chase Elliott. Richard Childress will be behind the wheel of the pace car. And what was already the most unpredictable and arguably most insane race on the schedule gets thrown in the blender today with the pressure of the playoffs and the uncertainty of the weather. Win and you move on one step closer to the championship. Wreck, and any points you've accumulated could be wiped out, and we're taking you along for the ride. It is the race that has kept drivers awake all night. Tossing and turning at 2 a.m. is one thing. Tossing and turning down the backstretch is another. But the nerves are justified. Songs have been written, movies made about this place. Who writes the script today? What was already the most unpredictable and arguably most insane race on the schedule today has the pressure of the playoffs and the uncertainty of the weather. It's time to keep things trackside for today's opening ceremonies before they race at Talladega.
Beginning in 2001, our friend John Ray drove his big rig for many years with a giant American flag in tow. For the last few years, however, he turned those driving duties over to our great friend and family member, Roger Haynes. He had been a volunteer at the track. This past spring, however, we lost Roger to cancer. Please join us in a moment of silence as we remember our great friend, Roger Haynes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Alabama Army National Guard as they present our nation's colors. Please rise and remove your hats and join Boy Scout Pack 103 as they perform the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing as Senior Pastor, the First Baptist Church in Dallas, Texas, Dr. Robert Jeffress offers today's invocation.
Let's bow together in prayer. Father, we come before you, the one true God, thanking you for the gift of life and the ability to even enjoy an experience like this. And today we want to especially express our gratitude for living in a great country like this in which we are free to worship you not only privately, but publicly. Now today we ask for your divine protection upon all of the drivers and those who work with them. And we pray all of these things in the name of the one who came and died for our sins and rose again that we might have eternal life, Jesus Christ our Lord. It's in his saving name that we pray. Amen.
Here to honor America, please welcome the 313th United States Army Band from Birmingham, Alabama, accompanied by signer Ben Ost from the Alabama Institute for Deaf and Blind as they perform our national anthem.
Each other, they're racing the weather, they're racing for a ticket into the next round of NASCAR's playoffs, and they'll fire the engines next. starting with Dave Burns.
And Christopher, Kevin Harvick, it's going to be exciting from the get-go. Why? He starts 15th right in the middle of everything. All day long for Harvick, it's going to be about avoiding disaster because he's got a good points cushion, but it is not insurmountable if he has trouble today. We'll keep our eye on the 4, Kelly.
Dave, I've never seen a team happier to be forced to change an engine and start from the rear of the field than Denny Hamlin and this 11 team. Why? Because the engine failure happened yesterday in the final lap of qualifying and not in the first lap of today's race. So Hamlin, a former winner here at Talladega and a heck of a super speedway racer, will be looking to make up ground early, but crew chief Chris Gabehart told me they are grateful for that 48-point cushion they have over the playoff cut line, Marty.
Well, Kelly, Chase Elliott is a perfect example of how super speedway races go. In 2019, he's wrecked twice at both Daytona races and here at Talladega, one in the spring. They could desperately use another win. They're -7 below the cut line right now, so winning back-to-back Talladega races would put them in a very good position and into the next round. And he's one of many drivers that have mentioned the weather to me. He told me moments ago the impending rain is going to make this race even a little more urgent. Talladega, the playoff race that everyone's worried about. Let's get the engines cranked and see what happens.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command, please welcome Assistant Vice President of Operation Christmas Child for Samaritan's Purse, Edward Graham.
Drivers, start your engines.
Go ahead and take a breath because that's what drivers are doing right now. It could be their last call movement of the day. Rick, Jeff, Junior, and Steve take over next.
the iconic Talladega Super Speedway. It's NASCAR's fastest track, and this afternoon 40 drivers will race in tight packs with speeds surging over 200 miles per hour, and any mistake made by the competitors could lead to the big one. It's fast, unpredictable, and unforgiving. That's what Talladega is all about. Hello, everyone. Alongside Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Burton, Rick Allen with you. Now, I have always thought that drivers were fearless, but you guys told me that when you come here, it changes. Why?
Well, it does change because it's a good chance you'll get in a wreck. And normally, it's a wreck that you didn't cause. And this is one of those racetracks where you can be sitting there doing everything right. And the next thing you know, there's a car on top of you. And that gets your attention.
Yeah, when I first started coming to Talladega, I felt like I was really in control of my own destiny. But as my career evolved and the series evolved and the way you race at Talladega evolved, the percentages of coming here and crashing, even for the established restrictor plate drivers, has went up. Brad Keselowski puts it almost around 50%, whether he can go out there and compete and win this race or end up on the record.
Yeah, and it can happen anywhere on the racetrack. Now, as we look at the playoff leaderboard, only one name is in yellow. That's Kyle Larson. He won last week. He's safe. He's on to the next round. Everybody else will be fighting for every point, every position on the racetrack, especially the guys below 8th, because 4 will be eliminated after next week's race. Okay, Jeff, are there specific things and specific drivers that have to work on specific things on the racetrack?
100% because of the situation they're in and what they have coming up. Chase Elliott, for example, he's a manageable 7 points behind. Why is he manageable? He won here in April, and he won at Kansas next week's race last year. Clint Boyer, whole nother story. He's only 4 points behind. He ranks 11th among the 12 playoffs drivers on mile-and-a-half racetracks. So today is crucial for him. He's got to come out of here with a tremendous amount of points.
I'm watching Joe Logano. He's right at the cut line, but he's got top 5s in the last 4 races here. 3-time winner here. Also, Denny Hamlin, he's got a lot of points. He's actually in really good shape in the playoffs. So what's his strategy? He's a past winner here, top 10s in the last 3 Dega playoff races. Can he gamble, take some risks that he naturally wouldn't take if he was Joey Logano and try to win this race?
You guys have both mentioned playoff drivers. Well, when you come to Talladega, it seems like anybody could win. Is there maybe an underdog that could get up there?
All right, Jimmy Johnson fans, don't yell at me because I call him an underdog, but I'm going to go with Jimmy Johnson, 7-time champion. He's driving a Hendrick Motorsports cars. Those cars are really fast this weekend. I give him a great shot.
Eric Almirola is an easy pick for me because he's got 6 top 10 finishes in the last 6 Dega races. That's incredible, and he won here last year. Easy pick.
So not only is the track difficult, but also pit road is difficult. That's why our crew chief, Steve Letarte, is down on the Mobile One Peacock pit box.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. And you said it the best. You would think a track as unpredictable as Talladega should get much simpler when it's time to come to pit road. But at this racetrack, we will see a tremendous amount of green flag pit stops. And trying to slow down from 200 miles an hour to pit road speed can be very difficult. And if you do it in the wrong location, perhaps the middle of the racetrack, you will get run over from behind, causing an accident. You could even get run over or spin yourself out. Look at Brad Keselowski, a veteran, a winner. He's done this so many times you would think it would be simple. It's anything but. Track position matters. You have to have a good pit strategy. You have to execute well. So the pressure's on the driver to get the pit road, but that's not where the pressure ends. On top of the pit box, the crew chiefs, they're going to have to make the right calls. These races aren't won from the back, Dale Earnhardt style anymore. They're won from the front.
Interesting you say that name, Steve. It is almost synonymous with Talladega. When you say the name Earnhardt, you have to really think Talladega, because the success has been amazing at this track. Senior, 10 wins. The guy standing next to me, Dale Jr., 6 wins. And then when you look at laps led, between the two of them, over 2,200 laps have been led by Senior and Junior. Junior holds a record here at the track, 4 straight wins from 2001 to 2003. And Senior's final Cup Series win, October 15, 2000, actually came in that car right there that you see in the center of your screen. Rutledge.
Isn't that amazing, Rick? We are watching history in motion. That car was in the RCR Museum since 2001, and when Richard Childress decided he was going to run it here at the racetrack, he said, that's the engine I want. Just clean the car up. They had to knock a bunch of mud off that thing. But he told the boys at the shop he wanted to go 200 miles an hour with that thing. Amazing to see it out there, because that was that win that you talk about, Rick. That was his 10th win here at Talladega. That was the last car that Dale Earnhardt Sr. won, and to see it out here, to see the reaction that these fans are giving it, it is truly history in motion out here.
Yeah, Rutledge, not only the fans, Junior, you told me at the beginning of the weekend this might be emotional, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, my thoughts go to Richard Childress, what he must be feeling sitting inside that car, driving it around this racetrack. It's not been on the racetrack or anywhere since it won that race. They took it right back to RCR, stuck it in the museum. Richard has about 40 race cars that my dad has drove and won races with in his possession, and this is a very important one. I think it's great for all the fans, Earnhardt fans out here, to see this, and he said he's going to open it up, so we'll see. I asked him, I said, you trust that thing's going to be all right if you revved it up a little bit? So he said he's going to come down the front straightaway with it wide open here, and we'll see.
Well, he's going to have fun. We'll see if we have to black flag him like we did the King back at Darlington. Want to take a look at the starting grid brought to you by Applebee's. And it is all Hendrick Motorsports. Up front, Chase Elliott won the pole. Alex Bowman will be outside of him in row 1. Then you have William Byron and Jimmy Johnson in row 2. Let's see if we can check in with the pole winner on the radio.
For 1 second, they're doing a little bit of talking. But they'll want to interrupt them, getting ready.
Still chatting going on the radio.
All right,
let's see if we can jump in.
Hey, Chase, it's the Booth Boys. You got us? All right, let's try again. Hey, Chase, it's the Booth Boys. You got us?
Yep, got you.
Hey, man, you and your team did a great job sitting on the pole, getting that thing out front. How hard are you going to work early in this race to stay there?
We'll do the best job we can. I mean, a lot of things obviously out of our control, but we'll see what we can do with our friends here at Team Hendrick and Team Chevrolet as well. So obviously we want to be there at the end of this thing too.
A lot of conversation about wrecks here in the past. How do you avoid those wrecks, man?
If I do, I wouldn't crash. Man, I think just being in the right place at the right time, like I said, a lot of that's kind of out of your control, but we'll just try to do the best job we can at controlling the things that are in our hands and kind of let the rest do its thing. So looking forward to it.
Chase, thank you and your team for letting us ride along with you, and all the fans really appreciate it. Good luck, bud.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah, Richard Childress, during that interview with Chase, was heading down the back straightaway at full speed, man. I'm telling you, he did a good job.
I got distracted. I was watching Richard hammer down the back straightaway, and I kind of forgot I was talking to Chase, to be honest. I mean, he was rolling.
I think we all were mesmerized. We were all mesmerized by that.
That's impressive. We'll ride along with a few different drivers today, and we saw Chase has one of those in-car cameras.
Yeah, he's got the Chevrolet cam today, that high reverse, looking back at the driver as he's out there working it. Joe Logano's got the Coca-Cola cam, reverse driver down low. Kevin Harvick has the Hunt Brothers pizza cam. He's going to have the side banner that he has every week. Also that roof cam. Bubba Wallace with the Coca-Cola cam. He's going to have the camera right there on the helmet so we can see exactly what he's looking at. Ryan Preece, Kroger cam. He has a side banner as well and a high reverse that you see there.
All right, Steve, can you break this race down for us?
Well, you talk about the difficulty. I think the difficulty has gone up the way the race is now broken down with stages. So we talk about Talladega, 2.66 miles, the biggest super speedway that NASCAR runs, 500 miles, 188 laps, 55 laps in both stage 1 and stage 2. That bottom line, top 10 earned points. That's why the intensity will pick up in the playoffs. You have to try to run in the top 10, and that leaves 78 laps for that final stage fuel window, somewhere 36 to 38 laps, Rick.
All right, you mentioned fear and the things that go on at this racetrack. What are you feeling right now? I mean, the green flag's about to come out.
I'm glad. I've been sitting here all weekend ready to run this race. I haven't really been able to get in traffic and be around a lot of cars. I've had to go out there and qualify by myself, so I'm ready to race. I'm ready to have some action, get that heart rate up. So I think, these guys are excited. They all have different agendas and whatnot, Jeff, but for the most part, man, just ready to be doing something.
Yeah, I think Hendrick Motorsports, those drivers, they're sitting there thinking about executing their plan, right? They have a plan on what they're going to do on this start. Make sure they execute that. For everybody else in the field, it's understanding as soon as you can what your car can and cannot do so that you can make the moves you need to make.
You mentioned the plan. We've heard about it all weekend. Manufacturers working together. It's not only teams anymore. It's car manufacturers all trying to work together to see if they can get their car up front and potentially get the win. Again, a spot in the round of 8 is on the line at this race, but you never know what's going to happen at Talladega. Up through the gears they go. We're racing at Talladega Superspeedway.
And you see it already how that restart was going with Chase. He's already down low. The 48's already in front of William Byron. They had that plan from the get-go.
That second row just laid back. Alex Bowman and Jimmy Johnson just laid back and kind of drug the field and gave themselves a place to go. Now they're single file.
And we got a lot of Fords there behind them. Will they organize? Will they get together and try to take over and beat these Chevrolets? That's really what it's going to come down to today.
Yeah, right now, this time of the race, see Clint Boyer pushing Keselowski, trying to get a big run on the outside. These drivers are learning. They have not been in a pack like this all weekend long. They don't know if this outside is going to work well or not. Right now, it seems to be working pretty well.
They're teaming up. Ford's on the outside. There's a Chevrolet tucked in there as well with Kyle Larson. But right now, here they come. You see the manufacturers. 18 of them are Chevrolets, 15 Fords, and 7 Toyotas, and the Fords just push to the front, and we see Keselowski out front.
And a great job by Keselowski right there, dragging his brake, keeping Clint Boyer hooked to him to get that lead. That you cannot just sit in that car and run wide open. You got to drag that brake and keep the car hooked up to you.
And Boyer took the bottom groove there, pulled down in front of the Chevrolet of the Chase Elliott. That's going to hurt this 22 car here, but that's the choice that Clint had to make. He knew that if he didn't get down in front of that 9 car, that the 9 and those were going to go right back by them on the inside. Good move to take control of that bottom lane.
It's 3 wide now. You see Logano leading that outside line, almost right coming down into the 3 of Austin Dillon.
And look at the move that Kyle Busch has made. He did not qualify well, started toward the back. He has made up 10 spots already in the middle lane.
Yeah, that middle lane is tough. It's dead air right there. There's no downforce or air on the cars that are in that lane. Obviously, the lead car, Austin Dillon, has a lot of downforce, but those guys like Kurt Busch back there, they're struggling. They don't want to be 3 wide in that middle groove several rows back.
Yeah, it worked out well when Austin and Kyle got that middle lane going. That quickly became the top lane when it moved Joey Logano out. Now Joey's back there trying to get enough cars behind him to build some momentum, but I don't think he's going to be able to.
All right, how amazing is it that Denny Hamlin, we have already seen him move huge amounts of numbers. 32 for Denny Hamlin. Had to start at the back because of an engine change. Already he's running near the top 5.
Yeah, Denny's a great plate racer. And he knows what he's doing out there and how to make things happen, how to move forward. No surprise to me. I think he's one of the top 5 and not in the top 3 best out there right now. He's got a little company on that one car. Is that one car going to go to the middle? Looks like Kurt decides not to. Late in the race, that would have been a move he had to make.
And you wondered late in the race if Denny Hamlin would have given him that hole to even look into. You're going to have to get way, way, way closer to the guys next to you so somebody can't jump the middle and put you on the outside.
And so far, so good. No manufacturer has formed too big of an alliance to be able to outnumber everybody. We got a Ford out front here, a Chevrolet on the outside, Toyota's involved.
Yeah, Clint Boyer, you know, we talked about Clint Boyer at the start of the race, right? Chase Elliott at the start of the race. I don't think they can care who's in front of them or behind them. They got points to earn, man. They just got to go race for themselves and get done what they need to make happen.
The number 3 back out front at Talladega, this time driven by Austin Dillon. Just behind him is the 2 of Brad Keselowski, Marty.
And interesting for Brad Keselowski in that 2 car, Rick. He was worried about starting on the outside, thought he could not get down to the inside. But 2 things to note. Now, that's twice, Jeff, we've seen the top line be able to work better than the bottom line. And the other thing to note is that when the 14 and 2 got together and kind of locked up, the bottom line wasn't organized. Those 2 working together were able to get around and put Keselowski in the lead a moment ago. But that top line seems to be dominant right now, not the bottom.
There you go, Kurt Busch to the middle. Denny was busy pushing his teammate, chasing that 18 car around, and that left a hole for Kurt to go.
And watch how bad this hurts the 11. Joey Logano's going to come pick him up.
Look how fast he's coming, though.
Man, he had to get on the brakes not to run into him.
Absolutely, and that's tough for Joey to have to give up that momentum that he has and choose to push that 11 car. Now he's going to try to take this 11 car, try to go to the front.
This is what we've been talking about, a Ford and Toyota working together. You know why? Because they have to. You can't worry right now what the manufacturer is. You got to go do what you got to do but still not enough cars in that outside lane to get it moving.
What a run the 22 of Logano had. Take a look at this.
Yeah, listen to the throttle. See what he does here. He's flat up on this 11 car.
One backing up, not clear to the middle yet, still lined up there. Nothing in front of that 11 if you can get there. Help him, help him, help him, help him. Nothing in front of him.
RPM's changed.
Then you drag the brake there? Is that what you do? You don't let off the gas?
You can drag the brake, but they don't run a really, very tough brake package here. So I always worried about dragging too much brake and tearing the brakes off the car. I've actually done that here before, where you mash the brake so much you actually rip the brake caliper off the car. So you got to lift a little bit, maybe drag a little bit of brake, but not too much.
All three manufacturers have been up front. Kyle Busch now leading at Talladega. You'll definitely want to strap in, even if you're on the couch right now, as crazy things happen here at Talladega. When we went away, it was Kyle Busch that was up front. Right now, it's older brother Kurt Busch that is in front of the field with Kyle behind him. And it was Bristol where Kurt said if I could have got to him, I would have turned him. Then all of a sudden, Kurt wins, and Kyle said, well, if I could have got to him, I guess I know how I would race him. Well, now they're working together, running that bottom line here at Talladega. Dave.
And when I talked to Kurt's crew chief, Matt McCall, about Team Chevy orders today, he answered yes for sure, but our job is really to find the fastest line and get to the front as quickly as possible. They've done that, and the one car leads, Marty.
Dave, in the last 3 laps, Kyle Busch has gone from the lead to fourth to back to second. That's super speedway racing, right? When I asked Kyle earlier this week just his thoughts on how he manages this race, he said, listen, I've been wrecked in the front, I've been wrecked in the back, but I like being in the front now. And Jeff, you can certainly relate to this, because he said, I need to know the energy of the pack, how the pack moves. If I'm not running up front all day, I don't learn that for the end of the race. How key is that, Jeff?
I think it's key. I think you need to learn. I think you need, if you can, try to lead to learn that. I think you need to run second to learn that. I think you need to put yourself in multiple situations to learn what your car can and cannot do. And by the way, your car will work better with other cars than others. You need to figure that out as well.
Kurt Busch, Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch, they've all been in front of the 1000bulbs.com 500 here at Talladega, as there are 12 laps complete, 43 still to go in stage 1. Kelly.
Right now, Clint Boyer in that number 14 car running in the 5th position. I think if there's one word that everyone uses to describe this race, it's unpredictable. No one really knows what to expect until the race gets underway. Well, now that we've got a handful of laps under the belts, here's what Clint Boyer had to say. So you heard that, tandem racing. I like it. Clint Boyer, a 2-time race winner here at Talladega, trying to keep his playoff hopes alive.
And one of the best tandem races. Clint Boyer was really, really good at that. Back when you would hook bumpers and the cars would just run around here. 2 cars by themselves run around a racetrack, and saw a little bit of that. That's how most cars have gotten the lead so far today.
And Steve, down there on the Mobile One Peacock Pit Box, we're going to talk a little bit about strategy. But first, I know that you were listening in during the commercial break. How do you put up when 2 drivers argue about racing styles on the racetrack?
Thankfully, in my career, I only was in control of 1 because they never seemed to agree. But you mentioned strategy, Rick. 55 laps in the first stage. If they can go 38 laps on fuel, that means the pit window opens in about 6 more laps. And if that happens, actually about 4 more laps, really, you can run this a little like a road course. If you pit with enough cars, come to pit road, have a clean stop, get back on the racetrack, you won't lose a lap. The risk, any sort of issue, you lose the draft, you will get lapped. I asked everybody in the garage here what the plan was, and they all basically shook their head and lied to me. None of the manufacturers are showing their hand yet, so we'll see which will come first.
And you think it'll be as a manufacturer? You think we'll see all of the Chevrolets come, all of the Fords come whenever they decide that lap is?
I think you will. Like I said, if you have an issue, you have to pit with numbers. So I think you're going to all come together. Maybe not all of them, but 80, 90% of them. Easier said than done, though. Trying to get everybody to pit at the same time is like trying to make a dinner reservation for 15 people. No one knows where they want to eat, what time they want to eat. It's the same way trying to organize 15 different race cars.
Watching this 4-car Hunt Brothers pizza camera. Kevin Harvick trying to figure out how to get this 12-car Ryan Blaney a little bit higher up in the ranks here, trying to pass these guys on that inside line. The inside line's kind of organized and staying together, working together, pushing well. Blaney's moved toward, and there he goes. He goes toward that inside line to side draft this 9-car a little bit. Doesn't want to get side drafted by the 88. That brings him back to the 4-car. Harvick's going to push, so that didn't quite work out. He wants to side draft that 9-car, not allow that 88 to side draft him. Drew him back to the 4-car. They just can't seem to really put it together. Now he's going to side draft the 88 again. Try to drag himself forward. Now move away so the 88 can't side draft him.
And how aggressive do you get on lap 16? Because that's where we are right now.
We
Lap
see him
16.
getting a lot more aggressive than that, and they're obviously taking it pretty easy. He doesn't want to get turned into the 88 or anything like that, or make contact. It's a good run formed right here. Marty.
Hey, Junior, we talk about these manufacturer alliances, talk to people in many different camps, but I talked to the Ford drivers this morning. There was a Ford drivers-only meeting this morning. I got mixed reviews on how effective that meeting might have been for the Ford camp, but for the Chevrolet camp, it was very effective. Jim Campbell, who runs the entire Chevrolet Motorsports program, was here, met with every driver and crew chief yesterday at Talladega in a long meeting and said, hey, I know you all have agendas, but here's what's going to happen. Number 1, we're going to help a Chevrolet win. Number 2, you're going to take care of those playoff drivers. No doubt they've changed the game, Jeff, but I'm just wondering, do these manufacturer alliances help or hurt these super speedway races?
The problem I've got with it is if you're driving a Chevrolet and there's so many Chevrolets out there, how can you work with everybody? Racing and sports are self-serving. You're out there to win this race and make the playoff, the next round of playoffs for you and your team. I never drove for a manufacturer. I drove for Richard Childress, and I drove for Jack Roush, and I drove for Billy Savola. And those are my car owners, and I did what they told me to do. I think you have to be self-serving for you and your sponsor and do what you need to do. And by the way, Steve Letarte talked about pit stops getting ready to happen here, and maybe all the Chevys who pit together and all the Fords who pit together, but they're all mixed up. They're not near each other. So how do you do that and make it happen effectively?
Well, right now we ain't got to worry about it because all that inside line is various manufacturers, but the outside line does have a few Fords in it. And I don't think that's by design. I think that's just how things have played out with this particular run here. And this line on the outside is making a little time here and getting ready to get up there and battle for the lead.
They are right next door. Take a look at this. Door to door for the lead. Ford's on the outside. If the big one happens, we'll break out a commercial break and show you. And today's aerial coverage brought to you by Coca-Cola, where you can see that Ryan Blaney has now taken over the lead. NASCAR Drive, that is your live race day companion. You can select up to 8 different cameras, or you can watch 4 at one time with a multi-camera view. Visit NASCAR.com/drive, or you can download the NASCAR mobile app today. So the outside line has been the one that continues to push the then race leader up to the front. It's happened over and over and over. Now it's Ryan Blaney's turn to be up front, but that outside line really not organized right now.
Yeah, that's all Fords up front. If you look further back in the field, all the Hendrick cars are running together. All the Chevrolets are trying to put themselves around each other, trying to get together to be able to create some kind of a run, get up there and get back toward the front of the field, Marty.
Hey, Junior, the window is now open for these teams to pit, but weather certainly a factor today, and it's close. Could it be here before we get to the end of stage 2? Chad Canals had a chat with William Byron on the radio about that before the race.
Weather will be imminent all day, just so you're aware. Remember to work your headlights.
All right, so Steve, I have no idea what work your headlights means, but I'm wondering, though, if the weather implications is maybe having a factor on when they pit, because everybody talked about maybe pitting early, lap 18, lap 20, but you can see how close that weather is. Would that change your mind, Mr. Crew Chief?
Well, it wouldn't change a whole lot because I would be racing to the end of each stage for the points anyway. So I don't think it would change my strategy, but it would change perhaps how aggressive I am in that second stage. We're still only halfway through stage 1. And I'm with you, Marty. I've heard a lot of code words. I'm a little left out on work your headlights. Maybe it means your bumper. That's what I'm going to go with. Work your bumper.
Well, the Hendrick cars were in the third groove just a few laps ago. Now they've all worked themselves together down in this bottom groove as if anticipating a pit stop here in a few laps.
That'll be the one thing that if you get hung out in that second groove and everyone has decided that it's time to pit, you can't get down. Dave.
And Rick, I don't know if our drivers are more of a talk to me a lot or talk to me very little on the radio, but modern day Talladega requires a lot of information, even if you're the leader. Common sense might say, well, you're out front, so you don't need to worry about anything. But Blaney told his spotter, I need to know what they're doing behind me. More information, please. Got to be chatty for the leader so he knows what's going on.
Yeah, you want to be able to trust your spotter to paint the picture of what's happening behind you, so you don't have to look back there that much. Plus, with these giant-ass spoilers, they can't really see much anyway, so it's kind of tough to be able to get that kind of view that he needs to see as far as the outside line coming up or the third groove coming up, and they can come up very fast. The runs that the cars get with these spoilers is tremendous. So see that outside line already forming? They would be up there within a half a lap if they get a certain amount of speed built up, and he needs to know that information.
Yeah, Blaney can manage Harvick. He can manage him, pay attention to him himself, but he has no idea what Kyle Busch is doing. Now, what Blaney does need to know from his spotter, Josh Williams, is what's going on 2 car lengths behind Kevin Harvick. What's that car doing? Is he getting momentum and starting to push Harvick? Because that would give Harvick an opportunity to make a move at him. You can't have too much information as long as it's good information.
And I'm watching on the scoring across the top. 32nd right now, 202.08 miles per hour. 36th, 200 miles an hour. You're seeing ridiculous speeds here, and these guys are running inches apart.
They're going to get more speed from those guys in the back as they get the bigger runs, continue to get run after run. Looks like these guys were trying to get themselves to that bottom groove to be able to anticipate a pit stop, but there's still a lot of side-by-side back here around 10th place.
Denny Hamlin tucked in there. He's running in the 5th position right now. Listen into his communications.
All forwards in front of you. When they come, they'll all come together.
So I like that, Rick. Basically, the crew chief of the 11th, the spotter of the 11th, telling their driver, listen, when you see those Fords come, they're going to have to stick a hand out the window down the backstretch so they don't get run over coming off turn 4. Come with them. We don't have to know what lap they're pitting. We're inside our window. I'm going to leave it up to you. Just give us a heads up so our pit crew is ready. Denny Hamlin's sitting in a great spot to drag the Toyotas down with the Fords.
Toyotas are outnumbered. Right. I mean, they just don't have the sheer number of cars that Fords and Chevrolets have. So they're going to have to just shove themselves in the middle of the manufacturer plan. They don't have a choice.
They have, maybe they've kept close to the vest their plans. Most of the manufacturers have, except for Chevrolet. We know that they had a meeting. Maybe the Fords and the Toyotas are working together. Maybe this is those manufacturers joining together to outnumber Chevrolet.
So now that's another question that we're about to find out what the answer to is. Will they pit together? It's NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series playoffs. This telecast presented by Applebee's. Out in front still, Ryan Blaney. The second lane started to get a little momentum. Denny Hamlin decided to jump out of the lower lane, get up into that second lane, and then the Chevrolets kind of fell off. And so now 3 wide. Still wondering if the organization is going to be for the pit stop, and we see a lot of Fords right now that are on the bottom of the racetrack.
And 4 Fords, but then two Toyotas behind them.
Well, I'll add in, Jeff, that down here on pit road, I'm seeing a lot of Ford pit crews putting their helmet on, getting warmed up. While you can be quiet on the radio, you have to prep your pit crews. It looks to me like pit stops are just around the corner.
So pit stops here at Talladega are not an easy thing. And the reason why, it's actually the easiest pit road to get onto. But look at all these cars. They're all in one group. So when you start peeling off, the one guy makes a mistake. We've seen multiple times wrecks have happened here getting on pit road. So it's just extremely difficult. Getting your speed right, not running into the back of somebody else. You're going 205 miles per hour. And you got to slow down to 55. And you got to do that and hit pit road speed right at the exact time.
All right, Harvick's waving out the window. He's waving out the window down in turn 3 and 4 to let those guys around him know they're coming to pit road, I believe, this time.
All right, we'll see who's able to get onto pit road cleanly.
Oh,
and not everyone's coming.
Blaney got in there.
Oh, here goes Blaney around. Spins as he comes onto pit road into the grass. Will it bring out a caution?
If he gets this thing fired up, I don't think it'll bring out a caution. He's rolling, but that'll be big. He is going to lose the draft right here.
Dave.
Meanwhile, everybody else, including the 4 of Kevin Harvick, fuel only. Interesting, Blaney had commented that his car was driving fine, no complaints, but getting on pit road, big trouble, Kelly.
Clint Boyer in that 14, it was also fuel only and a small chassis adjustment. Clint was just a little bit too loose off.
Went ahead and changed tires on the 12 as long as he was in here for an extended period. So 4 fresh Goodyear tires, put the roof flap back down, and full of Sunoco fuel.
And now another wave of cars beginning to come to pit road. Now quite a few more making this turn onto pit road, led by the 20 of Eric Jones. Dave.
And Eric Jones will hit pit road in his Toyota Camry. Other Camrys with him, a bunch of Chevrolets as well. It'll again be fuel only for these cars under green, Kelly.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin made quick work getting to the front. He said his car is pretty good, just a little bit snug. You see fuel only on the 11, Marty.
You can feel the sense of urgency from Kyle Busch saying, hey, I'm better when I'm leading. They're going to go with 4 Goodyear tires. He was encouraging the pack. We got to go, we got to go. Kyle Busch with those fresh Goodyear rubber. We'll see if that helps him and the host of cars you see leaving pit road now.
Interesting there was fuel only stops, 4 tire stops.
And here come Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick. Remember, they were the first ones on pit road. They came on with less cars. It's easier to come on pit road with less cars. I know aerodynamically you want to be with more cars leaving pit road, but look at the speed they have coming.
Dave.
And a much less chaotic group on pit road right now. Eric Almirola is on pit road in his Ford. The 41, another Ford of Daniel Suarez on and off of pit road with fuel only.
And Dave, one correction, that was left side tires only for Kyle Busch a moment ago. For Brad Keselowski leaving pit road, that was 4 seconds of fuel. So a lot of fuel onlys here. Kyle Busch a moment ago, just to correct that, left side's only.
And Ryan Blaney caught for speeding on entering. When he came in and spun, he was obviously going too fast. And so as everyone is starting to cycle through these green flag pit stops, right now it's Brad Keselowski who's up front. He has not been to pit road yet. There are about 9 cars that have yet to come to pit road.
And the 20, they're going to go by Eric Jones real fast. Teammate, luckily. Oh, we got a caution here. The 52 car stopped on the racetrack.
That is Spencer Boyd, who won the truck race yesterday, and now Spencer Boyd stopped on the apron.
Huge break for Ryan Blaney. Ryan Blaney, I believe, will stay in the lead lap right here. We got to let it cycle around, but remember, Ryan Blaney was going to have to pit under green to serve the penalty, and he spun out coming on pit road. This could be a huge break for Ryan Blaney.
Just how difficult it is at Talladega, even coming to pit road, it's hard. Ryan Blaney spins. Caution has come out for Spencer Boyd. That means we'll have a restart when we return. first caution, Monster Energy Cup Series playoffs from Talladega Super Speedway. And so far, it has not disappointed. Marty.
Hey, Rick, a number of cars came down pit road, including the Hendrick Motorsports cars. Chase Elliott, William Byron, Jimmy Johnson, all taking this opportunity to come down pit road, taking on 4 fresh Goodyear tires, fuel as well. 17 to go here in the stage. I don't know what you think about that call, Steve, but they were not up in the front. They get fresh Goodyear rubber. Seems like they could do fuel only then at the end of the stage. So that might be a good call, Rick, by these guys to come to pit road here.
So again, strategy coming into play. Still only 17 laps to go before the end of the first stage.
And Paul Menard, you say out there in the 21 car, next opportunity, he has to come to pit road. There will actually be a driver change. You're looking at Matt Crafton, a NASCAR truck driver, taking his helmet off for now, but when the stage break comes, he will be taking over driving duties for Paul Menard, who is experiencing some neck issues. They're lingering neck issues. He didn't want to be involved in a wreck here at Talladega and decided not to fulfill the end of this race.
Back up to speed they go. Keselowski up front, Almirola on the inside. Now Newman in the 6 coming up. He's going to try to get that momentum on the high line, see if he gets any help from the 22 of Logano.
Interesting to see what Brad does. We've seen Brad in the past be an extremely aggressive blocker. Going from the top to the bottom, trying to keep this lead. Too much momentum, though, from Newman right there.
But that's funny you say that because Brad was the first one to say, I don't like these guys blocking me. As a matter of fact, I'll wreck them if they do.
Well, it's different when it's you. You don't want to be blocked, but it's okay to block. Yeah, he was upset at when someone's catching you really, really quickly and you put that block on, that causes the wreck. That's what he was upset about.
I'm not really used to seeing Ryan Newman up here racing up front. He's usually kind of one of the more patient drivers at the early part of the race. But look at that third groove coming in. Them Chevrolets all up there trying to work together. I mean, I don't like it, but we got to talk about it. The manufacturers are obviously trying to work together. Let's see if this is going to pan out.
And remember, as the laps continue to wind down, only 14 to go in this stage. Stage points are given at the end of each stage. That means 1st through 10th will all get points, and those that are in the playoffs that need points, they want to be up in that top 10, Marty.
Hey, Rick, we mentioned Chase Elliott pitted twice there. I kind of went down to the team and said, hey, why did you guys come back in? And they said on the first stop, they weren't sure if they got much or any fuel in that 9 car. So moving forward, Steve, how concerning would that be for you? When they came down the second time, they did get fuel in, but when they tried to do fuel only, nothing went in.
Yeah, Marty, I would be dissecting that video of the stop where they feel they had the issue, find out the answer. Because just because fuel went in the second time, if you don't know what the issue was the first time, how are you sure it won't repeat itself later? We are going to see green flag pit stops, and an issue like that will instantly remove a car like Chase Elliott from the race.
Let's listen in to Chase Elliott's communications again.
So how many friends do we have here with me? Looks like I guess every one of them, huh? Yeah, full support. So all good here. Should be P15 here in good shape. You got plenty of support. You got time to do it. So just focus on how you make moves.
Yeah, so far it's not really panned out. That outside groove that they had going fell back a little bit. Now he's back here behind the 18 car.
But is that I mean, he just made a comment. Right now, he is 23 points below the cutoff line. Is that a Chase Elliott, hey, by the way, I drive a Chevrolet. Are all my guys going to be behind me, pushing me to the front at the end of this stage because I need points?
He just wants to know if he's got enough manufacturer support around him to try to make a move, pull out, and take a risk. How big a risk are you willing to take? You got a lot of help. You're willing to take big risks. Look at those guys on the outside. Big push.
There you go. Boyer said he liked that tandem draft and pushing that 2 car. They've gone about 5 car lengths up on these cars using that tactic.
And Jeff, that's twice they have done that. This tandem of Brad Keselowski and Clint Boyer, I wonder if they've locked onto something here, so to speak, and everybody else is noticing. Look at the ground they're gaining.
They're in front of the 6 now of Ryan Newman. Can they close the deal and get down in front of him? They're going to.
So guys, it's good to remind everybody that yesterday in the Xfinity race, that's not legal because of the shape of the car. The trucks yesterday, Xfinity when they go to Daytona, both of those series are not allowed to hook up. Totally legal here in the Cup Series. I didn't think it could happen. Clint Boyer, Brad Keselowski proving me wrong here early in this race.
Well, Clint pushed him so far out. Now look at the run coming from behind. Now they're going to have to aggressively block these runs.
The 6 car goes with the 14. Kurt Busch to the outside. He has momentum. He's going to get up there beside the 2 cars, side draft that quarter panel just a little bit there.
A run by Kurt Busch. Can he take the lead away?
He's clear.
Being pushed by David Reagan. David Reagan, a good road racer. I'm sorry, a plate racer here.
And he has won here before.
Here comes that bottom groove, though. Clint Boyer very aggressive pushing today.
One other thing, while all of these passes are being made, we need to remind everyone, you cannot go below the double yellow line to improve your position. So people learned quickly, even yesterday in the truck race, if you go below the double yellow line to improve your position or to block or push someone below, you will be sent to the back. And it actually happened at the end of the truck race yesterday.
That 3rd groove forming out there on the outside.
It didn't work a little while ago. Chase Elliott trying to get that outside line working. It didn't work. Let's see if this crowd can make it work.
Not going to miss a thing as we go NASCAR nonstop. And this has been, as you have seen in NASCAR nonstop, this has been the norm now. 3 wide for the lead. Here comes Daniel Hemrick on the outside.
This is insane. I can't believe these guys are racing this hard. 3 wide in the first stage of the race. Daniel all the way to the bottom. Everybody that gets the lead on the outside tends to think, I need to go to the bottom. Why not just stay up there in the top groove? It keeps taking over this bottom lane. Here comes the 24. He's probably going to get pushed out into the lead eventually.
The 42 as well, right in the middle.
Oh,
got a big shot from the 18. The 20
He's
has
got a flat tire or something. He's got a flat right rear tire possibly.
Suspension failure.
Started sparking right there, getting into one.
Maybe it's some kind of a suspension failure.
Right side tires and fuel.
Byron now out front as Eric Jones
that right rear tire's
trying
about to
keep
come apart
control,
on that
trying
20
to stay
car.
on the racetrack. Coming up on 4 laps to go. William Byron, the youngest playoff contender, now in front of Talladega.
Now he stayed in that top lane. He has the lead. Look and see what he watch and see what he does. He stays in that top lane. Oh, almost contact.
Kyle Busch tried to make the pass on the 42. He had to go to the double yellow line. Almost looked as though he was going to go below it. They both had to check up, lost momentum.
I think Kyle Busch checked up big time right there to keep from causing a wreck.
Whoa, the 42 almost gets turned around on the nose of the 17 back here. He tried to get in line there, and that's allowed the 11 and Denny Hamlin to go the inside.
Here comes Hemrick in the 8, now on the bottom of the racetrack again.
That's where I'd be up top. Once you take the lead up high, just stay up there and keep that momentum going. Everybody will follow you.
Here you go, Kyle Larson, Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch gets a run. Goes to drive underneath him, and just not enough room for both of them. Kyle Busch had to lift.
Here's the 42 getting turned a little bit by some aggressive bump drafting on the 17 car. Very close.
Under 3 laps to go. William Byron still out front.
Williams in great shape now. He's got 2 teammates behind him. Marty.
And that's the key Chad Canal spoke to a moment ago. He told Tab Boyd, the spotter for William Byron, who's out front in that 24 car right now, he said, wherever you take him, if the bottom line somehow develops some momentum, make sure you take those 2 teammates with him. And that's into Hendrick blockade at the front, keeping William Byron up front with 3 to go in stage 1.
All right, coming
2 to go now.
2 to go, so Williams got the help. So he doesn't have to really watch his mirror.
If that 42 drops down, he's down to pick him up.
That's right. The only thing he needs to worry about is that inside line. Now I think I can go down there. He needs to get down there if he wants to help his teammates be able to get in that inside line as well. I'd have to come on down. The 17's now on the inside of the 48.
Now he's not going to be able to get all 3 of them now.
Right, that was what they were trying to avoid, but now the 22 is pushing that 48. The 22 is going to go to the inside. He's going to take the 17 with him, I hope. See if that's what he's trying to accomplish.
He wanted to be the guy leading that inside line.
Yeah.
He saw the charge coming from behind. Now,
he's just a little too far out.
And with the 17 trying to get underneath him. No, going to push him.
All right, that's what he was hoping to happen there. They're organizing, and here they come the inside. William is not going to move down to try to defend it. He's going to trust that this outside line is going to work out for him.
Final lap of stage 1. They're side by side as they go across the stripe and into 1. William Byron has the help of teammates behind him. Joey Logano, a 3-time winner at this racetrack, has Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Brad Keselowski right behind him.
William needs to get down there and side draft that 22 and then move away from him. He has some help going. No help for the 22, though. The 17's moved away from him.
Yeah, the 22 trying to side draft. He did a good job of stalling those guys out just for a moment.
24 had the momentum. Is he going to be able to stay in front?
Now block. A lot of information from your spotter you need right here. Which lane do you need to block?
Down there.
Remember, the start-finish line is further down this racetrack than it is every other.
The momentum's coming on the bottom.
Past the tri-oval, William Byron goes to the double yellow line. Coming out of the tri-oval, William Byron's going to win stage 1. They were 4 wide behind him for position. Byron, Logano, Bowman, Stenhouse Jr., Keselowski, Larson, all getting stage points, as well as Johnson, Suarez, Kurt Busch, and Ryan Blaney. And we go down to the Mobile One Peacock pit box, seeing some sprinkles, Steve.
Yeah, I think we should remind everybody as we start to see a few sprinkles out of the sky that this race will not be official till the end of stage 2. This is just the end of stage 1, so there's more racing guaranteed here today. And guys, after seeing that battle right there for the end of stage 1, I think this is only going to pick up the intensity. I think that one line of showers is going to move through. Then we should be to the right of that cell. That tells me that as this race gets later in the afternoon, Jeff, I think all of these guys with a little bit of an unknown factor are going to have to race harder each and every lap.
Yeah, no question, Steve. Once this moves through and it does go back green, you're going to have to assume there's more rain coming. And I think as soon as the green flag were to drop, you got to go with full intention of leading as much as you can, get as many points as you can.
And they are making this change right now. Paul Menard is going to get out of the 21. Matt Crafton is climbing into it right now. And Rutledge Wood.
Rick, this weekend the Aero Warriors reunion took place just down the road at Tim Wellborn's museum. And here outside the truck garage, there was over 100 that gathered today. You can see Roadrunners, Talladegas, Mercury Cyclones. There's everything, but you can't help but notice the 43 Richard Petty, the 70 Superbird. How about the 69 Dodge Daytona, the K&K car that Bobby Isaac drove here? This was a champ car in 70. How about that? There's so many different cars here. This particular one is Tim Wellborn's car. It was out on the track earlier. Just so much history everywhere you look, and you have to know these Winged Warriors, when you get 225 of them together like they did yesterday, it is history, and we're seeing again history come through in Talladega, and the way these fans have responded today has been amazing.
Take a look at that. That is awesome.
Check these names out. Harry Hyde, Robert G., Arlen Cox, Larry Reagan, Buddy Parrott. Buddy Parrott was my crew chief.
Robert G's my granddad.
Yeah, man, look at Ray Fox Jr. I mean, look at those names. That's some of the legendary names in this sport.
So pit stops have not taken place yet at the end of stage 1, but they are going to bring the cars onto pit road, leave the drivers in them because of this precipitation that we're starting to feel here at the track. So they'll bring them onto pit road. The drivers will stay in their cars. This is not for them to pit, so they are just coming to pit road. It looks as though they're going to stop on pit road because of the rain and the precipitation. All right, guys, well, the first stage, pretty eventful, especially the ending there when they were 3 and 4 wide fighting for the lead.
I couldn't believe the racing that we saw, and there's some of the points that some of these guys have been able to get out of that first stage. William Byron, obviously, a great job by those guys. He did a really smart thing later in that race. I know that they wanted him to move down and bring his teammates with him, but it took some guts, I think, to trust that outside line. Even though you see that inside line moving forward and they're coming to challenge you, he stuck with his teammates up high and believed in their ability to do it, and it allowed him to win that stage.
The one name that I saw that was missing there that was up front when we were talking about needing stage points was Chase Elliott. And he didn't get any because he got shuffled back out of the top 10.
Clint Boyer as well there for a few minutes. We saw him running second and third, but did not get a point in that stage.
All right, we did see a little 3 wide, 3 and 4 wide actually. John Deere 3 wide for the lead. We mentioned when Chase Elliott was on the outside going to take the lead, it was 3 wide here at Talladega. He made that work, but in the end wasn't able to get any stage points at the end of stage 1. stage one finish was pretty eventful there, and I don't know if we can pick out somebody who was good or who was bad in the first stage, because everyone was working together. It didn't seem like it was a manufacturer against manufacturer in stage one.
You know, so many races we come here and in Daytona also, and we say that car is the fastest. Like, for sure, that's the one. I don't know who it is today. It really depends on who's pushing you. I think that pusher makes more difference today than you having a fast car from what I've seen so far.
Yeah, well, William Byron right there at the cut line when this race started, he was around some of the guys that have won here before, Clint Boyer, Logano, Chase, and he's not an established plate racer yet, but maybe he's starting to build that resume just as we are sitting here watching this race. I thought that usually the rookies, the guys that don't have that respect from the other drivers on the track, get shuffled out of these sort of packs pretty quick, get put to the rear rather quickly. But William wins the stage.
Yeah.
That to me is a statement by that guy and that team that they are here to try to win this championship, a legitimate contender for the title. And he may upset some of the drivers that typically we see win these races here at Talladega.
So it's his first playoffs. He's made it now into the second round of those playoffs, and he's the youngest playoff contender. Let's go down to Marty.
I know you guys mentioned that it really hasn't been a manufacturer battle to this point, but it's funny when the drivers get out, they immediately go find drivers from their manufacturer. So like William Byron went and found all the Chevy drivers to have a chat. Congratulations, number one, on the stage win. We don't get to usually chat with you in person after a stage win, but how much trust did you have to have that that top line was eventually going to work when that bottom line was building all that momentum?
Yeah, you know, we obviously we had a good initial start with all of our Hendrick guys, and the bottom just wasn't really going for us. We were just, I think, you know, a combination of things, and once we got to the top, and I kind of had to go there, I restarted 28th there, and once I restarted 28th, I had no other option than to just go to the top, and luckily had some bow ties to work with, and we just did a good job pushing and kind of working that second lane. Second lane seemed to be the strongest until the third lane kind of came on, and then we had more numbers there. So just got to continue to learn as this race goes on, but it's great to get a stage win. Takes a little pressure off. You know, it looked like for a while we weren't going to get any stage points, so takes a little pressure off for sure.
I want to know about your teammate Alex Bowman pushing you. You got out of the car immediately wanting to go find him. I'm sure to kind of thank him for that big push there, but you also kind of little discovered the tandem draft there that the 2 and the 14 have been able to make work. Are you surprised that seems to build momentum so quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I guess 8 tires is better than 4 going forward too. So I don't know. It just it worked really well. You know, obviously I grew up watching races here and seeing guys tandem. I don't know if it's exactly a tandem necessarily with the bumper covers, but it is pushing, and the more aggressive you get, which is going to create a lot of havoc at the end of this race. I think it's going to be an insane finish to the race.
Well, and in one way, he gave you a real shot, didn't he? I mean, you had your hands full.
Yeah, through here, yeah, I needed the push, but I knew it was coming. I was so tensed on the wheel knowing it was coming through the trioval, and he kind of got me a bit sideways, but luckily our car kind of steered itself back, and we're okay there. So proud of our guys so far. Got a long way to go, and anything can happen for sure.
He mentions the pressure off a little bit. 10 points there for William Byron for winning stage 1, Kelly.
Yeah, and his teammate helped push him to that win, Alex Bowman, so he gets 8 points for finishing third in that stage. How is that at a place like Talladega, knowing you've already got 8 more points in the bank?
Yeah, definitely. We're a third of the way there. So, you know, this is a wild card. Anything can happen, but glad all our Chevy teammates are working well together. Our nationwide Chevy's pretty good so far. We started the race a little too free. Probably a little too dependent on the bottom working. I think we're going to have to move around more than we did here in the spring, especially on a cool day like today, just with how high the grip level is in the racetrack. So we got some work to do still. Hopefully we get it back going today for all these great fans that showed up, but been a good one so far. Proud of Slick Bill Byron for getting that stage win there. Hopefully we're reversed by the end of the day.
Yeah, and William actually got out of his car straight away, as Marty mentioned, and came over and kind of thanked you for that. Give me an idea of where that line is and how you're working with him to push him between using the throttle and the brake.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is our bumpers don't line up. Like, you look at some of the other manufacturers, and they can push really hard without hooking somebody, and our nose is like a spear. So just trying to be calculated with when you do push and push in the right spots and the right place in the bumper is really important. So when you're 1-2 like that, you're pretty much just wide open, but knowing how to build the runs and to get those pushes is pretty crucial.
So it seemed like everyone was working fairly well together to start this race. At what point, especially as we have weather here, if we get another opening and you go green again, I mean, at what point are you going to have to really just look out for the 88 and the 88 only?
I think all day we're here to help the 3 Chevys that still need to get locked into the playoffs get into the playoffs, and selfishly that's one of those 3. So I think that the 3 of us all have really fast race cars, and we all want to advance obviously into the next stage, so we're going to do everything we can to work together to collectively make that happen.
All right, well, as soon as this rain came down, Dave, I heard Alex say over the radio that he thought it was just nice to treat the fans to potentially another night on Talladega Boulevard here in the infield.
I don't know about all that. That could be very interesting. I don't know if we want to spend the night here again. But spending the day was Ryan Blaney out front there, and then we had talked all pre-race about how difficult this pit road entry was. So what happened?
I wheel hopped a little bit, and well, I was too fast, and I wheel hopped, and kind of once I started wheel hopping, I was like, I don't know, I was just, man, too fast. Getting in there, and it's kind of hard to judge later. Just a big mistake on my part, so I feel dumb about that, but at least we didn't tear the car up or nothing like that, and we were able to drive back through there a little bit before this rain delay. So completely my fault, just not a smart move, just kind of dumb on my part. But at least we got back up there, and the car's not tore up. The Dent Wizard folks didn't have to work on it at all, luckily, and hopefully this rain stops, we can get back going.
You recovered for that one stage point and got to drive through the field here. So what do you know about your race car now compared to the field?
I think our car's fast. We just kind of got into a spot right there of being stuck in the middle, which I thought the middle was decent, but we were like the 4th car in the middle, and you can't go anywhere. You kind of just get stalled out. So I think our car has great speed in it. We saw that leading. The outside lane couldn't make any moves when we were leading, and we had some Ford behind us. But, just a matter of trying to claw your way back up and trying to either create a lane or jump in the right lane and then trying to figure it out as you go. So it's a big game right now, but I thought the racing there was pretty good. We just got to recover from my mistake.
I appreciate the cover, by the way.
Anything for you.
All right, anytime. Or anything for me. How about that, Rick?
Yeah, he was holding the umbrella for you. I thought that was very impressive. All right, interesting what Blaney was talking about there. You had mentioned it before the race even started, and we've talked about how difficult the getting onto pit road could be. And it was interesting, he said because he was the leader, it was tough for him, going from 200 miles an hour trying to get down to 55 and judge that speed.
And I also heard him really saying he didn't know what happened, right?
Yeah.
He's like, and that's what it is. I mean, Talladega is really tough, and just carrying so much speed, got it wheel hopping, and around it went. Got lucky, caught a caution, and then came back and got a stage point. So it could have been a disaster, and that caution coming out at that right time and him getting up on the wheel and making it happen, turning it into 1 point.
Bowman mentioned that the Chevrolets don't line up. He actually said the front of them they're like spheres.
Yeah.
So how are they able to push each other?
Yeah, just as he was saying that, I was writing in my notes that that's going to be something that develops as this race goes on. You can see the nose of that Ford car is actually very flat, where the nose of the 9 car, the Chevrolet, is pointed. Now that pointed surface up against the back of these cars is going to steer that lead car, and if you push through the corner, you will spin that car out. I mean, it more than likely is going to create a problem. Now, the Ford is flat. You put that up against a flat back bumper of the car in front of it, it's much more comfortable and predictable, and we've seen it be successful already today. The Toyotas are pointed as well. They too will not match up with the back bumpers of all these cars, so they are at a disadvantage, not able to tandem. Now that we know that the Fords can do it, will we see that more? Will they get out during this rain delay and talk about, hey, here's how we can all win this race? We need to tandem late on those last few laps coming to the checker.
Yeah, and even in Williams' interview, when he said, I got to push, he almost acted like he didn't want the push. He had to get the push, but he didn't want that push, and that was just because of everything you just talked about right there. And it will play a factor as this race moves on, because you're going to have to push. It's the only way you're going to win this race or help the guy in front of you win is to push and push hard.
And Bowman let us know that now we can call William Byron Slick Bill Byron is the way he referenced him. So we'll call him that from now on. Stage 1 completes, and under a slight rain delay, we're watching NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series playoffs. The telecast presented by Applebee's. You can catch all the action of NASCAR on NBC with the NBC Sports app. Closer with alternate camera angles. There's driver stats and track information available anytime, anywhere. Go to NBCSports.com/live. Marty.
Joe Logano checking out our scoring monitor, and it shows that he finished second in that stage. I thought the bottom was going to have the momentum there. Were you thinking that you could get by the 24 on that last lap?
Oh, that's the hope, right? I saw a bunch of Fords down there, and it is, you know, the Hendrick cars really made that top work good, and we kind of got shuffled back with about 6 or 7 to go. We went all the way to the back of the pack, and then I went 3 wide to the top and saw the Hendrick car, and I was like, well, I'll just follow them and see what happens, and got towards the front, and then it all single file against the wall. And then I saw the Roush car and the Penske car down there, and I was like, this is going to be a good shot for us. So I was trying to get ahead of them and try to gain a couple more spots and hopefully get the stage win. But scored some points. That's the goal, right? That's 9 in the bank. That's good. We got to get some more, though, so there's a start.
It seemed like the Ford guys were really lined up, and they were in a good position. And then all of a sudden, the 2 and the 14 kind of went off on their own. Were you surprised that, A, they did that, but B, the tandem draft worked so well, Joey?
A little bit of both. But, you know, it was interesting there at the end because there's a lot of alliances out there. But then at the end, everyone was 3 wide, and no one was really working that well together besides the Hendrick cars that were lined up. That was really the only one. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And then at the end, you saw all the Fords at the bottom. It's weird. It got really shuffled up, and no one had their running partners at the time, and then everyone kind of found each other at the end. So it's just an interesting last few laps, which you would expect coming to the end of the stage.
Is that just a preview for the end of the race, Joey, that it's every man for himself when it comes down to the end of it, even at the end of stages?
That's why you have to watch. I don't know. It's so hard to say. I mean, you get to the point, you start getting desperate at the end, and you know, everyone makes very interesting decisions when they're desperate. You know, so you kind of expect certain things to happen, but when everyone's kind of desperate and they got to make a move now, they kind of panic and make a move, and sometimes it's not the right one. But it's interesting to see how that plays out towards the end. Hopefully, I make the right decisions in those moments.
All right, Joey made some good moves there at the end of stage 1. As he mentioned, they were kind of at the back of the pack. Kelly worked their way all the way back up to second and almost won it.
Well, Marty, you guys mentioned a key word there, tandem, and we heard the radio from Clint Boyer as he said, hey, it's tandem racing. I like this. It was you and Brad Keselowski, but you said you've broken up. What happened?
Oh, I bet you. I just hit me, too. I forgot Junior hates tandem racing, so I bet he was crying foul up there. Bad. That's a dig on you, bud. But, yeah, it was fun. You know, it was fun. It kind of caught me off guard right off the bat. You know, gave him a good push, and we kind of stuck together. And I said, well, keep going. And you know, I think we learned something there. We just got down too soon, and then Brad broke up with me. The relationship was over, and we went to the back. Somehow he ended up 5th, and I ended up 13th, so I got the short end of that relationship. But hopefully we can mend things up under this rain delay here and get hooked back up, you know, with one of those Fords. All the Fords are fast. There's a lot of Fords out there. You can feel it already in that first stage. But, I mean, it's like I told Mike, that's 1 of 3 opportunities to gain points. You know, you can't lose sight of that. Yes, they got stage points on us there, but that's not freaking me out yet. We got another opportunity here in the second stage, and certainly another good opportunity at the end. As fast as our car is, I think we got an opportunity to win, too. A lot to ask out of everything. You know, obviously, who knows what the weather's going to do, but it's been a lot of fun so far.
So as so many people come in here nervous about what could happen here at Talladega, a 2-time winner and yourself, and you mentioned the fast Fords. I mean, how big of an opportunity do you feel like this is?
Well, it's just, I got to go mend this relationship back up with Brad. I got to figure out why he broke up with me there, and hopefully we can mend that up. You know, it is kind of fun to push those guys like that. I mean, you can't believe the difference when you hear it. I mean, you hear your engine. It's like, you know, and the competition gets smaller and smaller and smaller in the mirror. But, you know, that being said, it gives you guys get out there. It gives them an opportunity to capitalize on having cars in front of them to kind of gain back on you. But I think there's something to be learned there for everybody. Everybody saw us do that, and some cars will be able to do that. Some cars won't. Some cars are squirrely out there. I've seen a lot of guys, as cars get to the rear bumper, it really, you know, gets them squirreled around. So, you know, our Rush Truck Center's Mobile Delvac Ford Mustang, how about that plug, is good, man. It is fun to go out there and do that. I don't know. It feels, it's nerve-wracking, you know, when you're 3 wide and you're trying to. The nerve-wracking comes from trying to get those stage points. Try to figure out if the caution's going to come out, where's it going to come from, and then what's that going to set me up for? What line to be in there at the end? It's a crapshoot, you know. We were in the right line on the bottom, what I thought, but we were in it too soon. You know, when we got down there with 10, 12 laps to go, it just cycled back around too quick, and we ended up out and instead of in. But lesson learned there. Another couple opportunities whenever this breaks, and I'll be ready for it.
All right, we'll let Clint Boyer go mend fences with Brad Keselowski, see if they can get things working back together. Dave?
Yeah, Kelly, I have informed Bubba Wallace on all the relationship activity here. Clint had a long answer. By the way, Blaney just walked by. He wouldn't let me hold the umbrella. Why am I holding the umbrella now?
I went to give it away, and you act like you were melting. So I mean,
it's the hair.
Oh, you do have a little bit. Okay, yeah.
Hey, how was it out there so far?
Boring. It's not boring. It's not boring.
200 miles an hour.
We're just cruising, so we're half throttle the whole time, so it kind of seems boring in the car. But I was constantly watching out front just to see what the front pack was doing. They started getting a little racy, so didn't know if, you know, I've wanted to be a part of that group and just try to be up there, be aggressive. And 3 races this year, we've always wrecked out in the speedway stuff. So I made it to the first stage this year in Talladega, so that's good. That's a positive from the last race here. But our Victory Junction Chevrolet is fine. We have a slight tire rub, and I think we found out what it's from. Shouldn't be any issues, but all in all, I hate that we have this weather. It's kind of that lingering weather, lingering rain. Hopefully it'll get out here soon. We know it gets dark here, but yeah, we're just kind of hanging out.
Okay, you can go hang out at the coach. By the way, Steve, we have been hurling bottle caps your way. I say we. It was actually Bubba. Did you catch one up there?
Almost got you in the head.
Man, he needs to go back to practicing his football because I didn't feel anything up here. But actually joined by another driver from the Chevrolet camp. Kurt, thanks for coming down. Appreciate it. So, a lot of conversation, alliances, manufacturers. First, just tell me about that first stage, what the draft felt like out there.
Our car is really stable. That's something we wanted to work on with the #1 Monster Chevy, was just being able to pull out and be aggressive with the steering wheel and then have the rear of the car planted for when somebody was pushing. And that's part of, you know, with Chevrolet with the pointed nose, but it doesn't matter if it's a Toyota, Ford, anybody else, you want to be ready with that big head of steam. When you have it, you got to roll with it, and our car went right to the front.
So you talk about stability. I was here for all the practices, but not, you know, like normal, not a lot of big packs. Did you really have an idea what you had, or did it take the first run of the race to kind of figure out where you stood?
We did an 18-lap run with all the Chevys, and so that was nice to gather that data. But for me in practice, I like to stay out on just one set of tires and run as long as I can, and that way we get as much tire wear as you can check anyway, but just have the car go through its phases of some of the looseness and tightness and make the longest run possible. So I got a few jobs out there. We're trying to gain points and work our way back up for the Ganassi Chevy and everybody that's on our #1 team. Anybody named Kyle, you know, Larson and my little brother teaming up, just trying to make sure we're staying smart. And then with all the Chevys, I was really proud of William Byron taking that group up top, and that kind of shuffled up the middle and the low lane, but overall the Chevys seem to have done good to get those stage points.
So you mentioned the commitment of the Chevys. Well, really a year ago, the commitment when you were still a driver at Stewart-Haas Racing was evident. The 4 of you guys dominated the race. This is your 38th start. Well, a start ago, you led 108 laps. I know you ended up short on fuel, but did you learn something with that commitment? I mean, you guys had yourself in position if it wasn't for the fuel.
Yeah, I guess I led too much and burned too much fuel. It came up half a lap shy of winning here last October. And, you know, those are things you just chalk away as memory and wisdom, and you try to apply it each time you come back. And I got a great team, and then with Hendrick's support this year and trying to, you know, teach them or show them that lesson that I went through. That's been fun to take some of that information from the outside and blend it in with already a really smart group and try to apply as much speed as we can to our Chevys.
Well, you really have filled that role at Chip Ganassi Racing. You mentioned you got the win, you made the playoffs. I know you would love to still be in the playoffs in the current situation, but it's been a decent year. Now just try to get as high in points as possible. Is that really the goal to finish out the year?
Yeah, I mean, for us to have made the championship 4, everything was going to have to go perfect. You can look at it on the flip side and go, all right, we got eliminated. Yeah, it was a rough first grouping of races for the playoffs, but we can work our way back up. And we were an 8th place team all year long. We won at Kentucky. We showed good consistency. But the big thing about these playoffs is it will expose your weaknesses. And we had a couple that just didn't get ironed out in time. And so let's just work our way back up. And I'm really proud of Larson right now. He's grabbed another gear here in these playoffs. And I'm looking forward to what this next round will bring him.
We appreciate you joining us here. I know the fans do. But, Rick, we're going to let this one get back to work. I hear there's some meetings happening. If I was a crew chief, I'd want to talk to my driver as well. So we're going to let Kurt get to the trailer, talk with his team, and come up with a plan.
He's like, I don't need to meet anybody. I'll tell you one thing about Kurt Busch. Any organization he's ever been with, he makes them better. And he's done that, driving that one for Chip Ganassi Racing. Under a rain delay, but they're drying the track. Monster Energy Cup Series playoffs from Talladega Super Speedway under a rain delay. But this is the biggest racetrack NASCAR runs at, 2.66 miles. Marty.
Hey, Rick, I feel like Chuck Woolery on Love Connection right now. So just to tell you, Clint Boyer, he felt like you guys had a great relationship. He doesn't understand why you broke up, but he would like to mend the fences and get back together if you're willing to get back together, because he felt like it was a really good thing when you guys were tandem drafting. So on Clint's behalf, can you guys get back together?
I have not seen enough 80s TV shows, apparently. I'll be honest, I might have seen one episode of Love Connection, but I was in no position to understand what love was. So.
Boyer's upset that you guys broke up, basically, is what he's saying.
We'll get back together. Don't worry. No, our Miller Lite Ford Mustang paired with the 14 car was just phenomenally fast, Marty. So we just got to get everything lined up. And there's a lot of really fast cars out there and a lot of circumstances, and we'll just try to put them all together.
So I think you guys kind of found that like on lap one, because you were worried about getting to the inside. All of a sudden, you guys tandem. Was it a surprise to you like everybody else?
Yes. I mean, the car's just a really, everyone's cars are really a handful when you're pushing like that. So I was gritting on the wheel, and Clint was doing a hell of a job of not wrecking me. So thanks, Clint.
I mean, does that mean something that you can do further in the race, maybe with teammates?
Yeah, you got to be perfect. And Clint was perfect behind me, and I had the right lane, and everything worked out.
All right, so let's talk about the race moving forward now. It seemed like the Ford group was actually working fairly well together, Brad.
Yeah, I mean, this racing is just continues to evolve over and over again. And, you know, with the bigger spoiler, the bigger splitter, both give the cars a lot of aerodynamic grip, but also makes the drag really big, so you get a huge draft. And then you combine that with a really cool day here in the fall of Talladega, and that makes it to where the cars have so much handling right now. Everybody's kind of Superman, so you try to take advantage of that.
You said something interesting earlier this week. You said what we used to do at restrictor plate racing, which changes all the time. Now it's not called that anymore, tapered spacer racing. When you would get out front and dominate, you can't do that anymore. Why is that? Is it the new package? Is it the manufacturer alliances? Why is that?
Well, just the racing keeps evolving. The tactics keep getting better. I got to give the drivers a lot of credit. They're finding new tactics to play defense that make it really, really hard for those other things to work. And I would add, again, the weather for this particular race is certainly a factor as well.
Does it add to the sense of urgency, the weather?
Absolutely, but more than that, it just adds to the mechanical grip the cars have, which allows you to be bolder.
There you go. Everybody is Superman. I like that, Dave. Brad felt like Superman when Clint Boyer was pushing him. And I don't know if we made the love connection back, but we worked on it. On Clint's behalf, we worked on it.
Yeah, well, you got to work on those relationships any chance you get, Marty. I know the factor for the Stewart-Haas cars last year was big. But I think this year they saw you coming a little bit. Have you been able to form up at all with just your teammates and kind of show what you had last year, too?
I don't think anybody's really been able to form up with anybody. We had, a good little line of Fords there before we pitted in that first stage. And then, with 10 or 12 laps to go, our bottom line kind of got shuffled back and finished 12th there in that first stage. So obviously we'd have loved to have scored some points with our Busch Light Ford, but it's handling great. It's, able to push, able to be pushed, and do all the things that it needs to do. So, you just got to put yourself in the right spot and see where it all falls and go from there.
Kevin, I was fascinated to listen to the conversation about a significant milestone for you this weekend. 677 starts now. That's now more than Dale Earnhardt Sr. Had in his career. What kind of perspective does that put on your life and your career?
Well, obviously, being in the, in the same conversation as Dale is interesting just because of the fact that, when everything happened with Dale in 2001 and taking over the car, I think it's obviously, it's a lot of starts, first off, but it also makes you think back, to the very beginning and just how confusing the first year was and all the things that had happened, the change in direction of your career. But after you get past thinking about the things that happened to yourself, you also, realize the significance of that change to the sport with Dale passing away and the way that, those moments impacted the sport moving forward. So, you look at it today, and especially here at Talladega and all the racetracks that we go to, you look at the soft walls and the carbon fiber seats and the Hans devices, the seat belts, and the constant evolution of safety that has moved things forward since Dale's accident. So, for me, it's really just a number. From a significant standpoint, it really gives you a time to reflect and look at all the things that have changed since that incident.
The fans were thrilled when Richard Childress drove that 3-car around earlier today. Kevin, what went through your mind when you saw it?
Well, I saw it at Richard's event earlier in the week. He had a fundraiser, and Delana and myself went to the fundraiser and participated in the event. So they had the 3 cars sitting out front, and Johnny Morris was the first one that found me and told me he was going to drive that car around. So I told him he should have been like Richard Petty and just stayed out there until they figured out how to get him off the track like Richard was at Darlington. So, but it's always great to reflect on those types of moments and things that have happened in our sport. Obviously, Dale's last win and the things that he did at Talladega were spectacular, just as it was on that particular day. So it makes me realize how long ago it actually was, and it seems like it was yesterday.
Yep, a lot of memories here at Talladega. A lot of good memories with Kevin Harvick over his career, Kelly.
Denny Hamlin hoping to make another good memory here at Talladega himself. He is a past winner here, but you had a little bit of a challenge just from the start of this race, starting from the rear after you guys made that engine change. But I felt like it was only a couple laps in. I looked up, you're running in the top 5. How did you work up there so quickly?
Yeah, it's just, the kind of lines worked out. I tried to look at the line, see which one was going to go, and stuck in it, and then made a few moves here and there. But, yeah, we're pretty happy with the FedEx Camry so far today. And I wish we got a few points there, but I think I made a kind of a bad move there, pulling out a line behind Ricky, and so I think that was that kind of hurt us on that part. But I think that we got something we can definitely contend for a win with as long as we make it.
Well, we've been talking a lot about manufacturers working together, and the Toyotas are just down on car count compared to the Chevys and Fords. So how have you guys been able to work out, and how do you kind of overcome that deficit?
Well, I think there's been there has been moments where you see 4 or 5 cars line up that are manufacturers, but it's really hard to keep it that way, especially if everyone wants to get up front. You're going to have to use other guys at certain times to do that. So we're not too particular. There are no team orders over on the Toyota side, so if you want to work with us, we are open for business.
Well, how much does your past success on super speedways help? Like, is there a reputation and people are more inclined to work with you because they know you have the ability to get to the front?
I mean, everyone loves a fast car. I mean, because if you have, if you know the person in front of you's fast and his car is stable and you can push him and he can hang on to it, then you're likely to stay behind him and push because that's your best way to get to the front. So I think that it's almost good for us to not have some big alliance because it just allows us to race freely and do whatever moves that we feel necessary to stay up front.
All right, well, you mentioned it. You didn't get any stage points there in stage 1, but you came in with a pretty healthy lead over the cut line, 48 points. And I think your crew chief, Chris Gabehart, said the number he was aiming for was 27 points. If you could accumulate that many here today, he'd feel comfortable going to Kansas. Is that achievable?
Yeah, definitely. Yep, as long as we get this race going back green and we get to another stage, obviously we feel like we have a great chance at that. So really, I'd like to be running at the end. If I'm running at the end, I think we're going to be okay. And I just think that, I'm just putting myself around other competitors. So if I'm crashing, they're going to be right there with me. So I think, it's really tough to have the strategy to lay back with this type of format with stages simply because you can't afford to not work for stage points. And so that's essentially why this was all created. I was in the meeting with NASCAR years ago when all this came about, and how can we fix the whole Talladega riding around thing? And you got to reward points in the middle of the race. It's the only way you can do it, and it's definitely changed the racing on especially the fall race here at Talladega.
All right, well, Denny Hamlin didn't get any of those points stage 1, but he'll be looking to collect some more when we get back going in stage 2, Rutland.
Still under a red flag for the rain delay that took place just after the conclusion of stage 1, which was very eventful. William Byron getting the win. We saw 2, 3 wide. We saw the high line work. We saw the low line work. We saw manufacturers working together, and then we saw manufacturers working with each other. So we saw a little bit of everything in that first stage. Surprise you by the fact that everybody was somewhat working together?
Not really, because there's so many points on the line, and so many people need those points. We saw 16 lead changes in the first stage. Think about that. This race last year in the entire race, we saw 15 in the entire race.
Right.
So much on the line. I just think that drivers, I know they've been told to work with the manufacturers and play that game, but at the end of the day, you've got to take care of yourself, and I think we saw a little bit of both. I thought we saw drivers work with manufacturers, but when they had to do something, they went and did it.
Yeah, I think the green flag pit stops are kind of our enemy. If you don't want to see where all the manufacturers work together to help one car win the race,
right,
those green flag stops is what gives them the opportunity to band together. All right, they're going to pit together, they're going to exit pit road together, and that's going to get them all organized. That's what we don't want. If we want everyone fighting it out one-on-one, we don't want those green flag pit stops.
Well, you two both had different attitudes about the way racing could take place here, but we also mentioned that attitude is really the key of being successful at this racetrack if you're aggressive.
Well, I think it is. I think, number one, you have to like coming here. You have to accept the challenge, understand the danger in it, but accept the challenge. But I never won here. He won a bunch. So his attitude was a lot better than mine.
Yeah, well, we got word right now that they're actually going to call this race today. We're not going to be able to get the track dry in time. It takes about 2.5 hours to dry this track. We got sunset around 6:15. So that won't give us time to finish the race. And NASCAR was, if they're going to restart a race, they want the ability to get to the end, to get to the checker flag. Not going to be able to do that today. So what time tomorrow you think, Rick?
We're going to race at 2 p.m. Eastern time. It'll be on NBC-SN. So it is postponed, and that means that we will continue where we left off. So the end of stage 1 will be complete. They will be able to go through their pit stops when the green flag comes, or it'll be the yellow flag, but when it comes back out tomorrow, and then we will try to get to the conclusion of this race. It's 188 laps. It's 500 miles, and the first 55 laps were pretty entertaining.
Well, listen, I think this makes it even more intense, right? The race now is shorter. I mean, tomorrow when they drop the green flag, the finish is coming sooner. I think the intensity level picks up even sooner because, you know, again, people are trying to win a championship. They need to move into the next round of playoffs, and I think that a shorter race is really going to create more intensity.
We've seen more intensity in the first stage than we've seen ever in this race, and we know that they get more intense as we go to stage 2 and stage 3. No matter whether we're at Martinsville, Charlotte, Talladega, the stages get more intense. So tomorrow, it's going to be calamity, and it's going to be really bad for a lot of guys. Good for one. Somebody's going to walk out of here with a trophy and a smile on their face.
So what the plan is for tomorrow is they will give the command. The cars will roll off of pit road. They will roll around the racetrack, and they will come in then for their pit service for the end of stage 1. So that's where everything will pick up. And again, coverage beginning at 2 p.m. Eastern, and it will be on NBC-SN. So make sure to join us. It is the second race of the second round of the playoffs here at Talladega. Marty?
There's nowhere in the world they race like they do at Talladega. The crowd comes alive here at Talladega, Alabama. That car got upside down, and it
A lot of history here in the 50 years that we've been around, 1969, September specifically of 1969, but this race right here marks 50 years of racing right here at Talladega, and to be able to debut what we have debuted, the Talladega Garage Experience, the whole Transformation Talladega project. We're glad that you're able to be a part of it this weekend here at Talladega Super Speedway. As you can see on our ISM Vision screens around the track here, we're about ready to start getting these drivers buttoned up in their cars.
Yeah, you see a number of them kind of down on pit road and having some conversations as we go by. Lane Dev had a good car early on yesterday and kind of fell back a little bit after a problem on pit road. Made his way back up in the top 10. Kyle Busch now making his way out onto the starting grid, getting ready to climb in the car and getting ready to go the remainder of the 500 miles this afternoon.
Absolutely. There is going to be one small change here, and we were talking about this yesterday as we were getting closer and closer to the end of stage 1 in regard to the number 21 Wood Brothers car. And as you can see right there, you can see who's suited up and who's not. We knew what was going to happen. We knew that Matt Crafton was on standby, and they had said that at the end of stage 1, they were going to put in NASCAR Gander Outdoor Truck Series driver Matt Crafton in the car and pull Paul out because he's been dealing with some disc issues in his neck. It's affecting his back and his shoulders and everything, so he was just going to go ahead and jump out of the car. That change is effectively going to be made right now.
Yeah, they had actually done that yesterday as we came to caution before the rain came, and that will just continue today. Matt Crafton will be in the number 21 Wood Brothers car with the Menards forward this afternoon, and we'll finish out this event. Of course, it kind of made the transition easy. He practiced in the car earlier in the weekend and got comfortable with it on Friday, so he was ready to go, and now we'll finish out the race today. As you see, we start to make our way up pit road here this afternoon as we draw ever closer to the start of today's race. 1:02 is the scheduled start time, and you can see the cars lined up and ready to go.
Just saw the Langdon Castle 00 right there with Graybar on the front of it. We cannot appreciate them enough here at Talladega Super Speedway. Graybar was a big presenting title sponsor and a big part of us here doing Transformation Talladega and Talladega Super Speedway. Interesting on the number 66 car here. A couple of weeks ago we raced up at Richmond Raceway, and they're doing Memories of Racing at Richmond, and they're highlighting that on the number 66 car this weekend.
Of course, as we continue to see the Reed Sword machine, Sorensen machine, the number 27 car, also Blake Jones and the number 77 there as they continue that walk up the pit road to starting grid. Remember, Steve, this is exactly as they finished stage 1 yesterday. They're lined up in that order. We're going to be under caution.
Eric Jones and the number 20 DeWalt Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota had a tire go down on him unexpectedly at one point in time, so he had to come in on an unscheduled pit stop, and that's why his car's sitting that far back. I don't expect he'll be that far back that long.
No, I think he'll make his way up. Spencer Boyd, who won the Gander Outdoors Truck Series, the Sugarland Shines 250 on Saturday. We saw that 52 machine on the Cup side.
Several of the Cup Series drivers, and a lot of NASCAR doing this as well, putting at least splashes of pink, if not a lot of pink, on their cars. October being Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and all forms of cancer really trying to eradicate.
Of course, the number 19 Bass Pro Shops Toyota of Mark Truex Jr. there. As you can see that continuing to work their way up pit road, getting ready for the start this afternoon. Now, all the cars lined up. It's a cool sight to see them all lined up nose to tail down there on pit road.
It is. It's kind of fun to be at this particular point in time because the anticipation builds when we know that we're going to hear that command to start engines, and you hear, in this case, the 40 cars that are out there on the track firing up those engines. And it's just, it can kind of run a chill up your spine, truth be told.
Oh, it does. Is there anything that beats the sound of the engines being fired and then the sound of the engines winding up when they come to green?
Not at all. Great story right there about this Jacob Construction Rick Ware Racing number 51. If you know about our normal pre-race ceremonies here at Talladega Super Speedway, you have seen that famed rig that has that huge American flag flying behind it. And for the longest time, it was being driven by Johnny Ray. Well, he turned it over a few years ago to Roger Haynes.
Right.
And Roger, unfortunately, lost his battle with cancer this spring after the spring race. So Rick Ware Racing and Jacob Companies decided, you know what, we're going to honor him. And they took the paint scheme from that big 18-wheeler rig and they put it on that number 51 car. We thank them so much for recognizing Roger Haynes. Little Johnny was the one who was driving it yesterday.
Yes, sir. And did an outstanding job. The fans always love that. To see Chris Buescher in the number 37 machine there, ready to go here in just a few minutes. And the Louisiana hot sauce on the call.
Indeed, his teammate right there as well, Ryan Priest on the number 47 JTG Garrett Racing.
So we'll continue our journey up pit road, working our way toward the run. There's one of the fan favorites, absolutely, Bubba Wallace.
Yep, Darrell Bubba Wallace Jr. from Mobile, Alabama.
And of course, the tribute car there with the Geico Chevrolet this weekend, the number 13, Richard Childress, and the green race cars. He decided to do all of the, do away with all the superstitions and go with the green race car and the number 13.
It's amazing how green happened to be that just that one color that nobody really liked on the race car. Nowadays, it doesn't seem to be that big of a deal, but at one point in time, it was huge to make sure that you avoided the color green on a race car. Michael McDowell there, and then the number 10, Eric Almirola and Smithfield, both re-signing just recently with Stewart House Racing and celebrating by being up near the front of the back here, the front half of the grid.
And of course, Eric Almirola, past winner here at the Talladega Super Speedway. So Eric right at home in the restrictor plate racing here at Talladega, and has to enjoy himself coming back here.
I agree. The man who sat on the pole here yesterday and has been up front for pretty much the whole time. That is the number 9, Chase Elliott, one of NASCAR's most popular driver, actually won the most popular driver award last year. Going to try and defend that again this year.
And by the way, won the spring race here at the Talladega Super Speedway, so doing quite well here. David Reagan machine. Of course, David announcing earlier that this will be his last full-time season competing in Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series.
So like he needed any extra incentive to just jump up there and try and get there. Liberty National, David Reagan, number 8, Richard Childress Racing Chevrolet right there, and of course the famed M&M's hazelnut spread.
Toyota, yes, indeed. Daniel Hemrick had a good car yesterday in that 8, by the way. Was running up near the front. Denny Hamlin won Daytona earlier this year. Has had a phenomenal season there in the number 11 FedEx Toyota.
And as we continue to climb up to the front, guy you had a chance to talk to in one of the infield interviews yesterday, driving the Rush Truck Stops number 14 for Stewart House Racing, Clint Boyer.
Oh, had a blast. Well, I didn't really talk on it. I just listened. Clint was fantastic. It was great with the fans. Of course, Kevin Harvick, the number 4 Bristol Light Ford. Kevin Harvick, always a threat. Well, pretty much a new track field, but certainly here at Talladega as well.
Guy who's become a sentimental favorite here in and around the whole NASCAR circuit. Talking about Matt Benedetto. He's back in his cars. He's up in the number, that's the 6th place position. We're inside the top 10.
And of course, we went past Ryan Blaney, who was said work his way back into the top 10 after spin. That's Kurt Lewis, the Monster Energy number 1 Chevrolet for 50 NASC Racing. He led this horse of this thing in stage 1 yesterday. Really good race car this weekend for Kurt Lewis.
It's going to be interesting to watch him as he works his way up to the front. Daniel Suarez right there, and the Haas CNC Machines number 41 Ford. He's worked his way up to lead the Stewart House Racing crew.
And the car 7-time, that beat Jimmy Johnson, the Ally Chevrolet for Rick Hendrick Motorsports. Of course, the Hendrick car was very strong yesterday in stage 1.
The one guy that is comfortable as all get out among the playoff drivers here today, and that is that gentleman climbing into the number 42 McDonald's sponsored Chevrolet for Chip Ganassi Racing, and that's Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson, having won last week, he doesn't have to worry about it. He is guaranteed to move on.
And one of the guys that's always comfortable here at Talladega, and the organization that's comfortable here at Talladega, that's Penske Racing driver, of course, Brad Keselowski in the Miller Lite Blue Deuce, if you will.
He's visited Victory Lane a couple of times here at Talladega.
Yeah.
Another guy not a stranger to Victory Lane here at Talladega from Roush Fenway Racing, driving the number 17 Sunny D Ford. That would be Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
And of course, the guy that's going to be right up in front of him as we continue to watch Ricky Stenhouse getting buckled in, that Sunny D Ford for Roush Racing. And he's getting ready. He is one of the favorites when you come to restrictor plate racing tracks. There's no question about that.
We mentioned, by the way, the whole Breast Cancer Awareness Month and Roush Fenway Racing doing a nice job. All the numbers all month long. And the number 6 of Ryan Newman's car going to be pink all month long.
The 88 of Alex Bowman there. Alex Bowman picked up his first win earlier this season. And second here at Talladega in the spring. He is looking good fast around. So also there is the number 22 Shell Pennzoil Ford for Joey Logano, another Penske driver, and another big-time threat to live here at Talladega, finished second in that first stage.
And then the gentleman who will lead us back to the green, he was the guy who took the lead right there towards the tail end of stage 1, talking about William Byron, driving the number 24 for Hendrick Motorsports. Hendrick Motorsports, of course, locked out the 2 front rows here as we started yesterday at Talladega Super Speedway. So in the meantime, we send it down to the infield with a very special command to start engines.
It's NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series playoffs from Talladega. This telecast presented by Applebee's. One stage is complete, and that means we still have stage 2 and the final stage in front of us. Alongside Steve Letarte, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Burton, Rick Allen with you. And we saw a stage already. Exciting, I think chaotic. What do you think we're going to see today, Jeff?
Well, in that stage, there were a ton of lead changes. I expect to see that again. As this second stage starts to end, track position is going to matter. Points are being paid. There's so many drivers that need those points to advance into the next round of playoffs. I think drivers will get extremely aggressive.
I think we're also seeing a little more tandem drafting than we've seen in the past. The Fords seem to really be able to do that better than anybody. I think to win the race, you're going to have to be part of that process coming down to the checkered flag, and it'll be interesting to see if the Toyotas and Chevys can do it as well as the Fords have.
Well, you mentioned the process. The crew chiefs are getting nervous because a lot of 3-wide racing, and when it's 3-wide, no matter how good your car is, it can't go to the front. So the decisions, I've already seen pit strategy, some gas only, 2 tires, 4 tires. We had Ryan Blaney backwards through the grass. This pit road can be difficult, and I think there's nerves to think you need track position at the finish.
All right, how do you feel after sleeping on one stage? Are you ready to come out there and race right now?
I feel lucky. No wrecks in the first stage, so that was a little surprising.
I don't think it's going to stay that way, though, Jeff.
Yeah, no, too chaotic, too much on the line, too much pressure.
Too much pressure. It is on the line. It's the second race of the playoffs of the second round. It's time to fire the engines. Let's go trackside for the command.
And now for the most famous words in motorsports, track chairman of Talladega Superspeedway, Grant Lynch.
Vulcan Trophy, and I have some friends down here with me to help me get this started. Are y'all ready? Yeah! All right, 1, 2, 3. Drivers, start your engines!
Fire back up. Fired up when you're ready. Step forward.
You heard on the communication, fire it back up. That's right. 57 laps of the 188 laps are complete. That means only 131 laps to go. So we will have the engines fired. They'll roll around the racetrack and come back on pit road just like it was the end of stage 1, and they can come in for their service. So no matter how they come off of pit road, that's the way they will line up when we get ready for the restart. We'll get a few updates from pit road. We'll start with Dave.
And Rick, yesterday started as an adventure for Ryan Blaney. First of all, his 12 car was very, very fast, but then coming to pit road as the leader under green flag, we talked about how difficult it was. Well, he told us later during the rain delay, I wheel hopped it, I made a mistake, and obviously that sent the 12 car around. He served a penalty for obviously getting in too fast to pit lane. That done, they're now going to be able to pit and get the 12 car for fresh Goodyear tires, a fill of Sunoco fuel, and get him back on his way. Perspective for Blaney is that now he knows where the limit is because he stepped over it. And when you do that at Talladega, you're lucky to have your car in one piece, and Ryan Blaney has a very fast Ford, Marty.
Well, Dave, the winner of stage 1 was William Byron. Chatted with him a moment ago. He said, I'm honestly surprised we were able to win stage 1 because we were a much better pusher than we were out front. And it's interesting because these Chevrolets come to a point at the very front of the race car, and you can see a little crack in the front of the point for William Byron and that Chevrolet Camaro in the number 24 Exalta colors for him. He also said at the end of stage 1, we took on tires, and I feel like that was an advantage. It allowed the car to maneuver a lot easier, and we were able to get to front because of those tires that Chad Canals decided to put on. I said, will you take on tires again here when you come down pit road in a moment? He said, I believe we will. I think we've locked on to something there, Kelly Stavis.
Marty, when this race started some 23 hours ago, Denny Hamlin had to start his 11 car from the back of the field because of an engine change following qualifying on Saturday. But it only took a handful of laps before he was able to work his way up well inside the top 10. And he had to do it without any real help from teammates. Remember, the Toyotas represent the smallest car count in the field. And as all these manufacturers have been mandated to work together, Denny made one thing very clear to me yesterday following stage 1. There are no team orders within Joe Gibbs Racing or Toyota as a whole. The way he put it, we are open for business. They're willing to work with anyone who will work with them. Now, his crew chief, Chris Gabehart, told me just a moment ago to watch out for mistakes early on this restart because this Monday afternoon race just doesn't have quite the buildup that it had to the start yesterday. So he said watch for people to be kind of off their game when this thing gets back going, Rick.
And we're seeing right now the two of Brad Keselowski did not fire up, so they're going to have to bring one of the vehicles over to push him started, and he'll blend back in where he blends in. So that's just unfortunate that the car wouldn't fire up. And we're seeing also this is early, an early pit stop, so probably a penalty here for the 6 of Ryan Newman. He went ahead and stopped on pit road before he is coming off. So they're going to push start Brad Keselowski. The 6 is going to be penalized for pitting too soon. But obviously something was wrong with that car that they needed to make that decision. As the cars come off of pit road and start working their way around this 2.66 mile super speedway, we'll be looking down on the track. Our aerial coverage brought to you by Coca-Cola, giving us a great vantage point. And when the pack starts working and everyone's moving from line to line, that's also a great perspective. As you see, the push truck is going to make its way up to the back of the 2 of Brad Keselowski to get him fired up. So, Steve, I would ask you right away, do you have a fear if we've got a battery issue here?
Well, that's your biggest concern, is why didn't it crank? The 2 will get his position back. When NASCAR causes a red flag, if you can't fire at that point, you're allowed to be pushed off and not have any penalty. So he'll go back to his same position within the field. The question is what you just asked. Why didn't it crank? If he stalls it on pit road, will it not crank again? So we'll have to check in with the 2 to see if this is a lingering issue.
And NASCAR just confirmed that. They told us that once they get fired back up, they'll be able to get their position back, just that's like in the red flag rules.
Assuming it fires. It's pushing it an awful long ways, Jeff. That thing should fire off easily by now. Now the question is, what is wrong with Brad Keselowski?
Yeah, you would have thought by now. He's got it in gear with the ignition switch on. This, if it doesn't fire, it tells me there's just no fire going, even with the switch up. Because normally it would have fired by now.
And what's interesting is we got the approved list of adjustments from NASCAR from overnight. They were allowed to change.
Right now. Still trying. Cycling switches.
Cycle
Brad's
switches.
saying he's got nothing right now. He said he's still trying. You heard him there. He's cycling switches, Steve. So they're all standing up here. Paul Wolf, everybody, all the engineers are all standing up here. I think they're getting a little concerned. This is a long push. It should have fired way by now.
Kelly.
And now we see the 88 of Alex Bowman making his way to pit road. He started off this race just a little bit too loose, but an adjustment helped get the car better. He felt a vibration in the last set of tires, so they'll make a 4 Goodyear tire change, Sunoco fuel. Marty?
And you see Joey Logano coming in here. Interesting because Logano took no tires in that first stage. They're going to go with 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Meanwhile, Chad Canals making the call for William Byron, bottom of your screen, to go with 4 fresh Goodyear tires as well. So tires might be a little more important than everybody thought, guys.
And we see the race off pit road brought to you by Kroger. Positions gained by Ryan Blaney, a 2-tire pit stop for the 12. He comes off of pit road first, and still issues for the 2 of Keselowski.
Well, everybody on my end of pit road also coming in for 4 tires and Mike McDowell, Denny Hamlin, Alex Bowman, as well as others. Not a lot of adjustments made. The only adjustment I saw was on after the set of the car. Just like with adjustments on the period that has race car weekend.
Everybody in on this end of pit road as well, notably Kevin Harvick, 4 tires and fuel. A lengthy stop for Martin Truex Jr. They were checking around the left front area of that car, but of course under caution, no real danger there of him losing a spot any more than he already had. They wanted to make sure something was right on the right front. We'll check and find out what that was, but this is going to be something to keep an eye on here. Pit road, we already saw Ryan Blaney spin yesterday, trying to get him on pit road. This one's going to get this afternoon.
Brad Keselowski's car was able to breathe fire, as Steve Post pointed out. Postman, here he is now, finally making his way to pit road.
Yeah, boy, they had some concern. Brad said nothing was happening under the hood of the car as he fired it off. Now it is running over the back stretch. He was able to fire, and they were doing routine pit work now on that automobile. Right side one just completed, around to the left side. Shot to the Sunoco Racing Field. You like now that it's running, it's going to be all right. So Brad Keselowski will be bouncing away and set to join at the tail end of the field.
Those are the lead lap cars, all able to come to pit road. They are on lap number 59, or lap number 60. Right now,
Back at Talladega, about to go green here in stage 2. Here in a moment, they'll get 1 to go when they come back to the start-finish line. Brad Keselowski, as you can see, finally fired up, but it took a long time. That is the middle of the backstretch. They literally pushed him all the way from pit road to the middle of the backstretch before it finally got fired up. According to Brad, he had to be on the apron to do that, but they pushed him around the apron for the most of that lap. And interesting to note, Kelly, they took the least amount of fuel of anybody at the end of stage 1 there, only 4 seconds of fuel, so you kind of wonder if something like that had something to do with it.
And Marty, before the break, we also saw the 6 of Ryan Newman pit too soon, which means he'll be penalized and sent to the back of the field. Well, this was simply by design. Ryan wanted to be at the back of the field, so they pitted him early. They brought him down a second time just to top him off with fuel. But it sounds like his game plan is to hang back early, Dave.
And Kelly, they may come back in again. I just heard the 19 of Truex say they're going to come in and top off. The 20, his teammate, Eric Jones, remember he had the flat right rear tire early in stage 1 and did some damage back there. They came down pit road, cut away about a 14-inch fender brace from the right rear fender. We'll have to keep an eye on that, see if it has any effect. The team didn't think it would, and now he'll rejoin at the back and maybe come back and top off as well. Fuel, very important here, Rick.
Yes, it is. But the fuel window, 38 laps, so they can't go all the way. There's still 50 to go in stage 2. Take a look at stage 1 results. Again, the stage ended. William Byron got the win, and you look, the top 10 received stage points, and right there you see there are 6 of the playoff drivers that were able to at least get 1 point in that first stage.
And so what that did, we're going to look at points, and these points are after those points were awarded at the end of stage 1. This is not projected all the way through the end of the race, but this is after stage 1 points were paid. Ryan Blaney came in 22 points back. Now he's 31. Chase Elliott, a guy we thought, hey, could win this race, he came in 7 points back. Now he's 17 back. So not getting stage points to put these guys in a difficult spot, Dave.
Martin Truex Jr. on pit road for that top off. And remember, Truex is one of the drivers who had chosen to kind of ride around near the back of the field. So this is their, it doesn't hurt them in terms of track position here. Does put them a little bit further down in the fuel window. Talked to Martin just before he got in his race car today. Everything is working well for him. Just have to pick the right time and some friends to go with.
All this conversation of fuel, Rick, is really about time on pit road under green. I mean, the idea is that you want to spend the least amount of time in your pit stall, especially if we have green flag pit stops. So you just try to make sure you have as much fuel on board as possible.
And the 47, we're hearing an uncontrolled tire for that team during this pit stop.
Yeah, so this rule has changed. Basically, it's no longer an arm's length. It's a safety issue, or perhaps if you get in the other way of a pit stop, that right there would be a safety issue rolling back towards the live side of pit road. No harm, no foul. I mean, at this point, you've seen how many guys have pitted out of turn, pitted twice. If you aren't on the front 2 or 3 rows, I'm not sure track position matters. If you are on the front 2 or 3 rows, you do not want to give that up.
Well, and you say that Denny Hamlin yesterday started at the back of the field and was already up into the 4th or 5th position after about 4 laps. Want to listen in to Ryan Blaney's radio just moments ago.
What's it looking like as far as manufacturers? What spot? Who's behind me? So 24.88, and then it's 17.22.42. So the main thing you want to break up is 24 and 48 behind you.
So you see he's chose that bottom groove to be able to do that, even though there's a Ford on the outside. Ricky Stenhouse.
We talked about breaking up the field. Manufacturers, they have been working together, the Fords with Fords, the Chevys with Chevys, and then Toyota says they'll jump in wherever they can. Field approaching the Geico restart zone, about ready to get underway with stage 2 from Talladega. A couple cars jumping out of line. One of those being the 2 of Brad Keselowski back there. The white number 2.
Even more cars going to that top. Larson jumping up in front of that train. Now he's in the middle, 3 wide. Already down the back straightaway. Very similar to stage 1. I thought these guys might take it easy, but looks like the racing's going to be the same as it was yesterday.
They've been thinking all night about what they could have done different, what they could have done better, what they learned. Now they're ready to go.
Oh, Byron goes up in front of his teammate, gets out of that bottom groove to go pick up his teammate, William Byron.
Yeah, Alex Bowman in that 88 decided to get out of that low line, and now it's Ford, Ford lined up 1, 2, 3 on the bottom. Kelly.
Yeah, and the message came very quickly to Alex Bowman before the start of that he was to move his 88 car up to the middle. The 42, his Chevy teammate of Kyle Larson, was trying to leave him a hole, but he had the 22 Ford of Joey Logano pushing him too hard. It kept closing that hole. Alex Bowman finally able to work his way up to get with the other Chevys.
The same line's now working.
Those 3 Fords on the bottom lane and made that work. Yesterday, that bottom lane, once it got double wide, was not as good as the outside lane. See if that continues.
Yeah, the tough part about being in that middle 3 wide is you're getting side draft from both sides, and it tends to suck you back. Now, did you see the Austin Dillon goes to the outside of the 17 car Stenhouse and breaks up the momentum on that outside line, and they're able to bring that center lane forward. Now Bowman going to the top there.
This is a tough situation for them. Right now, they could drop down and be that second lane, but they're trying to stay in the third lane because in the third lane is all Chevrolets. Look at all of them. They don't want to separate those Chevrolets, but he could have dropped down and become the leader of the second lane, Marty.
And those Chevys going to the top, Jeff, that's by design for all the bow ties to be together. And just to reiterate, we've talked about these manufacturer alliances. Chevrolet had a driver and crew chief meeting on Saturday, and then unprecedented at the end of stage 1 when the rain came yesterday, they all got together again and were reminded, hey, we work together, we want a Chevy to win, but more importantly, we want to take care of those Chevy playoff drivers.
I think that's a great plan if you can get it to work and get to the front, but right now that outside line slowly falling back. They need to create a little momentum, side draft a little bit on that 17 car, get themselves moving forward. They've got Chase Elliott up here on this bottom groove to be able to jump out and help them once they get to that far up, but until then Chase has to sort of sit here with the other Chevrolets of Hemrick and so forth, the 13 of Ty Dillon. They're going to sit in that bottom groove until that outside line of Chevrolets is able to get up through there, led by Bowman.
As we continue to talk about manufacturers, the one manufacturer that has the least cars on the track are Toyota. They only have 7 Toyotas in the field compared to 18 Chevys and 15 Fords. And where they're running right now, as we look at the Toyota driver update, the highest running one is Denny Hamlin running in the 4th position. Here's what he had to say about that, the number of Toyotas against the field. This was yesterday.
If everyone wants to get up front, you're going to have to use other guys at certain times to do that. So we're not too particular. There are no team orders over on the Toyota side, so if you want to work with us, we are open for business.
Open for business. And right now, Denny Hamlin on that bottom line behind 3 Fords, Kelly.
Running in the 4th position, but Denny Hamlin talking about things breaking on his race car. First he said there's something wrong with the brace under the cowl. Now he says the roof flap is broken. Now you can see it there, the hood flap rather, flapped up on the windshield. They were waiting for pictures, but then it completely blew up into the windshield there of the 11. So we'll wait and see how this. You can see the hood actually coming up a bit, can't you?
Yeah, it's buffeting quite a bit. Obviously, Steve, when you have something like that, it affects all the air on that hood.
So the panel's completely gone now. So those openings are required by NASCAR. They're a way to keep the car on the ground in case it spins out. The rule is you don't have to have the actual panel. The opening just must not be blocked by tape if you have any sort of damage. So it's not something they'll have to repair. The question I have is, if they were the lead car, would that air dump down in? What would the air be doing? Would it be a disadvantage? We'll have to wait and see later in the race. But you see everybody's hood buffeting around and those flaps continue to open. Here it is. It finally blows off the 11. A lot of turbulence in these packs.
It's almost a problem they can't fix. Even if it hurts the car, it's really not something they can fix, is it, Steve? Because the whole hinge assembly is probably broken.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the hinges are on the panel as it blew off. It'll see where that ends up if NASCAR thinks they're going to have to call a caution.
That's a portion of it right there. We saw that hood buffeting around too. There are 4 pins at the front of it, and then it also has tethers at the back of it. Dave?
As the leader moves up to throw a block, Ryan Blaney looks like he may not be able to keep that lead with his Ford friends. Clint Boyer to the high side now. Remember, one of the reasons why Blaney was the restart leader was because he only took right side tires on that pit stop. Why? They were able to take 4 on that spin to pit road that Blaney had when he was leading the race, so in stage 1. So interesting how sometimes bad luck actually worked to their favor here. They got off of pit road first with just a 2-tire change.
2 Fords side by side up front at Talladega.
And look at that move Chase Elliott made to the inside. He's going to get blocked by Joey Logano, but Chase Elliott puts the 11 and Denny Hamlin in the middle.
And he's going to drop back. He has no help. Clint Boyer was up there, but it's still Blaney up front at Talladega. And 37 laps to go in stage 2 of the 1000bulbs.com 500 from Talladega Superspeedway. Monster Energy Cup Series playoffs continuing. And Joey Logano is out front. Ryan Blaney got shuffled back. He is all the way back. I think he's out of the top 10 now with what just happened there.
Yeah, Joey's trying to get this outside line to stay up here. He's trying to take control of the entire race and put this whole field in single file. That's what he'd love to see happen as he creates more and more momentum up high. It seems to be that inside line or middle line is losing some ground to the outside line.
There's more cars in an outside line also. Way more organized. Marty.
Hey, Jeff, if you've been watching the in-car camera, you may have noticed Joey Logano looks a little bit different this weekend. Yes, he is indeed wearing glasses for the first time ever in a race. Here you see him putting them on as he climbed in the car for the start today. And the reason he's put on glasses is because his PR man, Kyle Zimmerman, actually wears glasses full time. So about 4 weeks ago in the hauler, he said, let me try those glasses on. He put them on. He said, man, I see so much better further away. He's nearsighted. Really didn't know he needed glasses until he tried on those glasses. So he said, you know what? I'm going to try it for Talladega. Maybe it makes him 5% better, Jeff, but you'll take anything you can get as a driver, right? And he told me it worked wonders in stage 1. I could see much further down the road than I could before.
That inside line. Anything, Marty, you think is going to help you, that's what you try to do. But yeah, that Joey Logano saw that inside line coming, jumped to the bottom, slowed down the 14 car. Ricky Stenhouse trying to move that outside line now. And Joey Logano is going to block it. In the lead, you have one of the most aggressive blockers on the racetrack. He's going to go wherever he needs to go, Junior, to try to stop that run from behind.
Yeah, he's going to have to be more aggressive now with these spoilers on the cars. They get really big runs to be able to try to take that lead, bigger runs than they've had in the past, and you have to be a lot more aggressive to try to control this lead like you used to. So be interested to see. Joey is one of the more aggressive ones. Can he maintain that position he's in and control both of those lines? Keep them side by side, keep them working against each other.
I think one thing that will help him, if they stay 3 wide, a few rows back, it'll be hard to get a whole lot of energy. Dave.
You see that Ford Mustang on the left now behind the 22. That's the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Not unusual to see him up front at a race like this. Talked to his crew chief Brian Patty yesterday. He said the car draws up well and recovers well. Important right here as he gets put to the middle. Watch that 17 does not drop all the way back through the field. So I checked in with him this morning. He said everything we talked about proved yesterday in stage 1, and we think the 17 will be strong all day.
That outside line's full of Chevrolets. Chase Elliott's controlling it now. I think one of the better plate racers in the Chevy camp out there. Big momentum on that outside. Nothing Joey can do. He tries to go up there and slow it down. That actually puts Joey in the middle.
He thought he could go up and slow it down and then get back in front of Clint Boyer. He couldn't do it. Stenhouse in the back of the 22.
And Joey got loose twice there from pushes from Stenhouse Jr.
So now as that bottom lane is separated and it's 3 wide, this top lane, the very top lane, is going to be a big advantage right here for just a few laps until they can get this sorted out.
Chevy's working well together now on the high side as they have been able to take over and lead here at Talladega.
So the defense there for Chase, just like it was for Joey earlier, is to try to keep everybody in this top groove. Not allow that bottom or middle groove to be able to draft up. Running through the middle of the tribal here. Running through the middle of the racetrack here. Can they go to the bottom? Yep, down to the bottom of the corner. Kind of working both grooves, allowing sort of everyone to get a little bit of a draft off of these cars.
That helped the bottom lane, though. They went to the bottom and then moved to the top in the middle of the racetrack. That really helped the bottom lane get some momentum going. Not sure why they did that.
That 17, very aggressive on pushing of Joe Logano.
Oh, watch this right here. These guys are hooked up right now. See if the 22, no, they got separated.
They did.
And up the racetrack, the 17 goes.
Yeah, Joey's now out there by himself. They're going to catch him really quick. 17's going to have a choice here to continue to push him or make a move. He's going to push him here.
Some situation where Joey would be better off just dragging the brake a little bit. Keep this 17 hooked up to him. There you go. Stay locked up. No rules against being locked up in this series. Now they're separated. Huge difference in speed versus being locked up and not. Now the 2 cars move down to help Joey.
Yeah, he got out of that. He got out of that outside line. Brad Keselowski down in front of his teammate, lining up all the Fords on the inside.
So now it's Brad Keselowski being chased and pushed by the 22 of Joey Logano, but again, moments ago, it was a handful for Logano when he was getting pushed by the 17. Kelly, what's going on with Denny Hamlin now?
Yeah, last time we checked in with him, Rick, he was up inside the top 5. He has dropped back to 30th position. Well, at one point he got kind of shuffled out, and he said this car just doesn't have any speed in it unless I'm right on someone's rear. He eventually got to the lower lane, but then did not like what was happening around him. He said, we've got to get out of this. So he intentionally drops to the back of the pack. And remember the issues with that hood flap? Well, he has said, I'm very concerned about this hood making it through the race. So we'll keep an eye on the 11.
Keep an eye on those guys up front, the 22 and the 2. Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano. Great statistics here at Talladega. Great plate racers working together out front. I think you put those two guys together, they're going to be hard to beat today. And you see why. Working that tandem drafting. I think tandem drafting is when you continue to push through the corner. They feel comfortable to do that. Haven't seen the Chevys or the Toyotas try it yet with consistency. So they don't figure out how to do that. I think that 22 and 2 could use that to win this race. Incredible drive on that bottom groove.
And Junior, to be honest, Joey Logano wasn't very happy yesterday when his teammate Brad Keselowski kind of ditched him and a lot of other Fords and went to work with Clint Boyer to tandem draft. So they made it very clear, hey, let's work together today. Clearly they have been able to do that up front right here, and using the tandem when they need to. They've shown speed. You wonder if they'll use it later in the race as well.
Junior, you mentioned the fact that the Penske guys have so much success. It's surprising that back in 2009, Brad Keselowski had never led a lap in the Cup Series until this race, and it was the very last lap of the race. He was driving for James Finch at the time, and James Finch, the owner, had actually left the racetrack and was trying to beat the traffic, and he was on his way out of the track when all of a sudden he heard, wait a second, Brad Keselowski is going to win this race. He wins the race for James Finch. He turns back around and comes back to celebrate in victory lane. That was the first time Brad Keselowski had ever led a lap and his first win in the Cup Series right here at this racetrack.
You're going to have to explain to me what just happened. They had so much organization down the backstretch. They go into turn 3 and they broke all up. Now they're organized again.
Yeah, the Chevrolets are put together on the outside here. I'm telling Chase Elliott's really become a great plate racer over the last couple of years. He's got a great push from his teammate, Alex Bowman.
Your bumper. They got you.
Now they got separated.
Yeah, he's going to move away so the two can't side draft and drag him back. See the two, Brad Keselowski trying to get up there to get a little side draft, but he sees them too tight. They're too tight together.
All those opportunities of side drafting also creates an opportunity for someone to fill a hole. So if you're in the bottom lane, you jump up trying to side draft, somebody can drive underneath you. See Jimmy Johnson poking his nose out just a little bit. Back in line. Oh,
look at
Blaney
back there.
Bush.
Yep.
Oh,
Shuffled out, maybe a little contact made there with the 18.
Oh, you see Kyle Larson and Blaney both want that middle lane. They both wanted to go behind the one car. Dave.
Well, and Kurt just did something his spotter really didn't want him to do. When the Chevys are in the high line, they told Kurt Busch, protect that high line. He got moved to the middle there, lost a couple of spots, but that one car is a very good race car. I talked to Kurt right before he fired the engine today, said I could do everything I wanted to with it, led 12 laps in stage 1, and he said he even had to rein it back a little bit, so Kurt's very confident with his Camaro.
Seeing the 48 and Jimmy Johnson duck out of line there in the middle. I wonder if some of these guys, I don't know, have issues or
just trying to get some air on that car just to get it dry better.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, you're not staying clean and
a lot of movement,
right up.
A lot of movement in line there. That inside line's broke up just a little bit. The two car put a little distance out there. Outside line is a little more organized, a little tighter. That's going to put the 9 car out front just for the time being.
We saw the outside line surge ahead, and it looked as though they were pulling away from that inside line. Then the Fords and the inside line came back. We go NASCAR nonstop.
We saw the Chevys work their way to the bottom line, and that's because they are making their green flag pit stops. You see the 88 of Alex Bowman, fuel only, Marty.
All these Chevys and Hendrick Motorsports cars going fuel only. Interesting because in stage 1, they went with 4 Goodyear tires at this point and won the stage. This time they go fuel only. We'll see how it plays out. The Fords should be coming this lap.
You heard Marty call it. They're all single file, very organized. We saw some hands on the back stretch. I see only a couple out of the back.
Yeah, the Toyotas.
Yeah, the 18, the Fords continue single file. We got big ones sliding the tires on the pit road.
And so maybe a fake there by the Fords to shake the Toyotas out of the middle of that groove. Kelly.
You see the 11 there of Denny Hamlin, who had hung back. And you see they're going to attend to that hood flap that came apart and give them some fuel, Marty.
The Fords with a bit of a fake there. Some of them had their signs out if they were coming. The Toyotas, though, coming down pit road. You see Kyle Busch having to dodge Daniel Hemrick there. He did mention, you guys mentioned cars kind of peeking out once in a while. Kyle said, I'm overheating at times. That maybe is why you see these cars peeking out. Much warmer today than it was yesterday.
And we'll see how these cars blend in. Now the Fords
will complete another lap. The
They're
32 of Corey LaJoie was the one smoking his tires on the pit road, had to change tires. That's going to cost him the draft. Be really interesting to see these cars all lined up. We no longer are seeing side by side. We're seeing single file. So if this line is faster, running single file, this could be a way to get track position, get ahead of that double file.
Yeah, it's hard to say because the other cars, until they get organized, you don't know how fast they're going to stay. But basically, they're a straightaway behind. What I like about the Ford pack right here is super efficient, nose to tail, no one side by side. And I actually think with fewer cars, you might be able to attack pit road better. Not run each other over.
I would way rather pit with less cars. It's much easier to get on pit road.
But you don't want to attack and go too fast, and that's exactly what happened with Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., as well as the 32 of Corey LaJoie, all 3 speeding on pit road.
It's a huge penalty. You should be able to recover if you get some cautions, but right now we see green flag racing. So as Brad Keselowski continues to lead, having to pit in extra time will definitely put those guys not just far behind, but now on their own, Rick, right? When you come to pit road, there's only going to be a couple of them.
You got 3 cars speeding, and so Corey LaJoie's on pit road serving his penalty.
All right, see Joey Logano's hand out the window. You can barely see it by the left side A-post, Junior. I think they're all going to come this time.
I agree with you. They got some cars on the bottom of the racetrack they'll have to go around. Oh, that's going to mess them up. It's going to make it challenging for those guys to get to pit lane.
1 through 12 right now on the racetrack, all Fords, and it looks as though they're all coming. Kelly.
And the team telling Clint Boyer, driver of the number 14, that a lot of guys are getting busted for speeding. So to watch his speed, Clint said he started off a little bit free, but by the end of this run anyway, his 14 was getting a little bit tight. We'll see if it's going to be fuel only. I believe it will be for the 14, Marty.
Todd Gordon told Joey Logano, make sure your brake bias is correct. Remember what happened to their teammate Ryan Blaney coming on to pit road. Fuel only for all of these Fords. Also Brad Keselowski, who led much of that stage, fuel only for him as well. Eric Almirola of the Fords, though, the first off pit road, Rick.
All right, who did it better? We're getting ready to find out. You see the Fords blending into turn 1 in the distance. Here comes the rest of the field, led by the Chevrolets. Jimmy Johnson, the 9 of Chase Elliott. It's going to be about momentum. I think the Chevrolets are going to have more momentum as they come off from turn 2.
And they are working together, a high line, and are they going to go right on by? The Chevys on a roll, a freight train out there. But up to speed, that 10 of Eric Almirola as well as Brad Keselowski. So quite a few of the Fords were able to stay up front. And now we're hearing the 21. Too fast.
I think these first 3 cars, these first 3 Fords, they're going to have to block pretty hard right here. Didn't do it. Would rather stay in line rather than put that block on. Let's see how all this works out. Outside lane's coming pretty hard. Yeah, there's just not enough numbers down there in that bottom groove. I think this line of Chevrolets is easily going to get by these Fords on the inside here. Dave.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. just came down pit road. Remember that shuffle that Rick was talking about on that when all the Fords were coming? Well, Ricky was the last one to go around one of those cars that shuffled him up, and he got stuck on the outside lane, did not make his pit stall, just came in now alone.
And so after shuffling through green flag pit stops, Johnson up front. We go NASCAR nonstop. Just 14 laps to go in stage 2 of the NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series playoffs from Talladega. This telecast presented by Applebee's. And NASCAR Drive can be your live race day companion. You can select up to 8 different cameras, or you can watch 4 at one time with a multi-camera view. Visit NASCAR.com/drive. And things getting, I think the word was chaotic.
Brad Keselowski is like the wedge up here. He keeps trying to pry in between these Hendrick teammates.
Yeah, he's with the outside of the 88 car of Alex Bowman. Now you see that shuffled out the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. Brad has some Fords and Toyotas behind him.
Coming to 12 to go in this stage, so Chase Elliott didn't get any stage points that first stage. Clint Boyer didn't get any stage points. They're both running in the top 4 right here.
And now you see, yeah, a Ford pushing a Chevy.
Yep. See a 2-car, that left front fender directly on the right rear quarter panel, that 14, that slowed the 14 down, separated the 14 in the 88. That lost energy from that entire inside line when that happened.
Yeah, when these 2 packs came together after
Brad to the outside here.
Pit stops shuffled apart.
Brad to the outside for the lead.
There wasn't a lot of organization. Now Brad on his own has a car link between himself and Jimmy Johnson trying to get up front. He's going to need some help, though.
Yeah, that's the problem with that move, is that Jimmy Johnson's behind him. How much is Jimmy going to help him?
It looked like he's pushing him just now, but here comes that outside groove. The 18 car of Kyle Busch up there.
And they're falling back, that middle line where Brad looks so strong. Not now. Here comes Kyle Busch with that outside line. Look at Clint Boyer.
Yeah, he wants to go to the middle if he can. Idiot's going to block that. Here comes Brad Keselowski. We thought he was going backwards. He's regained his momentum.
If Brad would have had some more energy on the bottom, he could have made it 3 wide there, but didn't make it because there just wasn't energy. See, the 48 of Jimmy Johnson, he did make it 3 wide, but nobody goes with him. Marty.
11 to go in stage 2 here, Jeff, as they come into the start-finish line. And imagine being in Chase Elliott's position. They came into the race -7, and you guys mentioned it. In stage 1, they got 0 points. So, Jeff, how critical is it right here that Chase Elliott gets points in this stage, considering their playoff position?
It's huge. And Clint Boyer also. Clint Boyer just hung a left on Alex Bowman. He knew he had a teammate behind him, a Ford teammate behind him, knew he would go with him. That got him leading this inside line.
And now it's a Chevrolet of Chase Elliott up front, still leading at Talladega. But will that inside line work together and get the Fords up front?
So far, every time they have been able to work their way back up to the inside of the leader, that top line has not worked like it has in the past here, where it's everybody single file. And you see it still, the 14 of Clint Boyer, Brad Keselowski, all working really hard on that inside line, maintain a position.
It's only 4 cars, though, that are really close together. Alex Bowman,
Joey
Jimmy
Logano,
Johnson, they're just back there. They're not close enough pushing.
Yeah, well, Logano dived down here. That's what I thought he would do. He was going to go to the bottom and get in front of the other Fords.
Jumps out of line.
Oh, man.
We're going to invite you to share a Coke as we go nonstop, brought to you by Coca-Cola. Now, where will the 9 go? That inside line has already started the momentum. Joey Logano leading the inside line. Logano has taken the lead. That inside line has worked. Logano out front. He's got Clint Boyer behind him, shoving him.
And Clint Boyer is a good one to have. Clint Boyer, we saw yesterday, he knew how to get that tandem working. Now the 2 car pushing the 14. This is going to be a great 8 laps right here.
8 to go in stage 2. And listen to and watch the hands of Logano. You listen to the RPMs and his hands moving.
He's got his hands full with that 14 car pushing him through the corner like that.
I'm telling you, Clint Boyer's the guy you want pushing you. He knows how to do it, man. I'm telling you, he pushed me here for 3.5 hours one day. The guy is so good at pushing.
Fully attached.
The only issue,
dragging everybody apart back there. Drug the 9 clear.
The only issue they have right here is how long can he do it without overheating? That's the thing we don't know. Clint Boyer is going to get ready to learn. Right now, he's paying attention 100% to exactly that. What is my water temp? That's why he's offset to the right. You got to offset a car to the right so that the air goes into the grill to cool that engine off.
How long can he do it? We're about to find out.
So this
Junior, we're calling this tandem, right?
Right, this is definitely tandem. So this is what everybody's watching right now in the field. They know that this is what's going to happen at the end of the race. This is how this race is going to get won, more than likely.
So what I find interesting is if I don't
Here
think
now.
Clint
Heel
Boyer,
start.
I don't think
There's
Clint Boyer
7
would have
off the
started
hip.
doing it this early if he
5,
thought he
6.
could do it, right? Like, he almost did it too early because if it starts overheating, now here comes the pack. Now they're separated. Look what's going to happen. Now they're getting eaten up by all these cars.
Well, that said, maybe it was a test for him.
Yes,
Maybe it was,
but that's a bad time to test. You got to get some points, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? For Clint Boyer, you got to have, you know where you are in points. It's not a great time to test that.
Oh, big push from the 2 car behind Clint. Clint now to the back of the 22 again. Has he allowed that board to cool off to be able to tandem again?
5 to go, 6 to go rather.
Well, there's chaos at the front of the pack, but Rick way up in front. It looks like a long distance, but catching him 2 seconds a lap is the 11 and the 19. The 11 and 19 had to make an extra trip down pit road. They're basically by themselves 2 seconds in front of the pack. They'll go a lap down, and it'll stir up the pack completely when they get caught.
Yeah, they're definitely going to get caught.
Oh, yeah. And then what happens when they catch him? So right here, 2 wide at the front, right? If you're in this pack, Dale, do you see those cars up there? If you're at the 2nd or 3rd lane, do you want to know you're catching those cars?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see it, and you know what opportunity is. Those guys are going to probably stay on the bottom. They don't want to go to the top and
wow, they block the run.
Yeah, well, they go to the bottom, and that potentially is going to put someone behind them and force that person to have to push them. They go to the top, the whole pack goes by.
That middle lane got some serious energy right there. That has separated the 14 and the 22. That was a duo we thought could push and make a way to win this stage, but now they've gotten separated. Now, Clint Boyer in that 14 car, he is not in the position he needs to be. Look at Joey Logano making it happen in the middle.
Yeah,
we look here at the Coca-Cola driver update where they are running as we're coming down now to the final 4 laps.
Joey to the outside of the 88. Man, he is taking those runs and using every opportunity he can to make a move.
Problem
awesome
is
to see.
He's got Jimmy Johnson behind him. That's the problem. There's just not a lot of help that's going to come from there. Here comes Clint Boyer and Brad Keselowski on the outside.
And the 22's going up there to block.
That's a big block.
They keep spreading out. They keep separating and spreading out.
Line.
4 to go and a handful for the 9 of Chase Elliott.
Yes, Chase tried to block the 22 in the run by the Fords. Everybody did a great job there to use the brakes and their heads to keep themselves out of trouble.
That was a really late block from Chase Elliott. I think fortunate to get away with that.
How about Alex Bowman in the 88? He gets a shove. He's going to go sideways right in front of the pack. The 48 caught up, and the 9 is caught up. The caution has come out. He got a big shove right into the front of the pack. The 42 of Kyle Larson, he is there. The 11 is caught up. And flames coming out from underneath the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. Alex Bowman up front, blocking, trying to stay up front, got a huge shove, and it sent him down low and then right up in front of the pack. Martin Truex Jr. also caught up.
Martin Truex Jr. has been riding around all day trying to avoid this wreck. Ended up getting in it. We saw, obviously, Alex Bowman talking about all the guys that need points.
Huge playoff implications. We knew it was going to happen at Talladega. It was going to stir up the playoffs. We didn't know when. We didn't know how, but we were all sure there was going to be a moment.
Yeah, look at how much damage to the 19. Let's look again what happened. There's the 42. Man, destroyed.
Yeah, the 88's just way out front here.
Huge
run coming by the 22 car.
2 is clear.
And he goes low. 88 goes low as well.
Make the 2 come on. Big wreck in your mirror. Caution's out. Caution's out.
Here you go right here. 22 being pushed. Goes to the inside. Alex trying to block. They make contact. Around Alex goes. That's what we're talking about with blocking. You know, blocking is one of the things you have to do. You also have to know when you can't do it. But if you don't block, you're not going to win this race. It's just a difficult decision to make.
Yeah, you have to be aggressive and block, but you also have to realize, I guess, when the run is so massive behind you, you're just not going to win.
How much damage Chase Elliott get right here? Car goes around. Not sure he ever hit anything. They're coming to the line with 2 to go.
Yeah, the stage won't restart. But pit road.
Oh yeah, the 9 did get hit.
Pit road closed when caution came out. There again, the hit by the 22 in the 88. He goes down low, and then he's along for the ride.
And what a horrible feeling. You know, when you're Blaney, you're Chase Elliott, you see him coming right at the racetrack, and see Chase at the 48 of Jimmy Johnson just couldn't get slowed down, nor could Kurt Busch, and they just all pile into each other. Kyle Larson, fortunate to get that win last week.
There's Chase's view.
Now what do you do? What do you do? Oh.
He's still driving it.
He got hit by the 47, Ryan Preece. This is Harvick.
My brother Pizza Cam. He came through not bad, I don't think.
Yeah, just harmlessly slid into the grass there.
Ryan Blaney sneaked through right here. The idiot crosses right in front of the 12 as the 12 goes to the apron.
Oh, look at Kyle Larson. Nothing to do. That's the blocks that Brad Keselowski was talking about at Daytona. That, you know, drivers are heavy blocking, and that's just one of those difficult decisions drivers have to make. I'm not going to fault Alex Bowman. I've been in that situation. It's really hard to judge how fast that run is coming from behind. You know you got to try to do something to keep him getting by you, Marty.
Man, Chase Elliott looked like he was clear of that until that contact from Martin Truex Jr., and it really hit the right rear hard. This is a team in a desperate situation right now. They finished last at Dover last week because of a mechanical issue, and today in a wreck here at Talladega. They could go to Kansas in a must-win situation. They're trying to get that fixed. They have stayed on the lead lap thus far, but you can see that right rear, a lot of damage on the 9 car.
You heard Marty say stay on the lead lap. That is a goal of the 9 car. The other goal is to continue in the race. Remember, a few years back, NASCAR put in a damaged vehicle policy. Basically, when you're in an accident, you then go on a clock, 6 total minutes on pit road. It can be in multiple stops, 6 total minutes. If that time expires, you are out of the race. You're going to have to repair everything NASCAR says you have to have, deck lids, tails. You can't add anything else, any fenders or anything like that. And then once you get back on the track and run a lap at minimum speed, none of that matters anymore. You're treated like everyone else in the field, and you're fine.
Steve, how is this going to work, though, in the situation right now where he won't be able to find out if he's up to minimum speed until the final stage starts? So will he be able to come back on pit road once they have all the
6 minutes
stuff done? He only has 6 minutes.
6 minutes until he goes at minimum speed. So to your point, with this extended yellow, be very careful. If you pit every time around, it could easily be a minute, minute and a half, 2 minutes. Yeah. So you could easily run out of time because you have so many opportunities to come down pit road.
Yeah, and again, that only resets after he has reached minimum speed. You look at the cars that were involved, 10 of them in total, Kurt Busch. But look at all of the yellow, the names in yellow. Those were the playoff drivers. So that's how many playoff drivers are involved in this, the big one that has taken place here on lap 108 of 188 laps from Talladega.
So the winners in that, Rick, there's always winners and losers, right? Clint Boyer, he's going to win this stage. That's going to be 10 points for him. Joey Logano going to finish second. That's good for him. Blaney, 6th. Byron, 9th. All those guys getting the points they needed.
Yeah, and you can see where they put the speedy dry down. They'll be working on cleaning the track off as they will come to the end of this stage 2. And let's go to Marty.
And Steve mentioned it. That's the biggest concern for Alan Gustafson right now. They're about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the crash clock. So Alan telling them this is going to be it. There you go. 2:40 or 2:37 left for Chase Elliott and the 9 team to get it fixed. And Steve, that time starts from the moment they hit pit road to when they leave pit road. And you mentioned it. It doesn't clear until they meet minimum speed on the racetrack.
And you got to be careful, Rick, because there are also penalties. Too many men, too fast. They're going to take a little extra time. So if you cut it right to 0 and you have a penalty, that could eliminate you from the race.
And the field coming through the tri-oval again under caution, but that will end stage 2. And as you mentioned, Boyer is going to win the stage. That's his first stage win of 2019. He needed the points. He got 10 for winning that stage and a playoff point if he's able to advance. And right before and after that incident took place, the 14 was the heavy pusher there of the 22 of Logano. Let's listen in to the 14 radio.
I'm sorry, but the 22 pulling up and blocking me was and the 9 pulling up in front of him. I mean, we're running 15, 20 mile an hour faster and they pull up like you're just going to pick them up.
Yeah, let's take a look at just how much faster the 22 car was when he was catching the 88 down the back straightaway. It's going to be roughly about the same speed, and then all of a sudden the 22 gets that momentum from the 14 of Clint Boyer, and it increases while Bowman stays the same, and right around the time they make the contact, it's almost 8 miles an hour faster.
You almost saw the speed of the 22 drop right before contact, like he was either out of gas or touching the brakes, like, buddy, you're blocking me. This is going to be bad.
Or, you know, as Bowman, that's the hard part about it. Like,
right.
You don't know if they're going 3 miles an hour or 20 mile an hour faster than you, and that's, you know, clearly Bowman blocked, and that caused this wreck, but it's not an easy decision to make.
Logano had the best view, and he knew it was going to be bad. He was
Chase Elliott did the same thing here on the front straightaway and got by with it, right?
Pit road is open, and here comes race leader Clint Boyer leading the field. Kelly?
So he wins that stage and picks up 10 valuable points, but Clint Boyer sustained a little bit of damage there in that big wreck. They are going to take their time and look at that damage on the 14. Meanwhile, he said he was just way too tight. His front tires just couldn't keep up with him when they're in the draft. 4 tires for the 14, Marty.
Joey Logano said, man, Clint Boyer's an amazing pusher. I'm wondering if we have rear bumper damage. He's been pushing me so hard, but it's working. Car was loose. Very good on that run. No changes here for him. His teammate Brad Keselowski, same story, 4 fresh Goodyear tires. No changes on that 2 car who has looked dominant at times himself.
There's a race off pit road, and you see 4 tire change for everybody in the top 10 coming off. Austin Dillon losing 6 spots. You see the 9 still on there. He's on the clock. He's got to be careful of that. The big one taking place, Bowman, who was running up front, gets tagged by the 22 of Joey Logano. Slides all the way down the racetrack and then back up again right in front of the field. Two stages complete. The NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series playoffs is telecast presented by Applebee's. And let me tell you, it has been a monster of a racetrack, as we have seen with not only the parts falling off of the 11 of Denny Hamlin, but the way the racing has been up front. Kelly.
And Rick, Kyle Larson and Alex Bowman have now both been released from the infield care center. And I'll start with Kyle Larson because he has the benefit of the win last week that has already guaranteed your spot into the round of 8. So what was your viewpoint of the big one?
Yeah, I'd gotten up to the 3rd lane there some point down the backstretch and saw a little bit of smoke at the end of the straightaway and was knowing a wreck was coming and was just trying to hope that a lane opened up at the 88. I just seen his door numbers and clobbered him there. So yeah, that hit hurt, but thankfully I'm all right, and thankfully we got the win last week and don't really gotta worry about points racing. But our McDonald's Chevy was good. The Chevys did a really good job working well together, running up front and things like that. So hopefully they can pull off the win.
All right, Kyle, thank you so much. And Alex, I'll turn to you now because this was much more consequential for you in your playoff hopes. You were at the lead of all that, so what do you think happened?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I haven't completely seen it, but my guess is just I threw a block that I shouldn't have blocked. I got shoved way out there and knew the 22 was coming and just tried to move down just a little bit. And as soon as he touched me, it just turned us sideways and kind of went from there. So they just had a bigger run than I realized, and I should have let him go instead of block that. So apologize to all the cars that got torn up. That's on me. Talladega happened. So hate it for Amazon, Echo, Auto, nationwide team. We had a really good car and had a good points day going. Obviously, stage points meant a lot, so just trying to be aggressive, but didn't need to go and do that.
Yeah, give me a sense of how difficult that is to judge those speeds as a line really gets moving.
Yeah, I mean, the spoilers are so big now. Even though they're clear, the cars shake so much, you really can't see. So, or at least I couldn't. I mean, my mirror's super shaky, and trying to look through a thing of Lexan's tough. So, just didn't do a very good job of judging it right there. That's on me.
All right, Alex, thank you for your time. Alex, we'll move on to Kansas, where he was the runner-up finish in the spring race. Rick?
Yeah, impressive 26-year-old Alex Bowman saying that one's on me. Sorry, guys. With the 2 stages complete, now we look at the most points earned in those first 2 stages. Logano 18 points, Keselowski, Byron, Boyer all capitalizing on the stages to get points, but then there are others that did not capitalize. And Kevin Harvick, not a big deal for him. Denny Hamlin, also not too bad. He's got playoff points, Mark Truex Jr. does, but Chase Elliott, he needed points. He was below the cut line when he came here, no points, and got involved and caught up in this most recent big one.
And they worked really hard on this car. You wonder how much speed's left in that car. I thought it was really interesting what Alex Bowman said. You can see that clear area on top of that spoiler. NASCAR made that bigger so the drivers had better visibility out of the rearview mirror, but he said the cars vibrate and shake so much it's really hard to see out of them, and I think that's, that makes that decision that much more difficult about how fast those guys are coming from behind, Marty.
Officially, Jeff, on the crash clock, only 46 seconds left for Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson, so they're going to leave him on the racetrack here. You also saw him kind of drop to the back of the pack there. He was in 14th, actually, but they made a decision to drop to the back here. Alan telling him after Chase said, "Is this all I've got left?" He said, "Yep, for right now. Nothing to gain here. Let's just finish it off in this stage. We'll go hard later if we have that opportunity."
And look at that car, dog tracking.
Skewed there.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously got some rear suspension damage. It's going to be interesting to see if he can even maintain any reasonable speed in the draft if they do get to work on that car more.
Field approaching the Geico restart zone. It's Keselowski and Boyer 1 and 2. They made up the front row, and Blaney behind the 2. So teammates working together on that high line. We'll see if the Fords all fall into line. William Byron right in the middle of that in that 24.
One of the things that happened in that wreck, it took a lot of Chevrolets in it. A lot of Chevrolets are working together. Well, a lot of them got in that wreck. Bowman, Johnson, Larson. Of course, we don't know the damage yet on Chase Elliott's car.
Joe Logano continuing to push, and he shoves the 24 of William Byron.
The car's going through the speedy dry there. Yeah, William Byron now out front is the lone Chevrolet. Got Ty Dillon and a few other cars out in this pack, but lost his teammates in that crash. He's got to be concerned.
And Junior, I'm going to go back to something you had said maybe at the start of the weekend. How will William Byron be raced with? How? Because he's so young. He's 21 years old. He's the youngest in the playoffs. Will the veterans race with him, or will they let him hang out?
Yeah, he's just going to have to impress them and earn their respect, and he has a fast car. That helps. I'd be going to guys like Denny Hamlin and say, "Hey, you still open for business?"
Yeah, open for business.
I need some help.
Marty.
Hey, Rick, that's one of the perils, though, of manufacturer alliances, right? When the Chevrolets are all together, a wreck happens, it's easy to take them all out. Speaking to the William Byron point, I asked him about that earlier this week. I said, do you feel like you've had to earn respect at the restrictor plate and super speedway races? He said, honestly, yes. He said, early on, I was maybe too aggressive, but I had to show that, one, my car had stability, and two, you could trust me out there. He has certainly earned that respect. Remember, stage one is still in a spot to win this race as well.
Let's see who's on the move. Brought to you by Chevrolet. And one of the cars on the move, a little throwback paint scheme there, Ty Dillon. And we saw his grandfather, they call him Pop Pop. Richard Childress had the 3 out on the track yesterday, but that is the first paint scheme that was for Richard Childress. He said, I'm going to go against all of the superstitions. I'm going to have a green car. I'm going to use the number 13. I'm going against them all to see if my luck will change. And sure enough, it did. He's one of the most successful owners in NASCAR and a part of the Hall of Fame.
And Ty's consistently been up in the front of this draft. Won the stage here, won the first stage here in the April race. So he has the confidence in himself, at least to try to get up there and make some moves.
Guys, 3 laps into the green flag run. Everyone that was involved in that wreck that was able to stay on the racetrack has all met minimum speed. So there's no more clocks, no more anything. They can repair it as much as they need when they come to pit road. Even if they have to go to the garage, they're allowed to do that now. No more restrictions or rules for the cars involved in the accident.
Look at that outside line lining up now that everybody's got all their stage points. Now we're racing for the finish. Looks like these guys are trying to settle it down a little bit. Actually get everybody in this top line. There's no more battle as much as Chevy versus Ford like we had for the first 2 stages.
Why does the top line do this? Why are they able to go up there and not be challenged down low?
Well, because there's 3 Fords up front that have no interest in passing one another, I believe. Kyle Busch is probably happy to be in 4th. So when you get the front 4 or 5 happy to still be rolling in one direction and they just commit to following, I think the overall speed's just too fast, Junior. I mean, that's what I've always seen from the pit box.
Yeah, the bottom, when you run on the bottom, the going down low and turning the wheel just a little bit more creates a little bit of an accordion effect, and that accordion effect sort of pushes cars away, then they back up to the pack. So there's a lot of accordion going on. When you go to the top, there's no accordion. The cars all get a pretty decent space between them, and the momentum just continues to build. And everyone from first through fifth is pretty much wide open. When you run on the bottom, only the leader's wide open with that accordion effect that's created on that bottom groove.
Riding along here with Bubba Wallace. See this group behind that single file, they're all double file. And while that's going on, that single file line will just drive away from them. Oh, almost right there. Yeah, there's double Z.
Oh, he is into the wall. Bubba Wallace gets into the wall.
Yeah, we got a couple cars spinning around back there.
Listen, you heard the tire.
Yellow's out. Did you get the fence?
77 also around. Blake Jones behind the wheel of that one.
It was Landon Castle that was in front of the 43 when all that started.
It seemed as though somebody either got into the back of the 43 and he got into the wall.
Yeah, take a look at it, this replay. Landon down low. The 43 comes up the racetrack and
77's
not clear.
there.
Yeah, just not clear. Hard contact with the right front tire. And
Parker snuck through the 96.
Yep. He's way down there.
Blake Jones goes around. The 43 above Wallace tried to get into a spot that wasn't there.
Potentially a big break for the 9 car, Chase Elliott. This caution allows them to come down pit road, and now they can work all they want, right, Steve?
Yeah.
Still there, top. Easy. Still there, top. Still there.
I mean, to me, like,
never knew.
Get rolling.
Never knew he was on the outside of him.
Yeah, when you're in the back, I mean, that obviously sort of shook Bubba up when he seen the double zero and threw him off a little bit. But when you're in the back, riding around just trying to get to the end of the race, sometimes you don't quite pay attention as much about who's around you, where cars are, because you feel like everybody's back there just sort of taking care of each other. And it just takes one little instance like that to throw things off.
So now the 43 is actually on the damaged vehicle policy.
Hit the wall pretty hard for that right front.
All the others that were involved in the big one, that clock is now off.
Yeah, so, Jeff mentioned it. Alan Gustafson, this is a beautiful opportunity for the 9 to come repair his car. Tip-top shape, sit there as long as you want, just don't lose a lap. The 19 as well of Truex, who's currently a lap down, try to stay only 1 lap down. I expect most of the leaders, it was only a 6-lap run, they're going to stay on the racetrack right here as they pass the entrance to pit road. Somewhere in the middle of the pack, they'll probably come for fuel and handling. You see right here, looks like William Byron might be the first guy. Yeah, he's going to take a left-hand turn, bring a few cars with him, so the field's about split.
Dave. Kurt Busch's team will take an opportunity here to get some left side tires, and look at a little damage on the 1 car. Really, it was unscathed in that first big one there. A little damage on the front end, but just something not quite right in the left front of that race car for 3?
Well, we were all busy side drafting, kind of doing what we do down the back straightaway, and then I just noticed out of the kind of left side of the windshield, the 88 car was down there sideways by himself. So something happened up there, got him pitched out of the line, and he unfortunately kind of slid right back up in front of myself and Chase. And I hope I didn't knock Chase into the 88. I feel like I may have fortunately turned him away from, so he can stay on track and hopefully get some points in advance here. But just one of those plate racing incidents. I hate it for Alex. Looks like 24 made it through, so on a Hendrick standpoint, excited for a couple cars we still left in the race. But my Ally Chevy was great, and I was just being a great ally out there to my friends, and had a really fast race car.
What was the energy like, Jimmy, working together as a manufacturer and working high, working low? Where was the best energy?
I mean, we've worked together well over the years. I think we're just getting better at it. It's really all what it's about. And for myself, not having the playoff pressure, it was nice to have a purpose. It was nice to be out there helping my teammates try to collect the points and do what they could. So all in all, good day, just a short one, heading back to Charlotte.
Thank you. Glad you're okay.
19 of Martin Truex Jr. when they came to pit road most recently had too many men over the wall, so they'll have to serve that penalty. Is getting ready to go back to green flag racing. It's Boyer and Keselowski. They're 1 and 2. Then it's Blaney, Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, Eric Jones, Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, Matt DiBenedetto, Daniel Suarez, all a part of the top 10 right now. Working their way through the restart zone. And Boyer back into the gas first, pulling a little bit away from the 18. Kyle Busch, but he's able to get in front of the 2 of Brad Keselowski. Those Fords will work together.
Yeah, that's by design there to allow them guys to stay together. It's been productive so far. But on the outside, the Toyotas teamed up. Joe Gibbs Racing, Kyle Busch, and Eric Jones on that outside, making it work. So they're pushing.
They're outnumbered, but they're pushing.
Yeah, it looks like that the 20's able to push pretty comfortably down the back straightaway. Wondered if the Toyotas could push as well, if they could tandem. Wonder what Joe Logano's going to do back there behind that 20. He's going to inside here.
Yeah, if he can get the lead of that inside line, that's what he's going to do. A lot of Fords lined up.
Now what's he going to do? He's got a great run on this 18.
That brought the 41 with him. Suarez also was able to get in that inside line. So now look at all the Fords lined up behind Kyle Busch.
It wasn't that long ago they were all running up against the wall, and now it's 3 wide once again.
You can count on Joey. If he's got a run on you and you're not a Ford, he's going around. He's going to try to make a move. Here he goes, the outside of the 18. Kyle Busch tries to block.
He can't block. Now the 20 of Eric Jones behind the 22. So Joe Gibbs Racing leading the lower line and running second in the higher line.
Now what does Joey do? He almost cleared the 18. Didn't quite clear him. Joey Logano is so much fun to watch on these plate races. He is so aggressive.
I just like drivers that take every run they get and do something with it.
I bet the 3 wide on the outside.
Third line is forming. William Byron in the front of it.
Remember that 21 car, that's Matt Crafton now. Paul Menard is out with some neck pain.
Crafton caught earlier for speeding when he came onto pit road, but you can't fault him. He probably didn't know. He didn't know exactly what light to look at.
What's Logano do right here? He's got this outside lane clear.
He does. He's got the outside lane clear. He's going to go down in the middle actually, kind of straddle the lines. Not really helping either one, being ready to take either choice that he wants to make, low or high. He's got the 20 car clear behind him. He knows that. His spotter's telling him the 20's clear. Now his spotter's telling him the 10's about to clear, that they're organized up high.
Behind him, Ty Dillon in that 13 car about 4 or 5 rows back. He decided to jump up and make it 3 wide. Now he's going back to the bottom. He's looking at that third lane, just trying to gauge it. If that third lane gets going, he wants to be leading that third lane. Now it's lost all of its energy.
Oh, the 10 with a great run. Eric Almirola.
What's he going to do? Will he stay behind the 22?
You bet he is.
He's going to. Gives him a little shove.
That inside line lost its energy. The 41 of Suarez had trouble off turn 2. Had to lift. That backed everybody up on that second lane, that inside lane.
Listen into the 22 spotter here.
After clear, that second lane still rolling. Your 4 is still pulling the second lane. That's going to be it.
TJ Majors.
10's getting to the 4 now. They're tight. Second lane behind you.
10, 4, 17, all lined up with you, tight.
Oh, Kyle Busch dumped his teammate right there.
Lane, man, that's your help.
Kyle Busch went to the
10,
middle.
4, 17, clear.
See an opportunity to get with his other teammate, Denny Hamlin.
10, 4, 17, 18, now clear up top. The 11's behind the 18. And then 14 and 2 are in line up there. 12's a couple behind them. Got a lot of good help here. I drag around the top here.
Kyle Busch to the top of the 17 here.
Outside of the 17. We're fourth back there. Still got the 10 and the 4 with you. Got to be defensive of the outside here. Middle's getting hung bad.
TJ Major's pretty smart, isn't he, D?
I'll let you know if something forms in the middle. Or bottom lane, I'll let you know if something forms in the pushing the 4. I'll let you know if he tries anything. He's got the 11 with him if he does try anything.
He gives Joey a lot of information, and Joey's asked for that. TJ's told me that Joey wants more information than even I wanted. I told TJ just to keep talking. You weren't ever going to say too much. The more I knew about what was happening behind me, the better. And he says Joey asked for even more information than that. Even at all the racetracks, with this new rules, they need that information.
Logano has drugged the field up against the wall, and so we'll go NASCAR nonstop. There are the remnants of the 19's left front tire, and so the caution has come out for debris. It's the 5th time the caution has come out today. 38 lead changes between 19 different drivers. It's been a pretty amazing start to this race already, and now 55 laps to go.
And that caution right there, a huge break for Denny Hamlin. He was in the free pass position, running 28th. The first car 1 lap down, but stuck. No more points to get. When this caution came out, you're going to see right here the left front explode and shred on the 19 car. That puts Denny Hamlin back on the lead lap. That's 10, 15, 20, 25 points now available for Denny throughout the rest of the day.
So good news for Denny Hamlin. And the Monster Energy Cup Series is going to head to Kansas next week, where that is an elimination race. So the playoffs are definitely heating up, getting ready for the third round. 4 more drivers are going to be eliminated. You can visit NASCAR.com/tickets and get tickets to that race today. And so now another restart. Logano had grabbed the field and was trying to pull it up against the wall, but now this restart will put it side by side again.
Well, the first thing we need to do is get pit road open. We're going to get these leaders right here to come to pit road, and you know, you're looking at 55 laps to go. They said they could go 38 laps on fuel. Last year, guys tried to run 52 laps. They were right on the edge. I expect everybody to pit here and fill their fuel tanks up. You don't know if you're going to have a quick yellow. How many yellows can you save? You got to always be rolling the dice. Dave?
And Steve, one of the reasons that the 4 team is going to put 4 fresh Goodyear tires on Kevin Harvick's car is because there was so much debris on the backstretch. Kevin says that's a good idea. Plus, the next time, Marty, they can make just a quick splash for fuel and not have to change the tires.
Adam Stevens told Kyle Busch on the radio, I have a feeling the entire field is going to come here, and I'm not sure that's the right move. You see left side tires only for the 18 car and fuel as well, and Joey Logano right side tires only for him. So a lot of strategy being played out here on pit road, and Dave, Kevin Harvick backing into a stall once again.
Something with the left front. They'll get it fixed now.
See the race off pit road. Stenhouse Jr., no tires. Didn't change for fresh tires. 5 spots gained. Bulbs.com 500. See the aerial coverage brought to you by Coca-Cola. And we want to take you through the field, brought to you by Applebee's. We're going to start with Marty.
Yeah, the best way to do that here at Talladega, Rick, is to do it under caution because things change quickly here. Kyle Busch, kind of like this call by Adam Stevens, going left side tires here only on this stop, thinking they'll have to stop one more time. And if they do, they can put on right side tires, which is a little bit quicker. Joey Logano and his team going with right side tires on this stop. Logano saying the car was really good. He wanted no adjustments to it, Dave.
Ryan Blaney, such a nice recovery for him. The 12 car very, very fast. Remember the spin in stage 1 coming to pit road. Now the 12 has been good out front and good as a pusher as well. Marty?
Dave, Brad Keselowski back there in 13th. There was a lot of debris on the backstretch. Paul Wolf asked him, did you go through any of it, and would you like me to change tires? And Brad said, quote, wouldn't hurt my feelings if you changed tires. And he also has a plan for the restart. Listen to this.
I'm pretty happy with what we've done so far, so I don't feel like we need to be any more aggressive.
Boyer's saying he's going to take the top. Want to see if you can let him down.
I like riding the wall there. I think we were pretty unbeatable there.
10-4.
So Brad thinking the Fords are unbeatable when they're up in that high groove. We'll see if that plays out. Chase Elliott, meanwhile, is in 15th. Yes, the damaged race car is sitting in 15th. Alan Gustafson happy with what they've been able to do, and you see that right rear damage sort of limping around. Boy, if they can get out of here with a top 15, Kelly, that would be big for the 9.
Well, after Clint Boyer picked up his first stage win of the year, he said he thought about just heading out to the back and hiding out, I should say, and taking things easy. Still, he was in the thick of it. You see him topping him off with fuel because now he wants to do just that. Go to the back of the field and play it safe for a while, Marty.
William Byron among those, Kelly, that took 4 fresh Goodyear tires on this most recent stop, sitting in the 16th position. Chad Knaus told me yesterday before the race started, he said, you know what's made me most proud of William is how he's grown and learned to run up front. It's a much different discipline than what he had been used to in the past, Dave.
Marty, last time you spoke with me, we were watching the 4 have issues on pit road, and it was for front tire changer Shane Pimela right in the middle of his pattern. That's what they call going around the lug nuts on the wheel. The gun switched directions. You're supposed to do that for taking it off and taking it on. He waves. He says, whoa, 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 we never got the tire changed. They backed the 4 car up and into the pit box and changed that left front tire. Kevin radioed the team and said that was exactly the right move. Got it taken care of there. No problem. Kelly?
Denny Hamlin had just gone a lap down when the big one happened. They had a little bit of damage. You see, they've been able to take the time on pit road to repair it. Now, this caution helps Denny Hamlin because it has put him back on the lead lap. So if he can get back with the pack, he'll actually be able to make some moves and make up some points, Dave.
Martin Truex involved in the big one, and they've been working on that car ever since he got back to minimum speed and turned off, if you will, the penalty clock, and so they'll work on it now to try to get him back out there. Remember, that last caution was caused when the left front tire on the 19 came apart and left debris on the backstretch. Rick?
Thank you, guys.
Oh, Rick, we're going to see the green flag with 51 laps to go. Clint Boyer just reported came down pit road and topped off. Between that and if he does cruise around to the back part throttle, maybe a little strategy here. You can make it to the end without coming to pit road again.
Guys not in the playoffs that are running up front. Well, running at the #1 position is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's been good at these super speedways. Can he stay up there? Matt Crafton subbing right now for Paul Menard is 4th. Michael McDowell running 6th. Eric Jones is 7th. David Reagan 8th. Matt DiBenedetto 9th. Matt Tifft is 10th. Going back to the restart zone and back up through the gears they go. And now we'll see who will work with who. Matt Tifft looked a little bit to the outside there, thinking he might go to the high line.
That's a great job by the 17 car and the 22 to work together. Hand signals to time when they got on the throttle to be able to out-accelerate the 18 car, Kyle Busch. Now the run. So the 17 gets out of the way. He sees that run's too big. Moved over, got in front of the 18. He lives to fight another day, even take the lead back.
That was the key. He was able to jump up in front of a lane rather than putting himself in the middle. He jumped all the way to the top, made Kyle Busch push him. Smart move.
Yeah, now back to the bottom.
How long can you block? How long do you go from line to line?
Well, you try to keep the momentum of those cars behind you at bay, but when they get big runs, big piece of debris flying up in the air there. 3 ride back here with Matt DiBenedetto.
Remember, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was told 2 weeks ago he doesn't have a job next year. He's looking for a job. It sure wouldn't hurt his case in it to win this race today. We know how aggressive he is anyway. I don't know if he can ratchet his aggressiveness up at all. He's already on edge all the time. Be cool and fun to watch him try to win this race.
Because he doesn't have actual teammates behind him, if he tried to pull this line up to the top, would they leave him hanging?
I think right now what they want to do is just stay on the bottom for this at the moment. Now you see Clint Boyer trying to get that outside lane working. Just trying to get away from it. There's too many cars right now, I think, to drag it to the top. Dave.
And 17 of Ricky Stenhouse as a Ford obviously wants to help Fords where he can. Crew Chief Brian Petty telling me that's one of our goals, but also finishing where we've been running. Ever since the announcement that Ricky wouldn't be back, they've had a lot of things go their way except finishing where they've been running. They know they can run up front here at Talladega. They want to finish up front, perhaps even win, Marty.
Dave, did you see the top line in the middle of that mess? Yes, that's Chase Elliott. A moment ago, he was running 5th, and right now he's still in 5th after all that damage today. In fact, their teammate William Byron noticed that, and they said, hey, the 24 is pretty good, or the 9's pretty good. Listen on the radio.
All right, so the 9 feels like the third car is running pretty well, even with the damage. He obviously drove up there past us and a couple of the other guys, so we'll work with him and those other guys as much as possibly can here.
Dyson everywhere, the 9 not out of the mix. And remember the Roval, they wrecked and still won the race. We've seen crazier things at Talladega, Rick.
It's 3 lines, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is trying to block all 3 of them, trying to stay in front. Each one having its own momentum. Joey Logano now with Ryan Blaney behind him, trying to make that high line work.
Yeah, they're aggressive. It's awesome to see. Look at the 9 car, Chase Elliott.
He jumps out into the inside line.
Look how much that car is skewed out, how much the left rear tire is closer to the inside of the racetrack than the right rear tire. That's going to help that car go fast down the straightaways. Just don't know how well it's going to drive.
Yeah, seems to be driving good enough. Comfortable enough for him to mix it up right here in the middle of the draft.
Got new tires on it, though. What's going to happen later on when the tires start wearing out?
18 of Kyle Busch left his teammate to go down there and get in the front of that inside line. Seeing an opportunity there that he wanted to take. I think as a Toyota, without the numbers, you have to take every opportunity you can. Chevrolets are sort of similar in that regard, as they have to work with whoever they can to try to stay up front as the Fords have the numbers now.
Watch Ricky Stenhouse right here. Let's see if that 18 car can get a run. Doesn't seem to be able to, but I can promise you Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is looking at that left side mirror, trying to gauge that run on the inside. He is not afraid to block. Big push from Logano.
Yeah, Logano's usually not patient enough to stay behind. If he gets a run, especially a big one, here shows him out here. If he gets a run big enough, it's hard for Joey to be patient and not take it.
But he's got a teammate right behind him. Those two are able to work together.
Yeah, that gives him more confidence to move. If he wants to go the inside or take the lead, he knows somebody's going to go with him, that car behind him. But that inside line staying there, we've seen this all day long.
There goes Ricky. He's going to block. He's so good at that. Look how that just slowed that inside line down when he did that.
It also packed them up, though, so they're going to have a great run down this back straightaway. He's got to go down there again to try to stop them.
Gets down in front of him, and now he's on the inside, and here comes the 22 and the 12. Logano and Blaney making that outside line work, trying to get the lead away.
How about Daniel Hemrick in that blue number 8 car? He also was told a few weeks ago he doesn't have a ride for next year. Suarez trying to make it 3 wide.
Yeah, Daniel gave him an opportunity to put him on the high side, and Daniel took it.
Still side by side for the lead. Logano on the outside, Stenhouse on the inside. Here comes some help from the 12 of Blaney.
Look at that outside line. Got the great pusher behind him. Clint Boyer is going to give him a push. Watch this third lane get rolling.
12-8's really loose right there.
I don't think he wants to push.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. staying right in front of the 18. Down by that double yellow line. That inside line once again is coming back up front. You're not going to miss a thing. We'll go NASCAR nonstop. You see it all. Just 41 laps to go. The NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series playoffs from Talladega. This telecast presented by Applebee's. Want to take a look at the Ram trucks built to serve, guys.
Who's going to be your friend when you make a move like we just saw right there with Eric Almirola jumped in the middle? Who's going to be your friend and go with you?
Avoid the next big one. The way they're racing today, we're probably going to have one. You don't want to be in it.
You've told me this time after time. Take every run you get. If you have momentum, pull out a line, take the run, improve your position. Kelly.
You see Clint Boyer in that 14 car right in the thick of things, and he's been animated on the radio. He got into the wall a minute ago. Have a listen.
I said I hit the wall, Brett. Off the two. I need to see if the right side's okay.
Okay, and his spotter, Brett Griffin, reassuring him, I don't see any smoke. They think he might be okay. His pit crew kind of sprung into action for a minute, but they seem a little bit more relaxed here. And there you see him getting into the wall.
He almost sounds out of breath, too, when he was saying that. Under green flag conditions.
If you were going 200 miles an hour, 3 wide, you'd be out of breath, too, Rick.
He's holding his breath.
Yes.
In this action, man, I'm telling you.
He jumped in the middle, went with Eric Almirola into the middle, and that move is not working for Clint Boyer.
I just don't know that I've seen guys race this hard, this much. I mean, through each stage, the first stage, second stage, and now in the third stage, we rarely, if ever, have seen the teams race 2, 3 wide the entire day.
None of the Fords have taken that top lane right to the wall, but the Chevys, with the 18 leading the pack, they refuse to be bullied. They said, we're not going to the top to follow you. We're going to stick with the bottom. People are going to jump down here. You said it time and time again. When is the 20 going to pull out a line and try to get on that 18's front bumper?
Absolutely. If he had done that laps ago, he would be out in front, almost battling for the lead.
Here it comes, though. That inside line has momentum now.
And it's something, I don't know what it is about the rule package, but it's something about it that is allowing that inside line not to be dominated by the top. I love it. Typically, when the cars get to that high side, we thin out, go single file. Not happening today. Into the lead, Kyle Busch. Man, that bottom groove had a great run down the front straightaway into turn 1, Marty.
Boy, Kyle Busch has just made it work today. You know, their Toyota cars are kind of the forgotten manufacturer group. Nobody talks about them, as Denny Hamlin said, hey, we're open for business. Kyle Busch has opened it up to the lead so far. But it's about knowing who's around you. He wanted to know about the 9's damage. He knew he was in the wreck earlier. So, Junior, how critical is it that you know about the cars even behind you that may be pushing you and how their car is handling and what situation it's in?
Now we're seeing that high line.
Yeah,
they're trying to get a little momentum, doing a little side drafting.
Yeah, they're freaking out a little bit. They're hitting the panic button because 4 cars just went by them on the inside. Everything was working so well. Now, why is it not? Will they stay organized and try to rebuild their momentum, get themselves back up there toward the front?
How about Chris Buescher right now running in the 4th position in that 37? Chris Buescher will be going back to Roush Fenway Racing. He's leaving JTG Doherty Racing and will head
95.
Brandon Gaughan in the 62. He only runs a few races. He loves the action, though. Behind him, the 95, Matt DiBenedetto having a great run. We've seen him up front at the plate races before, leading a lot of laps at Daytona in February.
And I think those cars will spice it up because they have nothing to lose. They don't want to hear about points or playoffs. They could care less. They're trying to win a race.
The 15 car behind Matt DiBenedetto running well as Chastain in that car with great news this week. He's going to be in a 2nd car next year. Colleague racing in the Xfinity Series, so
full-time in Xfinity Series for him.
Amazing news. All these,
caution has come out.
Yellow's out.
And so the caution has come out with 36 laps to go. And everyone catching their breath. There is the 14 of Boyer. He is high-centered.
This is big trouble.
Oh, no.
It's stuck. Oh, that is huge.
Don't blow it up. I can see you. They're going to have to push you. Rear wheels are off the ground.
You see his head moving inside the car.
Yeah,
his hands on the steering wheel. He knows this is not what he needed. He's running right here towards the back of the pack a little bit.
I think he had a loose or a
he thought he had
tire.
a wheel going down.
Yeah,
he thought he had a tire going down.
Must have been, but he was complaining about the right front. It couldn't have been the right front. It had to be one of the rear tires that failed.
I think it's left rear, and that's why he's high-sided it. Flat left rear.
And what an unfortunate situation. Now he's allowed to get assistance to get pushed off from here. We're going to have to use a truck, boys.
He's stuck.
To use a vehicle, that ain't going to do it.
I concur.
Just push him.
Use that. Wrecker.
They ready?
It's not over. They just need to try to get him. Yeah, they got to get him moving now before he loses more additional laps.
We're humans, is what I'm saying.
Now they're bringing the truck
right here.
Yeah, they're bringing the truck around. It looks like.
No, don't hook up to it.
They're going to hook up to him.
Oh
If
no!
they hook up, doesn't he have to go to the garage?
You don't want to
push it.
Yeah, this is.
Steve, isn't it the rule if they hook up to him, he has to go to the garage?
Well, you're supposed to be given assistance if you are stuck in the mud.
They're going to hook it to the wheel.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they need to hurry. The field's coming down the back straightaway to put him 2 laps down. If he could have stayed just 1 lap down, get this car to the pit road, get it repaired.
Yeah, well, that's not going to happen. Where I see the field is right now with a safety worker, now he's going to have to get strap off the right front. So the 14 is definitely going to lose a lap.
Yeah, you heard him. Don't let him pull on the suspension. Out front, it's Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, William Byron. Again, Chris Buescher up there. Brendan Gaughan, Matt DiBenedetto, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Hamlin, Logano, Kurt Busch all in the top 10. Daniel Hemrick right behind them in 11th. Ty Dillon is 12th. There, he's not high-centered anymore.
Say, don't back up and get yourself in that situation.
I wasn't going to say it, but I was thinking it was. He's trying to get unstuck. Here comes everyone on pit road. Inside the final fuel window, everyone will be topping off those tanks, Marty.
Yeah, just the safest play, and you're going to see a lot of people take fuel only here. I believe Kyle Busch will do that as well. But Chase Elliott with some very interesting comments. He said the car is so tight right now, if we were at any other racetrack, I would say this right front would not make it to the end of the race. But Kyle Busch going right side tires here. William Byron, you're going to go fuel only here, and you're going to see Chase Elliott and his team go with 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Chase said, I know it's a conservative call, but I don't want to chance it with that right front.
Fuel only for the top 4 coming off of pit road, gaining some spots as we see the 9 of Chase Elliott get up to speed. Sunday on NBC, it's an elimination race. Yeah, that means that the drama and the action will get even higher for the NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series as the playoffs continue from Kansas Speedway. And that race coverage will begin at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Guys, what can we expect when we head to the 1.5 miles?
Well, we've raced there before, but never under the stress and intensity that these guys will be under. Several of these drivers, especially the 88 of Alex Bowman, a few other guys that are going to have to go in there and make something happen, win a race. They're going to have to go win the race, take big risks with their strategy, Steve.
That's the biggest thing I see is the guys that are in trouble currently on the points here, I think can win at Kansas. That makes it even more stressful for everyone else. Takes an automatic berth. So I think that it's going to be pack racing. I think there's going to be a ton of grip. The cars are going to have a ton of downforce, a lot of wide open throttle.
That's what was holding the 14 up on the track. Kelly?
Yeah, you can see this is the second time for Clint Boyer on pit road since he wrecked, and they repaired all the damage. They put 4 fresh Goodyear tires on it. I shouldn't say they repaired all of it because obviously they brought him back down to continue to work on the right side of that car. Clint was able to catch up to the field at one point, which is why they've made that second pit stop. We'll see what he can do after this.
So this is a NASCAR requirement, not the upper bumper, but the lower area. If you look all the way at the bottom, that shiny area, that is a tail extension that NASCAR requires every car to run. It affects the aerodynamics negatively. You wouldn't want that. You'd like to cut that off if you're a race team. You're not allowed. That's why when they see a car like the 14 that's damaged it because of the banking, they're requiring the team to make sure that area is reinforced.
And Steve, he's on the clock, right? I mean, he brought out the caution.
Yeah, he was on the clock, but 6 minutes, he should be fine. A couple times down pit road, you don't lose a lap. I think he should be all right.
So Clint Boyer will take the 14 back out onto the track. He has been one of the best pushers and draft partners here at Talladega today.
The problem right now is he's 2 laps down. So how does he get out of that situation?
And after the race today, a special NASCAR America. It'll be Motor Mouths. DJ, Kyle, and Nate will be taking calls. So you can call in 1-844-NASCAR-NBC. They'll be with you until 6 Eastern. So that should be a lot of fun. Fans will be able to call in and talk about the race today. Marty.
Rick, a couple things to clean up from pit road. Brad Keselowski came down topped off with fuel. Most everybody who pitted there was 1 lap to the good. He's riding on board with Chase Elliott right here. They took 4 tires, and Chase is very confident that they can get the group organized once again on the bottom. They will be strong. How strong? Listen.
The power of that group right there will not be beat on the bottom. I don't know if it's worth letting these guys know, but we had some good stuff going on there.
So spotter Eddie DeHaan busy on the roof trying to say, hey, let's get reorganized on the bottom once again. We'll see if those 4 fresh tires allow Chase Elliott, who's restarting 14th, to get back up there and contend for the win.
Interesting, a 23-year-old, and Chase Elliott is saying that as forcefully as he did there, almost sounding like a longtime veteran.
He looks around and everyone he's racing with trying to take control, trying to be the guy, right? Say, hey, follow me. I can do this. This is what we need to do. I mean, someone has to be the voice.
Remember the Roval. He drove that thing into turn 1, nose first. I thought his day was over. He drove that thing back through the line, through the whole field, and won that race. So no need for this team to quit now, Dave.
4 team not quitting as well. Kevin Harvick with a whole race car at this point, the number 4, and 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Rodney Childers saying to his driver, you know, if we don't do something different than them, then how are we going to beat them? Steve, how often do we talk about that? Somebody just do something different. The 4 lost some track position, but has 4 fresh tires.
Yeah, tires, a little bit more fuel.
How about Chris Buescher up here in the front row? Chris Buescher in the 37. William Byron in the 24 on the outside. As they come back through the restart zone. Green flag back in the air.
Chris Buescher's going to get blocked, or the 1 car is going to pull down there in front of him, actually, and line up. 3 Chevrolets out front. Buescher's teammate Ryan Preece ran 3rd in this race in April, so those teams have speed.
And what an aggressive move by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. moving in front of the 10 of Eric Almirola.
He's driving a Ford. He drove up into a line with 4 other Fords. Now he jumped back to the bottom.
He's just trying to get momentum. He has not got the momentum from this restart. Just trying to get his car up to speed. Get any kind of push he can get right there.
So now William Byron in front. He has Kurt Busch behind him, as well as Buescher, Almirola, Stenhouse Jr.
And Stenhouse car looks good. Really didn't see him up toward the front much earlier in the race, but now more and more aggressive as this race gets going.
And that's Suarez on that outside lane. Trying to get some guys to go with him out there.
On an island, though, dropping back.
Yeah, he got up to the high side, and nobody went with him. That's the risk you take. Looks like the 17 sees that outside line. He's going to jump to the outside of Kyle Busch.
Here comes the momentum. Eric Almirola in the 10 is going to push Stenhouse Jr.
I think that's a good decision. Push that 17 up toward the front here. See what the 24 does of Byron. Will he try to block the momentum of that line or stay down there and trust that inside line to stay organized and help him?
Little side drafting out of Stenhouse Jr. trying to take the lead back.
And he does. He's back. It's a side drafting in 24. Gets away from him. Gets clear into the lead. The 17.
Now,
Stenhouse.
He'll go in full block mode now.
Now that inside line is all packed together. They're going to get a big run on him.
There he goes. He's not going to let that happen. He's going to fall down in there.
Man.
Now he feels like the outside lane's getting momentum. Went up there, now back to the bottom.
Another name we don't normally mention, but a lot of times on super speedways, David Reagan right here in the pack as well in the 38.
Look at Stenhouse. He's changed lanes probably 6 times in the last half lap. How risky that is. We saw that wreck earlier. Alex Bowman tried to put that block and it didn't work. Caused a big wreck on the back straightaway.
Pretty good little run there Almirola had. Stenhouse Jr. will stay in front of him.
Yep. One car not quite to the back of the 24 yet. Now getting closer, getting closer. Now he should start to push that 24. They should start to build a little bit of speed. Here they come. 17 down to block that. Not a huge run.
Logano shoving David Reagan.
Yeah, David's going to stay behind this 10 and help that 10 car. Eric Almirola. The inside line, though. The 17 in front of it has the advantage. Ooh, the 37 gets a little tight there on the bottom.
Yeah,
has to lift.
Bottom of that tri-oval, he kind of split that seam in a tri-oval, and there's a banking change right there. You saw he got loose.
Yeah, awful transition right there in the middle of the tri-oval for that bottom groove.
A great job by Stenhouse. He was able to slow that momentum down, and now it's kind of calm. Now it's gotten double wide. Now it's going to get wild again. There he goes.
David Reagan.
Shuffled out. Eric Almirola, now Reagan in front.
And David Reagan made contact with 10. The 10 had to correct and got out of line. But David's run was so big, getting pushed by the 22, he had to continue that forward momentum to the middle.
You guys have mentioned the drivers that have lost their rides. David Reagan stepped out. He said this is going to be his last year. He didn't lose it. He just said he's going to be all done racing. What would it mean to him to get a win in his final season?
He's about to take the lead. This 22.
Oh, it got
pushing
tight.
Hard. Oh. 17 goes up there to block it.
Yeah, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. saw that the 38 had some momentum with the 22 pushing. He jumps up in front of that outside line. Now the inside line falls back.
3 forwards and outside line organized to push and help each other.
Oh, and around goes the 22. A hard hit by Joey Logano.
We're in it, guys.
The 41. Logano was running in the 2nd position up there on that outside line.
Left rear tire blew out on the 22 car.
That's how fast things change here.
Suspension. The hood's up. It doesn't look terrible. Bring it to me. We'll get that taped down. Rear bond cut. Get the backing off of it, guys.
Damage to the 41.
That's red 41.
Look at all this
Drive
inside.
off with him. I'll let you know when
That's
I see you
foam
again.
from the door.
Yeah, the left rear tire is trying to destroy. You look down at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, left rear tire is blown out and it's ripping away all of the crush panels, starting to tear into the foam that's in the left side door.
And look at the force of that tire. Look at Joey's whole body shaking.
He's trying to get back without doing more damage.
He's using that opening for the
Okay, yeah.
air duct to see where he's going. The whole hood is off this car. And you can see the top of the hood is that gray area. I think it took the whole hood pin bar and everything out. I'm not sure. They're going to have to tape this all down.
All right, let's get that hood down and tape down, and let's hook that left rear.
He came in last time only fuel, so didn't change tires the last time he was on pit road. Marty.
Boy, you can barely see through there. You see what the overhead camera looks like from the roof of the car for Joey Logano. He shuts it off when he comes in here. Todd Gordon has sent over his car chief, Raymond Fox. He's going to do all the damage repair here. Joey saying after the Dover situation where they finished 25 laps down, it wasn't not a must-win situation at Talladega, but it was a must-do-well situation at Talladega. We'll see what happens here, but this is a team that almost won the regular season championship and could go to Kansas, the final race of this round, in a must-win scenario. So they've got a lot of damage here on the 22. We'll see what happens. Maybe they can limp it home and get a decent finish out of it, but they were in the middle of that, Rick.
Yeah, 25 laps to go in this race.
And look at the hole above the left rear tire where the tire has just destroyed. Looks like sharks got a hold of this thing.
It's gone, Junior. Yeah, I mean, and you can see the foam flying around the car as well. I don't know how they're going to fix that left rear in any fashion for Joe Logano and this team.
I think you just got to cut that away, Steve. If I'm the driver, please cut that off.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to start cutting items away. You cannot add another quarter panel. You can't add pieces and parts unless they're required, like this hood flap right here. Let's take a look at this from the outside. We were on board when it happened.
It's pushing the 38 around. Oh, no. One got in the back of the 24.
Yeah.
It wasn't a flat tire at all. It was the 24 spinning, catching the left rear of the 22. You guys talked about it yesterday, the point of these Chevrolet noses. It looks like a pretty straight push from the one, square into the back of the 24, but look at instantly, oh, it comes from like 3 cars back.
Yeah, they all bounced off each other. Nothing Kurt could do about that. He was getting pushed from behind. Byron had no idea that was coming. Boom, boom. 3 or 4 of them all together.
Right in the lookout.
Wow.
22 almost went over.
Yeah, that's a moment that all the safety of the roof flaps and the hood flaps definitely saved that 22 car from going over. Years ago, I'm confident to say that car may have went airborne for sure.
Sure, yeah.
Brad and
so with that
Blaney
kind of
just sneaking by. That was big for Blaney.
Even though the 22 is back in the pits, opportunity to get tuned up. Has a hard hit to that left rear tire and the suspension there. Let's look at the roof of the 47 car. Can't see nothing. Then all of a sudden you can see something.
See Ryan Preece looking around, trying to figure out what he's going to hit.
Or who's going to hit him.
Yeah. This is just crazy. We're riding along with this
heavy
happening.
one.
Oh, right there.
Going up to him. Keep coming. Keep coming.
Helpless. Helpless.
Hold the brake. We're in it, guys.
Look at him. Took his hands off the wheel. That's Talladega in a nutshell right there. And think about that. He's essentially racing for the lead and gets in a wreck doing nothing wrong.
So they've cut off the fender on the left rear. He's on the damaged vehicle policy clock.
He did a good job.
It does. It looks better than I thought it was going to look. The hood for sure.
So the second big one has happened at Talladega. This time it was an aggressive push on the lower line. Around goes Byron and he collects numerous cars. It's Monster Energy Cup Series playoffs from Talladega Superspeedway, and crazy once again. The cars that were involved in the wreck, 9 of them, some with a little bit of damage and some with a lot of damage, to the point where they are no longer going to be able to continue in this race. So 23 laps still remain as we see the 22 make another stop, and almost a completely silver hood on the 22 as he comes back out onto the racetrack, and he has a minute 41 still to go on that DVP clock. All right, guys, well, Junior, you said it. You don't think you've ever seen anything like this as far as aggressive racing, but right there, we're seeing everyone either having to block or get that momentum from whatever line they're in.
Well, plus when they drop the green flag, it's going to be about 20 to go in this race, and we always know what late race restarts happen on plate races. It only gets wilder. The finish is coming soon, and what we've seen so far, I would expect to see more.
Yeah, the teams have tried. Joe Logano's tried to get that high line working, to single file the entire field out like we've done here in the past. It's the safest thing to do, to be able to get to the end, and if you're leading that line, it feels great.
Yep.
But they haven't been able to do it. Something about this rule package, these spoilers, allows that inside line to remain competitive and continue to battle back and keep this field 2 and 3 wide all day long. I'm loving it. It's been a pretty awesome race.
Yeah.
And what the horsepower and aero package does is create runs, big runs. And all day long, you can choose to block or not block. You can choose to lift or not lift. Well, whatever that threshold is, it's going to continue to move as the laps count down. We've already had 2 big wrecks. It wouldn't shock me to have another one, maybe a couple more, because the runs will come. The leader's going to have to make a decision. Give up the lead or block the run. I don't think anybody can just lead on their own, as we see the 22 back on pit road, closing in on a minute left on that clock. They need to make sure that doesn't expire. Marty.
You can see the time clicking down. They had a chaotic 5 minutes, Steve. Actually, they did not get right side tires changed after the first round of repairs. You see them hammering out. There was a point there on the left rear that was pointing down that would have cut the left rear. That's why Todd Gordon brought him back down pit road. But he has barely stayed on the lead lap twice now, but been able to do that, so they're on the lead lap. Meanwhile, for William Byron, their day is done. Chad Knaus told him on the radio, listen, we did what we needed to do today. Stage points, they earned 13. That could prove critical after the cutoff at Kansas next week.
Yeah, everybody's got to be looking ahead at the fact that it is an elimination race at Kansas. So with only 23 laps to go, they've got to get everything here at Talladega. Just 20 laps remain in the NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series playoffs from Talladega. This telecast presented by Applebee's. And you see the points as they run. Right now, Blaney 15 back, Boyer 11, William Byron 7. That number probably will change a little bit.
If it stays like that, though, imagine the 6-car battle that we're going to have at Kansas. Dave.
William Byron walked from the care center under his own power. Why didn't that push from Kurt work?
I don't really know. You know, obviously our noses are pointed and it just jacked me right up and around. I got to look at it a little bit. Yeah, it turned me to the inside first and then hooked me. I don't know. I don't know what to do different there to get the push better. Just unfortunate for us. I mean, we had a good run going. Felt like we were gonna, you know, at least finish pretty solid, and our car was good. Just trying to kind of bide our time, and just kind of unfortunate for sure.
All right, glad he's okay. Again, Marty mentioned the 13 stage points earned. That's a big deal, Kelly.
Dave, Denny Hamlin started this race with a 48-point cushion, but a lot can happen here at Talladega. He's been very interested in his point situation now. Have a listen.
Reason why we should go out there and race the rest of this race? I mean, other than like the last lap where just make a mad dash, try to gain 5-6 spots from the slow cars. Because I still don't think it's all done. You know what I mean? I think when they throw the checker, there's going to be about 8 or 9 good running cars.
So Denny Hamlin's been asking where all the other playoff competitors are running right now. He is showing 45 points above the cut. Interesting to note, before that last crash happened, Alex Bowman and the 88 team were showing 20 points below the cut line. Look where he is now, 7 points above.
And the field 2 by 2 as we're getting ready for the restart. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and David Reagan making up the front row. Good push by the 1. Getting Ricky Stenhouse Jr. out there in front and back in control.
He's way out there, though. Now both lines organized. He can't block them both. They're both going to have a pretty good run here. He's going to choose the bottom. It's going to allow that top to maintain the momentum that they've built up.
I like him choosing the bottom, though, because then the chance of me taking 3 wide goes down. And you start moving up a lane, they can split you. Then you go all the way to the back.
We jump to the top to try to block, but I don't think that's going to work out for him. A much stronger line on the bottom with Kurt and Kyle working together, 2 brothers.
And how long will they work together? Now just 19 laps to go. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the high side, trying to take the lead back. He's got help from David Reagan.
Oh, David Reagan on the outside of him.
He is out to the middle. To the middle of 37.
He went to the middle, but I don't think he meant to. I think he kind of got pushed there.
Busher slides in behind the 1. There was barely enough room for a car, but he fit right in there.
There was some luck involved there, but it worked out for Busher.
And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. back out front. Now the momentum on the bottom. Here comes the 1 of Kurt Busch. Never won at Talladega.
Stenhouse car out front is impressive.
Yep. Keep an eye on Matt DiBenedetto. The 95 car working his way toward the front.
37 got pushed in the middle.
And then he slid right in front of the 18 of Kyle Busch. That high line.
Is it any coincidence the 3 guys in the outside line don't have an agenda today other than win?
Aggressive, and we're seeing it. And the 41 of Suarez has spun around, and now the caution has come out again.
I think that Denny Hamlin was right.
Oh,
I think that
I was getting ready to say
about there's going to be more.
So. And let's be clear, he's 45 points up as we see the 41 spinning through the grass right here. You mentioned Denny Hamlin, 45 points. Like, you can only lose about 55 at the racetrack. So to go to Kansas at 45 up, while that's not a guarantee, that would be a few good nights of sleep. You would think you could go there, stay on the lead lap, and just go ahead and move through to the next round.
The small things in a race, I think that's a break for Logano, that caution. We see how damaged Logano's car is. That gives him a few laps to run on a caution, right? There's only a few cars 1 lap down, Priest, Logano, and Sorensen. So I think that's a huge break. He doesn't have to push his car right here. We saw how hard it got hit in the left rear.
And Suarez, I believe, is out of time on the damage clock, so he's going to go to the garage, and that gives some of these guys, these Truex, a couple guys an opportunity to gain some positions.
Suarez was running 29th. There were a lot of issues today, guys, starting with the 11 of Denny Hamlin.
See how much his hood flaps are moving around. Ended up breaking the hinges, ripped it right off the car.
And then down back straightaway, the 22. It's the back of the 18, creating a massive crash into turn 3, taking out a lot of the Chevrolet cars that were working so well together throughout the day.
Yeah, normal chain reaction, nowhere to go to for Kyle Larson. The 88 of Bowman, he was the one that got turned around. That allowed Denny, he got a little bit of that damage. He came in and repaired it. The 19 of Truex, he continued on until here the left front tire goes flat with more damage.
Clint Boyer in the wall off of turn 2. Cut a tire and get loose, spin out down here in 3, and then high side of the car on the apron. Need a little help to get it pushed. Now 2 laps down.
And this big one. See right there, the 1 and the 24 just got misaligned. Big impact for a lot of cars. Look at the 24 right in the left rear of the 22 Logano. That's what I'm thinking, is that this caution allows Logano to ride around. We know that car's got to be hurt.
Dale, you mentioned the 41 that went to the garage and the clock. He was never able to make minimum speed. He went out there and tried. Car was so damaged, he ended up spinning out again, so it absolutely forced him to go to the garage. Unlike the 22, he got minimum speed, so he can keep working on his car under this yellow.
Yeah, I mean, it allows Boyer a position. He might not be able to get any of those laps back to be able to advance himself through the field, Clint Boyer. So he may be stuck 2 laps down at the end of this race if he can't get a wave around. Marty.
Yeah, Junior, needed caution for Joey Logano and his team, as you guys have mentioned, but maybe came a lap earlier than they would have liked. Todd Gordon asked Joey to go out there, feel out the car for a couple of laps, which he said is extremely loose, and then they were going to race for the free pass. Well, guess what happened? The caution came right as they were about to start racing Ryan Preece and did not get the free pass. So now they're still 1 lap down. That happened on the last set of pit stops. They're going to come in here and make sure that left rear is fixed up, Kelly.
Chris Buescher in the 37 car, who's had a great race going, thought he might have a tire going down. They brought him to pit road. They wanted to check for a rub potentially on the left rear, but it sounds like that was okay. I think they gave him 4 fresh Goodyear tires nonetheless.
Talladega is always hectic, but we knew that the playoffs were going to amp everything up. They seem to have done it every year. Remember, we started with 16 drivers, the round of 16. Martin Truex Jr. went back-to-back, winning Vegas and Richmond. Then we went to the Roval. Chase Elliott wins after having an accident. Then we cut to 12 drivers. We head to the monster, Dover, where Kyle Larson won. He's advanced to the round 8. We're here at Talladega, then the cut race next week at Kansas. And after Kansas, we will be down to 8 drivers, 3 tracks. The short track at Martinsville, high speeds at Texas, the 1 mile at Phoenix. That will cut us to 4 drivers with a chance to win the championship down in Miami on November 17th, NBC. It is going to be a blast. No points when we get to Miami.
Right.
If you win or outrun the other 3, which has basically been a win every year, you are the champion.
It has required a win every single year to win the championship, but ultimately it is just finishing in front of the other 3 competitors that you're racing for that title. For a few of the non-playoff driver updates, let's start with Marty.
Yeah, with 15 to go, let's give some credit to Daniel Hemrick. The first set of stops today, they got some right rear damage with all the cars coming to pit road at the same time. They really had to fix that damage. They have clawed their way back up into the top 10. And remember yesterday before the rain came, they led some laps, led 1 lap yesterday. So a nice run here for the 8 car in 7th, Dave.
Marty, Brendan Gaughan doing what Brendan Gaughan does in that pink, black, and white, number 62. Only runs at Talladega and Daytona for a small team that only runs at Daytona and Talladega. He's had good finishes before, currently running 10th, Kelly.
How about our NBC Sports colleague, Parker Kligerman, running in the 14th position. This team had one of their best runs of the year in Daytona in July before getting caught up in the big one. So they brought back that car, but with some updates on it. Parker was really optimistic, told me he even gave himself the opportunity to dream about what it would be like to win here in the Cup Series. Of course, Parker, a 2-time Talladega winner, and the NASCAR Truck Series.
Guys, he's doing a great job.
I was going to say, you know, we always talk about and pick on Clint Boyer, like his victory parties would be the biggest. Brendan Gaughan might beat it.
Yeah.
Just, you know, the Las Vegas name. If Brendan could win here,
I think it would be a full country, East Coast to West Coast type party.
See the career Cup Series wins of those in the top 10 right now. 3 that have never won. Benedetto so close, Hemrick as well.
I'd have to imagine that if Matt Benedetto won today, that'd be a big story because of how close he came at Bristol earlier this year.
Remember, he led Daytona 500, led all those laps. Real strong car.
There's only going to be 13 laps to go in this race. The intensity we have already seen, I thought, was at a peak. Can it get even more intense?
Late race restarts at these racetracks, they are just, I mean, your heart rate gets through the roof because you know the things that you're going to have to do if you're going to win this race.
One of the trickiest parts about this racetrack is the tri-oval. There's a transition there. The bottom groove's a little bit flatter. We talked about it. Look at this 37 car. Go through there, and he catches himself on that transition and has to lift out of the gas because he gets a little tight, almost hits the car in the outside line, has to lift. Very, very uncomfortable coming through there if you do not stay low. If you straddle that line or get hooked on that transition, you get in trouble there.
Remember, fans, you can be a part of NASCAR America today. It's a special edition of Motor Mouths. Kyle, DJ, Nate will be with you. You can call in. There's the number. Again, that's after the race. Let's listen into the One Radio.
All right, so we'll have the 95 and then the 18 behind us. I'll let the 95 know that you've just been doing a good job of trying to stay backed up where they can push you as hard as they can. He says he feels good about how good they've been pushing.
It shocked me here to see some hands out the window, especially the left side there. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. giving a wave to the car behind him, letting him know he wants him to accelerate first, right? Dale wants him to get to his bumper?
Yeah, so the 17's going to wave, but he's going to wait to throttle up. He's going to wave to allow the guy behind him to go, then he will go. He will wait to mash the gas once he feels the contact of the 38 car, and they've worked really well together. Anybody that the 17's had back there has been able to push him into the lead on these restarts, and it's going to happen again.
See, the one car was not able to do that, was not able to stay hooked up, and now that inside lane just got pushed by. Now they're getting hooked up.
And the 2 of Brad Keselowski shuffled out into a 3rd lane.
And they're, again, 17 out there pretty far. He's going to have to stay in this bottom groove, Steve, but the momentum's coming from the outside. They're organized.
I like his patience on the bottom, though. He knows they're coming. He just, that yellow line's his friend. If he stays against that, they have to push him.
Big push from the 95. Kurt Busch.
DiBenedetto trying to help Kurt Busch up to the front.
They're still organized, still together. Now they've broken apart. Yep. Now the side draft from the 17 is going to put him back in position.
So hard to stay hooked up when you're side by side with other cars. The cars tend to pull the second car off of the first car because of the side draft.
3 wide back for 8th.
So it looks like the 95 of Matt DiBenedetto is able to push through the corner. We wondered about that with the Toyotas and the Chevys.
Now Kurt Busch in front. He gets to choose which line he wants to block.
Looks like the 95's hood has the same issue that Denny Hamlin's had earlier in the race. That right side flat looks broken.
He's tucked right in behind the 1. Matt DiBenedetto shoving the 1 of Kurt Busch around Talladega.
Matt's got to be careful. He left the bottom of the racetrack in the middle of 1 and 2. Got to be careful. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will fill that hole, Dave.
Talked to Matt before the resumption of the race today. He said, my car is really, really good. All I need are some buddies. Well, right now, he's the buddy for the 1 car, Kurt Busch.
Kurt Busch was on the pit box with me yesterday during the rain delay. We talked about last year, this race dominated, led 108 laps to run out of gas on the last lap. Has never won here at Talladega.
This front lane right now with all the chaos behind them, they're going to want to stay single file. They're going to try to separate themselves from about 12th on back.
And look at who's in this line right now. Kurt Busch, Matt DiBenedetto, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., David Reagan, Kevin Harvick, Daniel Hemrick, Michael McDowell. They're the top 7 right now here at Talladega.
Now there's another car losing one of those hood flaps, 38.
Yep,
David Reagan. They're going to be hood flaps all over the racetrack. Everybody's having trouble with those.
If it looks like it's connected to the car, it is. There's a tether on it. They're trying to keep it on the race car.
The 95 of DiBenedetto also has that same issue.
Don't give up on Brad Keselowski either. He's back about 8 or 10 cars, but continues to work the top with the 10 of Almirola behind him. You see him back there.
Yeah, that's Blaney in the 12 car.
Watch Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch keeps looking at that outside. He's watching that car on the outside. The white car, Blaney. The minute he gets momentum, there he goes. He keeps wanting to get in that outside lane, thinking he can lead it.
I had Brad and Aragorn, and then you mentioned it. Blaney jumped up. Now the 18's up there. The numbers are increasing.
Michael McDowell's not going to go with him in that 34.
He did not go. I was really surprised, but here comes the 12 of Blaney. Up behind the 18, and look up forward.
DiBenedetto gets shuffled out.
17. And he's going to the bottom for the lead.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. surges to the front.
Here comes Matty D back on the inside. Big block by Stenhouse. That helped the one car. Now can the car behind the one get him? Oh, a little contact.
35 into the left for a quarter pound. The one car almost turned the one car around right there.
How about David Reagan using a lot of patience there to push the one car rather than jump up on the outside of him?
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 2-car length lead. Now, when they come back to him, how hard will the hit be from DiBenedetto? Or will he leave him hanging? Will he try to take the lead away?
Further back, you see Keselowski, that white car, trying to make it 3 wide on the outside. It's going to be a hard...
Oh, the one car really loose through the throttle, getting a shove from the 38. Man, the pushes are intense. To the outside of the 17 goes Kurt Busch.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. stays to the inside line. Now Kurt Busch to the lead.
Can't quite clear.
Good outside lane. That 3 wide outside. Look, here it comes. Brendan Gaughan leading it.
Now the 18 jumps up there to take over that. He's going to get some help. That'll take a little bit of energy out of that middle groove.
3 wide for the lead. Here comes the 18 on the high side. Bushes in the second and third lane. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the bottom. 3 wide through the tri-oval.
What's Kyle Busch going to do right here? He's got the lead. Is he going to stay up top?
I think he has to. As long as that momentum's there, keep it.
Look how far it shoved him out in front, though. Can't block 3 lanes when they catch you. One car sideways.
Yeah, Kurt Busch is all over the place right now. Now the 18 drops down to the bottom. He'll block the inside line.
Why, a tough spot for Kyle Busch. What lane's he going to block? The outside lane. Now the inside lane's going to come.
Here comes the inside lane. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. back to the front. Another hood flap flies off. Oh, around goes the 18. The 42 collects the 17 as well. The 62 upside down. Brendan Gaughan upside down as he went back in front of the pack.
We're wrecked here, guys.
And the big one happens right at the front of the field.
Wow, it's crazy. Brendan Gaughan just flipped around, fortunately landed on his tires.
The 2, major damage.
That is why drivers' heart rates are through the roof on these late race restarts, these racetracks.
Yeah, the bumpers just don't line up as well as they used to with the old COT, but the pushing is just as aggressive as it's ever been and creates those type of situations.
Rick, you were calling the action 2 and 3 wide. The runs were so big, and 3 wide, you can't move. If you want to avoid the run, you're just going to get hit.
Marty.
I just go back to what Kyle Busch told me before the Motor Mouth show last Wednesday. He said, man, I've been wrecked in the front, in the middle, in the back, and he was leading there and got in this accident. Adam Stevens said, hey, we're going to cut everything off this car we can, and Kyle Busch said, dude, I don't think this thing is going to roll straight. So you see them more dissecting what's going on there, and the same thing for Brad Keselowski trying to get to his pit stall, and you see Brendan Gaughan on the backstretch. Man, what a crazy crash, but good to see Brendan walking away from the car.
When you're in these multi-car accidents, even cutting stuff off and rolling around at 40 miles an hour is a lap. That could score you in front of other cars.
Well, let's check out this replay, see exactly how all this came down.
See Kurt pushing Kyle.
It just hooked him. And
look at Brendan Gaughan just flipping right over.
It's like the nose of that Chevrolet just can't quite push him straight. It just can't do it.
Yeah, the 17 goes up to side draft. I don't think that affects the 18. It's the one just pushing his brother. It peels the 18 off to the right. It looks a lot like the 24 accident. Look at the 62, a full flip back on its wheels, thank goodness. Instantly stopped the flipping, put the car back in position. But a huge, huge accident.
You wonder, though, if the side force, like right here, if the side force didn't help push the car and roll it off the front bumper, right?
Yeah.
Just the air moved it
Because he's trying to pull him back.
Yes, and just moved it, and then that helped with that pointed nose of the Chevrolet, the combination of the two.
Oh, this shot right here.
Yeah.
Coming right at you. Look at this 62. It looks like a toy car. It doesn't look real.
3,400 pounds. Remember that. These things are almost 2 tons.
Well, you know, we take off.
All you got here, pushing right up to 17.
Kevin.
Half apart now in front. All right, keep low, keep low, keep low, keep low, keep low. Keep low, keep low, keep low.
The airport for this racetrack where these drivers teams come in and out of just off of turn 2. Those planes over there land, take off at 125 knots.
Yeah. Yeah, a big jetliner that you fly on, it takes off at 170 miles an hour. We're seeing these guys at 200 miles an hour get airborne.
Yeah. That's
man.
So that you know, looks like a toy car, but it doesn't take much to get air under that car and lift it up off the ground.
Red flag right here, so nobody can work on these cars during the red flag.
We could put all the safety innovation we can into the cars to try to keep them on the ground, but in that situation, you're just not going to be able to do it.
Well, that's the problem. It's one thing for a car to be sliding at that speed, but you saw it wasn't a slide. Once that other car makes impact, it changes all the dynamic forces on the car, puts a little bit of lift once that angle changes, but you saw one flip right back down. You never want to see a car airborne, but you like for them to get back on the ground as soon as possible.
Aggressive blocking up front. And a wild ride for Brendan Gaughan in the 62, upside down at Talladega.
Hey.
So much to talk about after this one is over. NASCAR America Motor Mouse, a special edition right after the race. You can call in, fans, be a part of it. What an incredible accident that just took place. These are the cars that were involved in the most recent big one. And now all of the playoff drivers have been involved in an incident today. You see the 62 of Brendan Gaughan back on the rollback.
So, Rick, we just saw this huge accident down the backstretch. We've looked at it from a few angles, but look right here. Look at the gap between the 18 and the 17, right? So there's at least a car width gap. As we roll it forward, watch the 17 as he moves up. I ask you, Dale Jr., does that air get squeezed between the two cars? Do you think that can affect the 18?
Yeah, I think the air's so compressed coming off the noses of these cars that getting next to that 18 car sort of shoved it to the right, upsetting that car just enough. Or maybe, just maybe, the 18 saw that 17 coming.
Oh, yeah.
Turned the steering wheel just ever so slightly. And you can't turn the wheel while you're being pushed.
You see the 4 of Kevin Harvick right there. We rode along with him, and you thought he was good, right? He's kind of below the campers right there, and as it rolls forward, he's thinks he's going to get through it at the last minute, gets connected in the right rear.
You cannot discount the shape of that Chevrolet nose and to have an effect, with that air pushing on the side of the car, being pushed off of a pointed nose, the combination of those two things, you just can't separate them. I think that they are connected. We talked about Kevin Harvick. I watched a little while ago, heard Denny Hamlin say, hey, we're in pretty good shape, let's miss this wreck. I wondered if Kevin Harvick should have played that game too, right? Like, they were really good in points. Still should be pretty good, but, as good as they were in points, maybe just lay back and watch this wreck happen. Tough call.
Well, Denny Hamlin's strategy perhaps is going to lock him in leaving Talladega. He's currently plus 53. We're going to have to see how these last few laps pan out, but it could take the Denny Hamlin's focus completely off Kansas and let him look forward to, say, Martinsville, a track where he could go win. Marty.
Steve, a couple things to chat about here. First with Kyle Busch and his team. You see the guys kind of standing around, Adam Stevens trying to evaluate all that damage. Man, that's just crazy. But what they're talking about is maybe rolling around a couple of caution laps. They could, in essence, pass a number of cars that were involved in this accident. They sit 15th right now. There should be about 14 cars left running at least here at the end, or on the lead lap, we should say. So that's what they're deciding right now on the 18. Meanwhile, just in front of him on pit road is Brad Keselowski, and they are done. You can see all that speedy dry going down in their pit stall. Paul Wolf saying the track bar is broken in half and there's a hole in the oil pan. He told Brad, don't crank it up because you're going to blow the engine if you do that. So they're going to try and push him back once the red flag is lifted here, but they are done for Brad Keselowski. And then for Joey Logano, out of all this, he's the guy who gets the free pass, believe it or not. Sitting in 26 right now, he'll jump all the way to 14th, the final car on the lead lap. But Joey making the point, and it's a great point, Jeff, to consider. He said, I don't have a car that really can contend. I don't know that I need to be running with those guys up there. So what do you do if you have that damage of a race car if you're Joey Logano and all you're trying to do in these final 6 laps is finish on the lead lap?
Well, you get back on the lead lap for sure. You go ahead and get that, and then you just have to do what your car will allow you, right? If he doesn't feel safe, doesn't feel like he can be in the middle of it, he's better off to just get behind it. Get back in the lead lap and get behind it and kind of use Denny Hamlin's logic and wait for other people to wreck. Look at this opportunity that Michael McDowell, Almirola, Hemrick, Austin Dillon, Parker Kligerman, Ty Dillon, Newman. I look at the opportunity. Corey LaJoie. This is a huge opportunity for one of these guys to get a win here, go away a cup winner.
Well, and Blaney, while he has won, he came in at the bottom of the playoff grid. He said, hey, I don't need to win at Talladega. I have to have a good day. Well, even running where he is, he's still 7 points out, right? He's trying to make up points. Take the pressure off Kansas by winning. So you mentioned these guys going after their first win. Well, Ryan Blaney, this would be his career win, right? This would be the biggest win, that golden ticket.
Get him into the round of 8. That's what everyone whose name was in yellow, the playoff drivers, they're wanting to advance to the next round. Dave.
Kurt Busch has made his way from the infield care center. Kurt, what were you working on there with your brother, and what do you think happened?
I was trying to make the middle lane work, and all hell broke loose. We're having a lot of fun today, just trying to play it steady, gain some points. I don't even know who's left, man. It's pretty wild. The cars are so unstable when we're in that big draft pushing hard. It just takes the smallest little slip up.
Kurt, how good was your race car? I know it was good out front and as a pusher as well.
Yeah, it was a great Monster Energy Chevy. Thanks to Ganassi and all my guys for preparing a good car. We just didn't get the finish we wanted today.
All right, Kurt was in the middle of it all day. Kelly finishes early, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Matt DiBenedetto was in the middle of all that carnage, and it looked like it was actually the nose of your car that helped the 62 of Brendan Gaughan flip around. What was your vantage point?
Yeah, I saw a car go up in the air and over. It's just crazy. I don't know. Car was fast, pushed great, obviously, and I really wanted to get these guys the one-bite pizza car. I mean, I was a bright red pizza. You couldn't miss me out there, that's for sure. I wanted to get this car to victory lane so bad for Toyota and LFR. It just stinks being that close so much. But, man, that's insane. I was pushing Kurt earlier before that all happened, and just focused on pushing ahead of me because my car did it so well. You can lock on the guys in front of me. But I don't know. It seems like a dang routine, man. Run a super speedway race, and then I meet you guys here for an interview after the care center. It's just these races are crazy.
Yeah, how did you even bide your time to be in a position there at the end relatively unscathed at that point?
Yeah, we did it right up until then. We were just racing smart, and at the end of stage 2, I was like, man, they are getting racy, and I felt like a wreck was going to happen, and I backed off. Boom, big wreck. I'm like, all right, we're doing good. And then here we go. I don't know, man, unless you just ride around in the back and take a decent finish. But that's not what we're here to do. It's just everyone gets so aggressive at the end, and it's a game of survival. I mean, I'd love to be a fan watching, if that counts for anything. It's definitely entertaining, but, man, it's irritating to end up interviewing, no offense, Kelly, but interviewing you after the care center all the time.
All right, Matt, thank you for your time. Dave?
Well, with Brendan gone, who thankfully is laughing coming out, he heard what Matt said to Kelly, so that's why he's in a good mood here, but not in a good mood for losing that race car. How close were you to maybe picking up the W here today?
Listen, I've said for years that in the off-road we flip a lot. The easiest thing you can do in a race car is go upside down. Nothing hits hard. So that's the nicest thing about it. And, here we go. I don't even know what happened. I just know that Brad was pushing the crap out of me, and I loved it. Oh, that's Stenhouse. Go figure. Yeah, it stuck the landing. Russian judge docked me a little bit, and I didn't keep it straight. No, I mean, look, the Beard Oil Chevy, man, we ran a great strategy. Darren Shaw, Ron Lewis, my spotter, everybody. It was awesome. I mean, 62 was in front for a split second. And let's see, legs together. I mean, didn't really stick it well, but no, like I said, I'm just so proud of. Thank you to ECR and Richard Childress and those guys, the Chevrolet they gave me. Thank you to Darren and Ron and all the guys in this team. I mean, the Beard family, I love them. Mother, it's okay. It's just a flip. It didn't hurt, I promise. And I have nothing upstairs to hurt anyway, so they all laugh at me in there.
I did want to verify that, because when these cars come down at funny angles for race cars, like flat like that, the back's okay and everything?
Yeah, no, because you're still going 200 mile an hour that way. So it never just drops out of the sky. So it was okay. It was just one easy quick flip and put it down. The only thing you're worried about then is somebody hitting you. You know, that's what you don't want. That's where the fear comes in. But other than that, I'm fine. And like I said, some people would argue if I have anything up there to hurt. But thank you to Chevrolet. Thank you to the Beard family. I love you guys. And yes, I will see you in the Daytona 500, Mom. Sorry.
February, it's coming. Kelly?
Well, a really good opportunity for David Reagan gone a ride there. And man, it looked like you were almost ahead of that crash. What happened?
Yeah, our Envision USA Ford Mustang was pretty good. It drove really good all day. And I saw Brendan get turned in front of us, and I think I kind of went under him or behind him, and I could see clean air. I'd already thought about crewing, hitting my button and saying, we're good to go. And, yeah, I think someone just clipped me in the left rear. We had a great day. We played our cards right. Mike Kelly and our front row motorsports team made good adjustments all day, and that's just Talladega racing. Everyone races extremely hard, and that's guys being really aggressive toward the end of the race. So hopefully all the fans that stuck around enjoyed it, tuned in on TV, had fun. I'm sure it's going to be some more excitement these last few laps. So I'll get back and pull for my two teammates up there.
All right, David Reagan, a former winner here at Talladega, but it's not going to happen today, Marty.
If you want to know how important 1 point is, Kelly, Brad Keselowski tried to crank up his car and make it around on the apron for one lap. Didn't get very far, and that's as far as they got. They were trying, though, Steve, just to gain 2 more spots. And in essence, by doing that, by leaving pit road, they passed Brendan Gaughan and Kurt Busch. And here he is at the end of pit road. By doing that, they gained 2 spots, 2 points. Isn't that amazing?
Well, you never know next week what 2 points is going to matter.
2 points, right. And so we're seeing Brad Keselowski is climbing out of his car. One playoff driver, the driver of the 12, Ryan Blaney, he had a spin at the front of the field when he came to pit road. He now is leading. All right, let's see if we can dial up the driver of the 10, Eric Almirola, running second.
Hey, Eric's Booth Boys, you got us?
Yeah, I got you, boys.
Man, you have a little 2-lap shootout coming. What's your plan?
Try and win. Give away some more free bacon.
So how do you do that, bud? You're going to try to work with the guy behind you, get a good push? What's the communication like in there right now?
Honestly, you just got to see how it develops. I mean, I always equate these speedway races like walking up to the line of scrimmage as the quarterback, and you're just constantly calling an audible because everything around you is changing, and you got to adapt. So, I don't know. I got a few things in my head that I feel like if I execute and it goes to plan, it could get us to victory lane. But there's a lot of varying strategies, and you can't control everybody else. So that's the hard thing.
Well, we all love bacon up here, so we'll pull them for you, man. Have fun.
All right, thanks, guys.
Bacon and
Hopefully
flames.
Do it again. Put this Smithfield Ford Mustang in victory lane. So,
We'll see.
He's done it before. We'll see if he can do it again. All right, let's flash back.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Rick. He did it again. It was a year ago. His teammate at the time, 41 of Kurt Busch, led 108 laps and run short on fuel in that last lap. This race was dominated by Stewart-Haas Racing, and in the end, a Stewart-Haas Racing Ford, namely the 10 of Eric Almirola, in that beautiful Smithfield paint scheme, went to victory lane. You see the excitement with the family, and here we are a year later with the same opportunity.
I think.
Guys, this is amazing. Look at the top 10 right now. Look at the 10 that are going to start this race with 2 laps to go. Ryan Blaney, Eric Almirola, Ty Dillon, Ryan Newman, Michael McDowell, Austin Dillon, Denny Hamlin, Ross Chastain, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Matt Crafton filling in right now for Paul Menard.
I think that makes this decision of what Blaney's going to pick, what lane you're going to pick, I think that makes it more difficult. Like, which car do you want behind you? I don't think you've raced with these guys enough to really know which car can push you very well.
I think you have to pull into that inside line. If you're using hand signals like most of these drivers are doing, and you're in the outside line, you're signaling to the inside line as well. They can see when you're going to go. So you have to be on the inside line, but he chooses the outside. So
I was with you. I like the inside line because I have that double yellow line to force the guy behind me to stay on my bumper.
That's
in
true.
the outside, that guy has a lane. If he gets a better start than you, gets to your quarter panel, it's game over.
Marty.
Handful of cars pitted there, guys, including Chase Elliott. He said he flat spotted the tires trying to avoid all that mess. But he has 4 fresh Goodyear tires restarting in 9th here. The first of those with new tires. That should be interesting with 3 to go.
I guess my question is, since taking the outside, does he have some sort of agreement with the 10 car? I mean, it's late in the race, 3 to go. I doubt that, but could be possible.
Well, we've heard a lot of talk about manufacturers working together, right? Could there be a plan for Blaney to accelerate, get in front of the 10 car? I'm Almirola. I'm having a hard time agreeing to that right now.
And behind Blaney, how about the brothers? We talk so much about the Busch brothers. Well, here we have the Dillon brothers. And we have Ty in that paint scheme that his grandfather ran here 50 years ago. So, I mean, what a win it would be for Ty Dillon. Kelly.
Yeah, and both Ty Dillon and his brother Austin Dillon that drives that 3 car there, independently being told it is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. that they should be trying to hook up with. So they are, their spotters are communicating for them to hold back until Ricky, who's in the 17 car, can catch up to him. They think that's going to be the key to winning this race.
You only have 2 laps.
Yeah, that makes no sense at all to me.
2 laps.
Why they would want to do that. I would, when the green flag waves, I would be wide open trying to win the race going forward.
Well, you mentioned the tandem. You've mentioned it and mentioned it. On the bottom, we're going to see 2 Fords. They seem to line up the best. Will they be able to connect? Can Eric Almirola keep that 34 on his bumper for 2 laps? Can they run tandem?
Some damage on McDowell's car, so how much damage does it have? Can he push well?
2 laps remaining. Back into the restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Ryan Blaney, a great restart.
All right, he's clear of the 10. Slowly moves down in front of that 10.
That put the Dillon boys out on the outside lane. Tell you what Pop's telling them to do.
Can they get together? That's the problem right now. It's just 2 against the field.
Yeah, the problem for Blaney is his help did not get clear. But now that 34 gives a great push to the 10. Into the back of the 12. Inside line, all Fords.
There's Stenhouse.
Here comes the 11 of Denny Hamlin as well, the Daytona 500 winner.
All right, we know the Fords can tandem. Will they try to get that going here?
Ty Dillon dropping back in the 13. Coming back on 1 to go. Brought to you by Credit One.
Been a lot of questions about what position do you want to be in? Do you want to be leading or in second? I think you have to be leading. There's always a wreck with 1 to go, and then the race is over. So I think Blaney's got to be in this position.
Chase Elliott jumped out of line. That was likely his only opportunity, as he's going to get almost 3 wide there with the 13.
Tries to get help. He tries to get that help from Ty Dillon. Now everyone fighting for every position down the backstretch for the final time.
Ryan Newman, huge push from Hamlin.
Here comes Newman. Newman sideways.
He saved it. He saved it.
That's going to give that 12 car a chance to get another run, but Newman way out front. They're going to have a big run coming up on this 6 car down the front straightaway.
Huge block coming right here.
Blaney as they go around the 37, almost upside down. So's the 96, Parker Kligerman. Here they come. They make contact. They're side by side. It's a photo finish at the line. Blaney and Newman were side by side when they crossed the line.
Unbelievable finish.
Yes, we didn't beat him regardless.
Blaney, by just a foot, is going to get the win over Newman.
What a finish. Ryan Blaney came here in almost a must-win situation. May have pulled it off.
After heartbreak a week ago, running so well, the mechanical failure, nothing he could do. We talked to him in the garage, and look at this. How many times has that finish line come into play later, out past the tri-oval? Once again, we see it. In the tri-oval, it was definitely the 6 leading, but the 12 still had time and made that move.
Ryan Blaney is winning in the Monster Energy Cup Series for the first time in 2019. And that win moves him on. He will lock into the round of 8. This victory fueled by Sunoco. Fuel your best. Look at the damage.
Right front
Look at the
tire.
right side.
Flat right front tire. They weren't going to make another lap. Him and the 6 were side by side, rubbing doors all the way to the line.
Well, the fans that stuck around here on a Monday afternoon got an absolute treat of a show. Ryan Blaney, right at the start-finish line, able to get back by the 6. Newman had been pushed out so far in front, he didn't have any help behind him. He was trying to block. There was no way he could block everyone.
Such momentum coming from Blaney. He did. He got pushed just way out.
Blaney grabs that Sunoco checkered flag. Look at the right front tire. That's the race-winning car. I mean, it's hard to believe that here at Talladega, that's what Ryan Blaney has left.
Old school, Rick. No burnout. Just grabs the flag.
All drivers that were involved have been able to get out of their cars and get to the infield care center. Seven 1,000ths of a second separated the top 2. That's the 6th closest finish of all time in NASCAR. Marty.
7 1,000ths of a second that may have saved Ryan Blaney's season. The 6th closest finish in Talladega history, Ryan. How in the world did you, A, see the momentum, and B, block it?
Well, there was no blocking the 6 and the 11. They were coming so fast, and I figured I'd give up the bottom, and they were just going to leave me in the middle. So I just decided to stay with Eric. He was a great pusher all day, and I kind of went up and pulled the 11 off the 6, and then he was so far out in front, and yeah, and then we kind of got together on the front, and he kind of pushed me below the yellow line. I wasn't going to go below there after what happened in the truck race, and kind of got forced down, and just worked out. So proud of this team, man. Just survived the last couple days, and hopefully that was an exciting finish. Thank you guys for sticking around. Appreciate it.
You treat these fans to an awesome finish. These playoffs are all about these big moments, Ryan. Talk to me about just the adrenaline in the final few laps, because you guys came in almost a must-win situation.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I know a lot of guys had their problems today, but we had our problem last week, a bad problem, and we knew we got them saying all week. We've been wanting to win races all year, and why have any different mindset? So no matter what spot we're in, but yeah, this was a huge, huge race for us. Man, I'm pumped up, man. I don't know what to say, but thank you, Dent Wizard. Thank you, Menards, everything these guys do. It's cool. We're moving on. Pretty good.
Going on to the round of 8. How about that? Talladega race fans delivered the 6th closest finish ever today. Ryan Blaney is moving on.
So, Rick, we just heard. See right here, I think he's going to, oh, yeah.
Look at that.
They run too quick.
Only one flag. Oh. Hey, look.
Oh, he's got the Ryan Blaney shirt on. Yeah.
Look at that.
All right, so you heard Ryan Blaney mention the double yellow line. The truck race was ruled. The winner went below it to advance a position. We're right here. The 12 pulls to the inside of the 6, and he said he wasn't going to go below. It's like he's holding the wheel straight, but then there's some contact, Dale. Seems like the quarter panel runs into the 12. He almost gets loose and ends up below it.
Yeah, actually some contact right there, turns the 12 sideways. He ends up on the apron correcting. And NASCAR has viewed this official.
And Kelly's with Ryan Newman.
Yeah, the difference being 7 thousandths of a second there, Ryan Newman. You came out smiling, so if you will, take me through the final moments of this one.
I mean, just close. I told Eric, I said they spent $50 million rebuilding this place. I should have threw in $50 for them to move the start-finish line, repainted it or something. It was a great run for our Wyndham Rewards Ford. Everybody at Roush Yates, Roush Fenway Racing, and all the team effort that went into it was good. I mean, we just came up that little bit short. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It was just I could have pinched him some more. I probably could have took the air or did what it. I mean, you could go back and bench race that 3 weeks from now, but it was a good race until the end. I saw the guy spinning in the back. I was hoping there was going to be yellow, but there wasn't.
What's the feeling at the end of this one? Your playoffs came to an end after the first round, and you told me earlier that it would be such a big deal for you guys to grab a win to close out the season.
Well, that's special to just have a good run. I mean, we had a good team effort today. We overcame a lot of obstacles, cars flying on top of us and all that stuff. So just proud of the team. Upset, I'm obviously disappointed that we didn't close it out, but we survived it, and that's a big part of this deal.
Thank you, Ryan.
And fans, make sure to remember you can be a part of the post-race. NASCAR America Motor Mouse will be coming up next. Ryan Blaney. He's headed to the new victory lane here, and we heard Ryan Newman make the comment, boy, I wish in one of those renovations I could have moved that start-finish line a little bit closer to the tri-oval where I was in front.
Well, before he got there, yeah, the 11 car with a huge push. I thought Ryan Newman was going around right there, but a great save. Was able to, I don't think he ever lifted, just saved the gas and saved it.
So the 11 car is going to push and wants to continue pushing the 6 car. Then he's thinking, I'm going to push the 6 out here into the front, and then I'm going to go around him. Right there when he gets loose, then he has to lift. Then he has to get out of the gas, and that creates no more momentum for him. Now the 6 is out there by himself. Here comes the big run of the 12 and the 10. Probably about 5 mile an hour faster. The 12 fakes high, ends up committing to the bottom. Contact right here.
And I really like that call by NASCAR. I think Ryan Blaney, 2 left side tires barely below, saving his race car. No intent to go down there. That's what racing at Talladega is all about. Another great finish.
He was holding his line, and his line got taken up by Ryan Newman, but that was it right there. 1 foot, 7 1/1000ths of a second. Blaney wins.
In Talladega Superspeedway's new victory lane, It is Ryan Blaney emerging from his Ford Mustang. And about the only thing missing from this throwback look would be the team riding through all the way from all the way from the start-finish line to here. Well, what a team you had today. What an effort they put together with you today.
Yeah, an amazing effort last 2 days, to be honest with you. And from spinning out early yesterday and missing some big ones today, able to weave our way through. And I can't thank Almirola enough for helping me out there at the end. And that big push that Newman and the 11 got, I knew I wasn't going to be able to block it. They were coming so fast, they just would have split me. So I just wanted to stay to the bottom, and then I kind of pulled the 11 off with the 6 there, and just had a big enough run to get to the 6, and we kind of hit above the line, and it kind of pushed me below the line, and that's a big judgment call. You never know. I definitely wasn't going to go below the line before we made contact, but can't say enough about this Dent Wizard team. Super fun last couple days, and moving on, man. Pretty cool.
Yes, you are moving on. Martinsville will be next in your mind. Obviously, Kansas, you can pick up a win if you want. But Talladega, so historic. What does it mean, Ryan, to win here?
It just means a ton. I've been coming here ever since I was really young, and watching Dad run here a lot, and watching him run pretty good here a lot, and then to drive for the Wood Brothers here, and man, just a cool feeling. This new infield, it's so special to be in this new victory lane, and I love coming here and love it even more now.
Ryan Blaney, he's the winner and the new most relaxed guy heading to the round of 8.
Blaney mentioned in that new victory lane in the 60s and 69 through the 70s and 80s when they built this racetrack, that's how the cars pulled in, straight in, and they would, obviously we didn't have interviews for TV, but they would take all the pictures of the driver with the trophy and the team off the grill of the car. Pretty cool to bring that back. What a great visual.
So after the second race of the second round, 2 drivers have solidified their positions in the round of 8. That's Kyle Larson with his win a week ago, and now Ryan Blaney here at Talladega. Below the cutoff line, again, after Kansas, the 4 lowest in points will be eliminated. Bowman, Elliott, Boyer, and Byron, all below that line. And just moments ago, Kelly caught up with Denny Hamlin, who's third.
A third-place finish in the end for Denny Hamlin, but that doesn't tell the full story because, Denny, the problem started early with the hood issue, then some crash damage. You went a lap down. At that point, how did the agenda kind of change for you and this team?
It changed with every caution. It changed with every car that fell out. I mean, it's just a game of chess all day. I mean, sure, we went up there and raced and got in the middle right there, but we would have been in all those wrecks, so it just didn't make sense to me to – I just knew the statistics and the odds and the chances of, I looked at how many cars were on the lead lap. If we were to crash at that point in the race, and it just wasn't worth the risk, there wasn't enough to gain with cars still crashing. So we waited till the bulk of them got out, and then we went up there and tried to win, and we almost did. So I think we played the race as good as we could, given all the issues that we did have, and then just a great job on my FedEx team getting us moved on here.
Was this just typical Talladega and the wrecks that we saw, or was it a little bit different this time around?
I think it's typical with this package. I mean, the closing rate's just so big on this that, holes close quicker. You're not able to really block. We didn't do a good job blocking when we had a lower closing rate, much less this big one with the spoiler. So I think that's just everyone's taking some time to get adjusting to. But from our standpoint, we knew the odds. We knew the statistics, and we played that game.
All right, and now Denny Hamlin goes to Kansas with 56 points above the playoff cut line.
There were 9 cautions today, and the last lap, actually probably the last 400 yards, probably one of the bigger hits that took place as they were coming through the trial. We'll take a look at this. First, it's the 37 of Buscher.
Heavy into the inside wall, car goes airborne, and then the 96 of Kligerman joins him.
Another big hit there by the 96. And so both of those drivers were able to get out of the car, and they were sent to the infield care center. Yeah, big hits by both of those drivers. But ultimately, in the end, it was Ryan Blaney who was able to just nose out the 6 of Ryan Newman. So it was a good day to be named Ryan at Talladega Superspeedway, but we didn't expect this type of chaos. I think we expected that it was going to be pretty crazy, but not to this level.
It's Talladega. You never know what to expect.
Yeah.
You just heard Denny Hamlin talking about the closure rate. and how hard it is to block. And then you put on top of that the pressure that all these drivers are under trying to make the next round of the playoffs, trying to have a ride for next year. There's a lot of things going on that racetrack, and it just all adds up to this crazy race we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, all the drivers are real concerned about coming to Talladega, and rightfully so. By the end of this race, a lot of these guys are in a worse position points-wise to get into the next round. Ryan Blaney able to come in here and get a win, propel himself really from the back of that playoff field all the way into the next round. Pretty incredible, but no surprise. I mean, Talladega, we see a little bit of everything. I was just really impressed by how active and how hard the drivers race today. Typically, when there's so much on the line, they don't quite race that intensely throughout the entire event. I mean, from stage 1, 2, and 3, it was just wild 2-3 wide action all day long. You couldn't have asked for more action.
Yeah, I mean, there's all this conversation coming in about manufacturers and alliances. In the end, I saw a bunch of selfish race car drivers doing what they do best, which is score points for themselves, try to score the win for themselves, which is what makes racing great. The other thing is that we may not run restrictor plates at Talladega anymore. There may be tapered spacers, but the great equalizer is still there. We have names up inside the top 10 that we perhaps wouldn't see. We have McDowell, Corey LaJoie, upsets really everyone. Runs 7th here at Talladega. Gives these teams that are out-budgeted at some of the downforce tracks, gives them a real chance to come and race for a win. It's always exciting to see that.
What a great win for Ryan Blaney, as he was able to hold on and outdo Ryan Newman at the end. Coming up next on NBCSN, a special edition of NASCAR America Motor Mouse with Nate Ryan, Kyle Petty, and Dale Jarrett.